I'm taking it to look inside.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west, and all the boys are back together in Navy Yard. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, Jay. What's happening?
I'm good. Good to see the fellas. Good morning, Landini. Good morning, Jeff. I'm sure you missed us tremendously. Got to hang with Jeff.
I saw one guy. I didn't see the other guy.
What do you mean?
I was trying to avoid him because I want to beat him up.
Who? Landfill has been talking a whole lot of mess.
Trash when I was out of the studio.
That's true.
But I'm back today, brother.
And we're going to fight. I mean,
I want you.
Put that on the stream. Numbers will go bananas.
Yeah.
I have some news.
What's the news?
I brought 3/4 of a peach pie in today.
Okay. I don't eat peach pie.
You know what? Sucks for you, B. Me and Landville, and I'm guessing Jeff are going to eat some peach pie today.
I like 5. Was that 5 fruit pie?
Yeah, that was good. Shout out to Mitch
I don't know
Rails.
what fruit was in it, but I ate it.
Listen, here's my guess with that pie we got at training camp from Commander's owner, Mitch Rails.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mitch Rails is worth a cool 5-6 B.
Uh-huh.
He gets the best pies. You know what I mean? I'm worth, I don't know, $300. I got a peach pie from Harris Teeter. That's kind of how that goes down. Obviously, Brian and I are on a flight this evening down to Florida for these Commanders Dolphins joint practices. And I think this is going to be pretty damn fascinating because in New York, 1, there was terrible weather. 2, Aaron Rodgers is just Aaron Rodgers. Like it's its own world, its own existence. Like he operates on his own planet, kind of. And so when the weather was bad, like, I'm not practicing.
I ain't practicing.
We already knew he wasn't playing, but then he wasn't practicing.
Coach, I ain't practicing.
Yeah, exactly. But Tyrod was good. They were good. And the Jets could be good, but there are certainly questions about the Jets because we haven't seen it happen yet. We know Miami's good.
Yeah.
Miami went 11-6 last year. We know they have an explosive offense. Miami came to Washington last year and rolled.
They came to Washington and they looked like they were at the Olympics running track.
Yeah, dude. I mean, if you forgot
so much
about
so that Tyreek
game,
is challenging Noah Lyles to a race.
that seems like a joke to me.
No. I think. Listen, he may not win, but in his heart of hearts, on the right day, he think he can get it. You got to believe that.
I athletic arrogance is a must. So good luck, Mr. Hill. But if you remember, this game, this wasn't that long ago, man. This wasn't like week 2. This was December 3rd. This is
JP. It is etched into my mind.
It was 17-0. Tyreek Hill. It was damn near the second play of the game. 78-yard house call.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Later in the game, he had a 60-yard house call.
Mm-hmm.
At halftime, it was 31-7.
What was his stats at halftime?
I don't know that I can pull that up without.
Well, I know he had 2 receptions in it for over 100 and something, 130 yards.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just the 2 touchdown catches went for 60 and 78. That's 138, if my math's right.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in the first half. So, he had $140 in the first half. We know Miami is good. Miami's explosive. And totally honest here, a lot of the defense that was part of that game is still here, right?
Yeah.
Now, they've overhauled some stuff, but your corners haven't changed dramatically. You got Davis and you added Sanders still, and Sanders still can maybe really help you, but he kind of projects as an inside corner. Tyreek's going to be out on that edge, man. Like, you still hypothetically have Forbes, Benjamin St. Juste, Mike Davis will be out there, but this is a real test. There's no doubt Tua's going to go. You know what I mean? Like, looking at the weather may be a little foolish. I think
the thing that, like, we, and I'm sure a lot of fans as well, and I'm going to just say it. I'm going to get this out the way real quick.
Uh-oh. You going to get Twitter buzzing again?
For some reason, I guess a lot of people have a lot of comments about me when I say something, as if I don't have an opinion. It's amazing that a person that played the game for a long time, when he says something, people want to get personal. And I'm going to just say it to all of you people out there. You can be personal all you want, but you better keep it on Twitter. All right? And I'm going to let you know, because Twitter is one thing, face-to-face is a different ball game. I can care less what most of you think, but don't get stupid. When I say something, I'm telling you based off of experience. And a lot of times, everybody else say exactly what I'm saying. You know, a lot of people say exactly what I'm saying, and you take it as fact. So I'm just going to let you understand, if I say something you don't like it, cool. Keep moving. But when you make your personal attacks, don't ever let me see you in person, because it'll be a different ball game. Not a threat. It's a promise. All right, now back to what we were talking about.
Not a sermon, just a thought. Okay. I think folks.
But yeah, that's what I was going at. So the thing about giving up the big plays, we always look at just the secondary. You know what can help that?
Pass rush.
Pass rush.
Sure.
Did we have good pass rush last year? No. So as much as everyone is just looking for the secondary, I'm expecting the rush to get better. I think that when we talk about the front seven, mostly front five, they have to get home and get better pressure so that the people in the back end can have a little bit more success. If that doesn't happen, they're not going to have much more success back there, no matter who's back there.
Agree with that for sure. And maybe kind of the emergence of Quan Martin helps. The safety battle, having Derek
There's a
Morris
lot of folks
back out there, like there's a lot going on with the safety situation. I'm really pretty fascinated to see how that's all gonna.
I'm going to tell you, 4-0 is going to be involved.
Owens.
I just really believe it, because you hear his name consistently, and then he shows up consistently. They talk about him on offense because they got to deal with him. They talk about him on defense because he makes plays, and then he's been talked about in special teams.
Question for you specific to that then. Owens, undrafted guy, Texas Tech, 6'2", 215, has really impressed during camp. Dan Quinn has brought him up like 6 times.
Yeah.
When you watch just the eye test, it's there, right?
Yes, totally.
Dominique Hampton was a 6th-round pick at the University of Washington, 6'3", 220. Maybe a little bit more size, but Owens has made the plays. Hampton hasn't been bad. No. It's not like he's like underperforming, but Owens is kind of fighting. Like, if you had to guess, like, which dude is forcing his way onto the roster as of today, August 14th, that would be Owens.
What I say?
Is there a roster spot for both those dudes?
It's a possibility, or then if you think of it like this, though, you have right now on this team, Chin, who they love, okay? Percy gets talked about a lot still. So when you start looking at it, you're not necessarily just looking at what you're going to get this year. There are guys that we're naming could possibly end up on a practice squad, and in a year or two, they could be guys getting ready to roll into this thing.
Sure.
And like you said all the time, injuries happen all the time. So what I'm looking at is, we were talking the other day, and I know Locked On Law on the thread was like bringing up the people that had left here and was successful somewhere else. If you look at more recently, when guys are normally released, they don't normally get picked up somewhere else.
Correct.
I don't believe that this time. I think there are guys on this roster that if they're released, they're going to get some show somewhere else. And you know why? Because even the coaches said, you know, we're going to give these guys a chance because we can't keep everybody. So if they can get the attention of somebody else, you know what I'm saying? And some guys get let loose early so they can go get a better chance. So I just think that the level of talent has changed some, and that's what you want.
I think we'll kind of see if that's true Labor Day weekend, right? Because they're going to cut 37 dudes, right?
Well, 37 will be cut, but then you know some of those guys going to be told to disappear and don't answer your phone.
Sure,
so
and then they sign them back to practice squad. Of course, right? And practice squads are bigger now, but like that has always been the test. Like I came up with the term Ashburn syndrome because of Simi Cobbs. If anybody remembers Simi Cobbs, there was all this excitement about Simi Cobbs. And then the Saints signed him from the then Redskins practice squad, and they had to put him on their active. And people are like, oh, my God, we lost Simi Cobbs. We'll never make it. Like, how can we possibly overcome this? Simi Cobbs never logged a catch in the NFL. Like, people just sometimes just buy in. I think we'll learn something at roster cuts because, like, let's just talk about one position. Kicker. They cut Ahmed. They've got Patterson. The rate with which this dude blasts goalposts, I don't think Patterson is going to be on the week 1 roster.
I believe
and
that
when
they're
they cut him,
always,
I don't think anybody's signing him.
They're going to keep looking. They're going to keep looking for that.
Yo, whatever's going on in the stream, let's just all relax.
What are you mad at now?
I don't know. Some dude, Jeff. This is a YouTube chatter. We don't even know who, what, when this is.
Don't get rid of it. I want to see it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is, JP, we can all have our opinions, but don't talk about you gonna whoop any of us on the show. We can't do a show. Look,
the guy say he gonna whoop us.
You're not.
I wish
stopping,
he tried.
You're not stopping anything that this show have going on in the city. You're not going to do nothing. So stop threatening us. Just enjoy the show. Put your opinion in. But all the threats and stuff don't.
I want to find out who it is.
Nobody is tough threatening people over the internet, and we'll just leave it at that.
It's also.
I want to find out who it is.
Like, what are we doing here?
I'm not afraid of that.
I am. Oh, Beast getting in the stream now. Landini, how much do you want to get involved in a chat beef?
Like 3%, 4%, somewhere around there. It's not 0.
That's funny. That is at least 2 or 3% higher than I would have expected.
Yeah, me too.
I think I want to get involved less than you, which is pretty remarkable.
It is a little strange. I'm a bit confused.
I thought this was interesting as we kind of gear up for these practices, because it's very obvious what Tyreek did to this team last year when they played week 9 last season. Don't forget, though, the success they had running the football. And if you look at A-Chain and Mostert last year, combined for over 100 yards with 3 touchdowns. I mean, the two of them, help me with the math, had a combined 28 carries, 73 plus 43, 70 and 40s, 116, I think. So the YPC wasn't that incredible, but 3 touchdowns on the ground. We talk about the secondary, and I don't know how different it's going to be, but you know what? And you've talked about the pass rush over and over.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think that's wrong. And I think there will be a far more cohesive, disciplined pass rush this fall, right? I expect that to happen, and I expect far more looks. I think they will blitz more. I think they will run stunts more. I think they will line guys up in different positions. I think they will have edge rushers from stand-up positions where the quarterback doesn't know which guy on which side is coming and which guy's dropping into coverage. All those sorts of things, which I think will be a positive. But, dude, they were so bad last year against the run. You know what helps your pass defense? If you're good against the run, and then all of a sudden, instead of 3rd and 3 where they can take a shot, it's 3rd and 8, and it's just a little bit more difficult. If you look at the numbers last year, I mean, the pass defense was dead last in the NFL. And there's no way to kind of get around that when you're 32nd in yards, 32nd in touchdowns given up. You know what I mean? Like, you're 31st in net yards per average. So that means, like, the per attempt, how far down the field you're going, you're second to last.
I'm with all that.
Like, they were awful. But if you look at, they were 27th in rush yards given up, and they were 26th in YPC given up. So if you can drive some of that down a little, it'll all go down a little. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally.
And I think that will be fascinating, especially in the practice where you're not really tackling, but I think we'll have a good idea if they seem like they are making some progress against the Dolphins' run game.
But see, this is the thing, though. You don't practice. You don't tackle in practice anymore. You don't do all that. But when you get in the game, if you show up, it shows you someone that still can take practice, and that carries over to the football field, and they bring the aggression with them. Some guys don't practice and they get on the football field and they act like they don't know how to tackle. They act like they don't know how to block. You have to go with the guys that basically going to show up in the game. You know, it's a difference now. It's unfortunate for some guys where you only have 3 preseason games where some guys don't get a chance at all to play in those games. You know what I mean?
You know, it's interesting. I asked DQ about that yesterday.
Yeah.
Hey, when you were last time DQ was a head coach in Atlanta, you still had four preseason
games. Yeah.
So you could really space out the work you wanted for your guys. And then it's like, all right, because everybody, and you've said this for years, but like fans, but maybe it's just fans in the city, I'm not sure, have a distorted viewpoint of only focusing on first round picks, maybe second round picks, right?
Yeah.
But like an NFL staff is going to make sure they build out time to just evaluate UDFAs.
Yeah.
And then just evaluate free agents, just evaluate guys going into their contract year. They're looking at everybody.
Because when you look at a salary cap situation, you can't have all first rounders because the money will be too much.
Look what's happening in San Francisco.
So you have to have guys that go down the thing. And it's necessary that some guys are undrafted free agents because you offer them a lower contract till they build it up. You know what I mean? So when people are putting together a team, they're not thinking, oh, I want to get 53 first rounders. No, I'm going to have these guys in my positions. Then I got to go to maybe some second, third. And I'm hoping that I can get a guy after the draft that's going to show up and things like that. They have to do that.
Remember James Harrison?
Yeah.
Badass Steelers. Two-time All-Pro, 2 Super Bowl rings, won a Defensive Player of the Year.
$500,000 a year to take care of his body. People thought it was crazy, but he's the smartest man in the world. He invested in himself, right?
He played 16 seasons.
Yeah. Isn't that a tax write-off?
Probably.
Yes.
From 2008 to 2010, had double-digit sacks every year.
Yeah.
This stat line.
Yeah, like a 100-yard touchdown in the Super Bowl.
I don't know that we can look this up. Shout out to Greenberg. We're thinking of you, pal. Maybe you could track down this sort of stat.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this has to be an all-time record. It just seems outlandish to me, but maybe like Ronnie Lott did more. I don't know. Guess how many fumbles he forced in 2007 and 2008?
In 2 years? It's got to be outlandish. Okay.
14. He had 7 a year for 2 straight seasons.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, just the variance involved in that.
Where was he drafted?
Do you know?
I'm asking you.
Landfill, where was James?
I just want people to understand
James Harrison drafted.
All these people that have this sensitivity because you say something about a first, second rounder. If I say the same thing about a guy who's down the no. When you say something about a first, second round that they might like, a third round that they may like, okay? This dude he was drafted way late or not drafted at all.
Landville, James Harrison, when was he drafted?
I don't think he was.
Wasn't drafted.
Undrafted out of Kent State.
Okay. From a school that's not a football powerhouse in everybody's mindset.
What is Kent State's mascot?
Kent State is
Rockets?
a powerhouse in their division, like
in the MAC.
The size they are. You know what I'm saying? They're not a powerhouse. We think about Alabama, Georgia, and all that, but they put out some good players.
Kent State Golden Eagles.
He's not drafted. He goes into the league, and he was running through linemen that came from big schools, first round, the second round, whoever the hell they were, because he had a tenacity and a seriousness about himself.
And I would add, I mean, it's a guy, he had to grind his way up. Like, if you look at Frankie Louvu, and I'm not expecting a James Harrison-like rise from Frankie Louvu. Frankie Louvu is everywhere for this team on the field.
Yes, he is.
Everywhere. And you know what? Frankie Louvu was undrafted. Frankie Louvu didn't play much when he broke into the league. He was primarily a special teamer. Harrison was on the exact same track. So there's the best thing about the game of football, there's a place for everybody as long as you work your ass off and play violently. It doesn't matter where you're drafted. It doesn't matter if you're tall, if you're short, if you're fat, if you're skinny. Football, 53-man rosters.
Yeah.
There's an opportunity.
Just play.
We got a packed show. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Commanders looking for some size at wide receiver. They signed veteran 6'4" white hat Martavis Bryant, who last appeared in an NFL game in 2018. They released kicker Ramiz Ahmed. And the Nationals over the Orioles 9-3. They play again tonight at 6:35 start from Camden Yards. Listen here on The Fan. For over 60 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best buying experience in the D.C. area, period. That's Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling. All home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. Just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Vibes, landfill. Vibing. That's all remember. Talking about sports. This is fun. I don't know how fun it is in Philly right now. One dude that we love and respect and always appreciate joining us, the real D Gun, Derek Gunn, joins us now. Gunner, how are you, buddy?
Good, man. How you guys doing today?
Good, brother. How you doing?
We are good, man.
Good. Good to hear your voices.
Likewise, man. Everybody should give Gunner a follow at Real D Gun, Gunn. Check out the podcast, all the stuff he's got going inside the birds. There's a lot up there. We're trying to go around the NFC East today, and we get so kind of caught up in our own little universe here in Washington. Get us up to speed with all things Philly, because I know they had this big ESPN article that talked about a whole lot of non-pleasant stuff from last season.
Well, as of right now, it's like Camelot in Eagles camp. Everybody is kissed and made up. You've seen video of Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni riding around together in a golf cart, smiling. And that's all you can ask. Last year. It was a disaster. It started out great, and all of a sudden the table dropped out, and it was a disaster for the last half of the season. Well, in the off season, they bring in two new coordinators, and Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. Kellen Moore will call the plays on the offense. Nick Sirianni has talked about how last year was on him, and hopefully he's learned a valuable lesson from that. But that remains to be seen. You say all the right things now. And I'm sure during the offseason, there's been a number of meetings upstairs. We can't have this again this year. Yeah. There's too much at stake here. And when you look at where this team is in the division and you look at how they stack up, I mean, this team is loaded again, but they have a lot, and I mean a lot of question marks on the defense. I said recently that, to me, the defense is like a daytime soap, like Days of Our Lives or As the World Turns. There's so many question marks about this defense, and they won't be answered until they hit the ground running for real.
Why does, you look at it, you look at teams like the Patriots and what Kansas City is doing now. For some reason, when you have a leader like Andy, and even Bill Belichick to a certain extent, they allow success over personal gratification. And I think sometimes, just like I think last year in Philly, too many people wanted the praise instead of just going out and make sure everything works out right.
You know what, B. Mitch, I think as things unraveled, I think players started doing their own individual things and not staying within the concept of the game. And I don't have to tell you this. When everybody's winning, even if you have problems, everybody's happy. Nobody's going to say anything negative. Yep. But when you start losing, that's when the grumbling starts, and that's all of a sudden when things get out of kilter. And I just think that as things continue to unravel, when they lost 6 of their last 7 games, players started playing out of the concept of what they were supposed to be doing in some regards, especially on defense. I mean, that defense couldn't tackle me or you, B. Mitch. Now, you're more athletic than I am. but they couldn't tackle us. That's how bad they were. So I think this offseason was a great learning tool for this organization from top to bottom in terms of what the expectations are, in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. And we saw that in terms of how Howie went out and signed all these free agents again to plug the gaps, to try to make this team, especially the defense, a lot better than it was in 23.
Talking with our friend Derek Gunn here on the BetQL guest line about the Eagles. A lot going on in Philly. I want to do one on each, the defense that you've mentioned repeatedly and the offense. That defense last year really struggled in the secondary. I know that they invested a bunch in corners, their first 2 draft picks. But, dude, you lose a guy. If Aaron Donald didn't exist, if Aaron Donald was an accountant and not a defensive lineman, then absolutely the best defensive lineman of the last probably 15 years was Fletcher Cox.
Damn sure.
Fletcher Cox was an absolute monster.
And no question about it.
You lose him, and you lose the toughness, the leadership, like everything about Fletch. How big of a loss? I know about the big boys from Georgia in the middle, but there's more to it, right?
Yeah, there's a leadership aspect that's missing right now. And another big question mark is who assumes that leadership role? Who's the rallier? Brandon Graham, you would start with. Brandon Graham is 35 years old. He'll be lucky to play 20, 25% of the snaps. So who's the every down player on that defense who's going to assume that role of when things are going bad? They're the ones whose voice elevates and gets these guys to pay attention. Bryce Huff coming in from the Jets, he only played 47% of the snaps when he was with the Jets. Jalen Carter's a young up-and-coming player, but he's still a young player. Jordan Davis in his 3rd year, there's a lot of question marks about what happened to the kid that came out of Georgia, this big 6'5", 350 kid who could run a 4.5 40. We haven't seen that. Milton Williams, who was a supporting cast player last year, steps into a starting role. Then you bring in, Zach Bond. Devin White would be an obvious answer, but will the real Devin White please stand up? We see the Devin White from a few years ago and the one last year who tailed off down in Tampa. Nolan Smith has all this potential, but he hasn't lived up to it yet. Again, so right now, Darius Slay, is he that leader? We don't know who that vocal box is who can get these guys to pay attention when things are going bad right now. And you're right, that's a huge loss. Just as Jason Kelsey is on the offensive side, Fletcher Cox is a huge loss to this defense, not in terms of just physicality, but in terms of being a boisterous leader as well.
But Kelsey and Cox, way veteran players who don't need a coach to give them permission to be leaders. Are those coaches comfortable enough to give those guys that may not be as prominent as those two the opportunity to go out there and lead this football team?
It remains to be seen, Mitch, because you still have a coaching staff who's learning the players who are learning the coaches, and so the learning curve. And they didn't play any of the regulars on offense in the preseason game. Now Fangio plays some of his regulars on defense, but they didn't play any regulars on offense. And I'm thinking you got to give them some kind of game rep before you hit the ground running on against Green Bay on September 6th.
Yeah,
look at Green Bay. They played their starter. Jordan Love takes the team down the field, throws a bomb for a touchdown. All you want them to do is work up a sweat. I don't know what the game plan is for this week against the Patriots, but you got to play these guys because they're not going to play the 3rd game of the preseason. Nobody's going to play then.
Right.
But in terms of have this coaching staff identify players who they expect to be leaders, if they have that, they're not telling us on the outside looking in.
Gunnar, I got to ask specifically about Jalen Hurts. I know you add Saquon, and Saquon's a stud. I'm not going to – there's no talking around that. When Kellen Moore, the new Eagles offensive coordinator, was in Dallas, they ran the ball at a good clip, but he also had Jerry telling him to run the ball at a good clip. Last year with the Chargers, they were 24th, I believe, in the NFL in rush attempts. And then you look at Jalen Hurts, who had the breakout year 2 seasons ago. They go to the Super Bowl. He had 22 touchdowns against 6 picks. Last year, that interception number jumped to 15. Where is Jalen? How is his relationship with Kellen Moore? How is his relationship with Sirianni? Just seems like a lot of moving parts. Big Dom.
Big Dom basically runs the show. I mean, first of all, Big Dom has more clout than a general manager, Howie Roseman up there. Okay, and I'm not joking when I say that.
I know.
Big Dom has them all on the same page right now. Jalen knows this is a big year for him. Now, I don't want to taint what he did in 2022, but go back and look at the schedule they played. in 2022. They were a dominant roster playing against an inferior schedule. All of a sudden in 2023, look at how tough that schedule was, and they played like 9 of the best defensive minds in terms of coordinators in the NFL.
Mhm.
They had a year's worth of tape on him. He played them a lot different, and of course, he suffered from it. Now you have Kellen Moore, who comes in with all this pre-snap motion stuff. As of right now, from what I'm hearing, everything looks good. The big talk in camp is Jalen has not thrown an interception in over 105 passing attempts in training camp. Okay? Now, my perspective is let him throw 2 or 3 now. I'd rather have him throw those interceptions down instead of hitting the ground running. You know what I mean? Get them out of your system now so you can identify what you didn't do, what did you miss now instead of when he hit the ground running that could cost you a game somewhere down the line.
See,
But that's been a big fodder, you know, in terms of he's been clean in terms of not throwing interceptions. And B-Mitch, we all know reporters get too overhyped when it comes to training camp.
Yeah.
Sure. How many Pro Bowlers do you know? Have you ever seen a roster for training camp Pro Bowl roster? Have you ever seen one?
No.
No. So,
But you know, like
And it's not real football.
the one thing I always say is after I always tell Jay 4 weeks. Give me like first 4 weeks of the season. Let's see what happens after. And we know that the coaches are the defense coordinators are gonna get that, and then they're gonna adjust. What I need is Kellen Moore and all of the offensive coordinators in the league is show them some stuff. You know they're about to adjust, and when they adjust, have something for them. What I love so much about Joe Gibbs and Andy Reid, they knew what the people were going to do before the week. And then they already told us, okay, when they start doing this, we're going to do this. And too many of these guys wait. And they say the quarterback has to adjust. That coordinator has to adjust. He's the one calling the plays.
Absolutely. And it comes down to getting used. You got to get used to your personnel. Who do you trust in certain situations and down and distance? That's what I can't wait to see. Now, you bring in a Saquon Barkley. You know, I see for me, a Saquon has to get at least 20, 25 touches a game. And I'm not talking about just in terms of running the football. I'm talking about getting his hands on the ball, period.
Yeah.
If that is the case, you're taking away from somewhere else. Unless you're averaging 68, 73 plays a game, you know, you're looking at a guy like A.J. Brown, who's had over 1,400 yards receiving the last couple of years and a couple hundred catches over the last couple of years. Is he going to accept that? You know, Devontae Smith, he wants to get his touches. He had over 1,000 yards. Is he going to accept that? Where does Dallas Goedert get? Is he left out? I think Dallas Goedert needs to be more implemented into the offense in terms of keeping the defense on its heels. But somebody's going to be left out in this offense in terms of amount of touches. And granted, we all know it's going to be based on what they're playing. If they're playing a team that can't stop the run, you run the ball down their throat.
There you go.
You know, until you run them off the field. That means the receivers are not getting many touches. Who's going to start pouting if they don't get their touches? You know,
that's the thing about it, where a lot of these guys can play, but and I don't think fans even understand. Kids, they got to grow up on the football field.
Oh yeah, this is a completely different game.
Huh?
You're gonna get them talking again on Twitter.
I care less if they talk, but yeah, we got go ahead.
This is a completely different era of football, man. I can't tell you how many former players your age, you know, guys like Jeremiah Trotter, Hugh Douglas, all these guys, and all of them say, man, I couldn't coach in today's game, and you need 53 psychologists to coach these guys nowadays. Back in the day, one coach said one thing, you yelled at one, he yelled at all, you accepted, you sucked it up, you buckled up the chin strap, you went back to work. Now you got to be an individualist. Okay, how do you approach this guy? You know, if I say something the wrong way, will he shut down? I'm like, wait a minute. You're a grown man getting paid 7-figure incomes in a profession. Yes, you're an athlete, but you're also a businessman. You better strap it up and play. You can't do that with a lot of these players today, man. You know that.
Gunner, thank you for the time, brother. Always appreciate it.
You good, baby?
Hey, man, thank you for having me on. Anytime, guys.
All right, brother.
Check him out at Real D Gun. It's funny you talk about an old school approach or a new school approach and coaches yelling versus needing psychologists and just how the world evolves. When you work with a guy like Paul Henry, you get both because it's an old school family owned business and he comes in and gives you a straight up estimate early on. And then what shocked me, and I've since become good friends with Paul, and I consider him a real asset to my family. But it shocked before I knew him for anything. He gave me an estimate, and then he came back. He's like, actually, you probably don't need to go top of the line on these back windows. I can knock this price down a little bit. That just doesn't happen in business, and it's stuff like that why I would work with Paul Henry every day of the week. If you're interested, I would call him now. all August, you can receive $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door.
JP talks about the old school approach, and Paul is probably an aggressive guy. He does a lot of tough things. Paul's a little crazy, okay?
He's old school.
And then
for
his son
sure.
rolls in a lot younger, but guess what? He's a little crazy too. But the ultimate thing is they are all people that you can trust in and believe in. When he came to work at the house, like Jay said, Paul volunteered, I can help you out. You didn't have to fight to try to say, what can you bring the price down? Because he naturally wants to take care of his client, and he knows that his clients will come back and they'll tell other people about him. I told people about him in my neighborhood, and they used him. And JP's told people about him. I'm sure they're going to be using him as well. Paul does a great job the first time, doesn't have to come back over and over and fix stuff because they do it perfect the first time. Reach out to him right now to get $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. So contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
All right. When you got like a Band-Aid on, or if you have to go in and like they draw blood and they tape it up with a little cotton swab, you can pull that joint off real slow and it hurts worse. You got to yank it off, right?
Might pull some skin.
Colson yank off. You got to yank it off. You're much better doing it fast than slow, right?
Okay, what are you bringing up that name for?
I'm gonna rip a Band-Aid off for a lot of our listeners.
Let's go.
Just gonna rip this off. You're gonna hear it. You're gonna deal with it. You're gonna swallow it, and we're all gonna move on. All right, Jeff?
Pause.
No pause. Sometimes you got bad news. You just gotta
Just tell him.
Ian Rappaport. The Browns have agreed to terms with standout do-it-all linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who cashes in after a Pro Bowl season. JOK gets a 3-year deal worth up to $39 million with $25 million guaranteed, and he's only 24.
All right. How is that ripping off a Band-Aid?
Because
Jay, we passed that.
Go back a couple drafts,
Jay,
and I was screaming for them to take JOK.
I need you to start looking in the biggest thing when you drive your car, the big thing up there. Look in the windshield.
I hear you. That's why I'm just ripping the Band-Aid off. I'm just saying.
You got to stop looking in the rearview mirror.
That's not that far back. That's objects in mirror maybe closer than they
It's
appear.
so far back that we now have a new owner, a new coach, and somebody else picking the people. So that's old. Let it go.
That one stings a little.
Let it go.
Jeff, does it sting a little?
No, it don't.
JOK getting paid?
Nope. Just like Jeff's your wife
lying.
told you about the quarterback. If JOK came here, he probably would have been messed up too.
That's true. That was
So
Lauren's
let's stop
line.
that.
How about Eckler the other day? I posted that video maybe on my YouTube. Eckler kind of he wasn't comparing Jaden to Justin Herbert, but he said in how fast Daniels is picking up the offense, calling audibles, kind of taking, no pun intended here. Sorry if it's trademarked, Hoffman. Like taking command of the offense reminds him of how Justin Herbert took command in LA.
But I think that's
Diego,
how every quarterback, every player that gets drafted in the NFL should be that way. I mean, if you've been playing football since Little League, football is not that much different. Only thing changes is the terminology. The holes are the same. The routes are the same. The terminology changes. So if you just go into the book and learn the terminology, you can go out there and play football. But you know what happens? Most guys get drafted, they stop working. Most guys get drafted, they think they've arrived. Instead of, now I got to really work. Jaden, his whole demeanor and mindset is to work. And if that's how Justin Herbert was, kudos. I take that.
This is kind of funny from BJL 1906 in the chat. He said, real talk, JP, Rivera and Jack Del Rio would have made JOK a safety.
Or fullback.
Right.
Position flex.
Practice starts tomorrow morning, 10:15 a.m., just north of Miami. It's called Miami Gardens, where the Dolphins practice.
Basically, that's old school for Lauderdale.
Nah, I think it's further. I think it's like Hollywood.
They all came right in together. They were all that back in the day was Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, I believe you.
Now they call it Miami Gardens.
I imagine they have a significant indoor facility in Miami because there's storms
Hell,
and
I would
rain.
rather it be on outside or by the beach.
Well, let me ask you this. Here's the weather report for tomorrow. A chance of showers and thunderstorms before 1 o'clock, then showers likely and possibly a thunderstorm between 1 and 2. In the late afternoon in Miami, it damn near rains every day, especially this time of year.
That forecast right there could be any day in Miami.
Sure, but here's my question. After a joint practice in the rain last week against the Jets, and I understand why Dan Quinn and Robert Saleh were like, yo, it rains during the season, let's play in the rain. Okay, it was kind of it felt to me
they had to get something because that was the work day of the week.
It felt to me a little like a pencil measuring contest, if you will. Mm-hmm. Do you think they will again plan on being outside in Miami? Because they're probably talking about it right now.
Depending on how much rain and how wet the ground already is.
So my thought is for this Miami practice, anytime the threat of thunderstorms is out there, that could disrupt practice because they got it's just like a golf course. They got a horn that goes off if there's lightning within 10 miles. We all knew in Jersey it was just going to rain like hell all day, but there was no risk of lightning.
Mm-hmm.
I think so you don't have a disruption. You move the joint inside just to kind of start.
If it's gonna rain, yeah, take it. You get more work out of it.
Yep. Because if you have to disrupt it, it just kind of messes everything.
Because we all know some guys are not going to go full speed if it starts to rain. Some guys are gonna be concerned, and you may not get as good of
some guys might even pout
work that you want. So,
all right. We talked about this. We're gonna give you a 53 or at least a 55. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. What a night for the Nats in a 9-3 win over the Orioles.
Now the set of the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side to his left. Garcia has it. Jogging toward first. An underhanded flip to Andres Chaparro. And a Curly W's in the books at Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
Charlie Slows and the call heard here on the Fan as James Wood's 4-hit night helps propel the Nats over Baltimore. Washington also got 3 hits, all of them doubles from just called up Andres Chaparro, who was making his major league debut. The two teams meet again tonight at Camden Yards at 6:35 first pitch. Listen to it right here on the Fan. And the Commanders traveling to Miami today, yesterday signing veteran wide receiver Martavis Bryant. For over 60 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best buying experience in the D.C. area, period. That's Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling. All home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. Just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
We haven't mentioned John's name today.
Someday you will find me. All bands break up and say they're never touring again and blah, blah, blah. You think these do but the money's in touring, right? That's where the money is. And eventually the money always wins.
Yeah.
You think these dudes will ever get back together? I think these two brothers hate each other. Hate each other. I'd go, though. I'd try to get free tickets, but I'd go.
If they're that good, why don't you just buy the damn tickets?
Because they don't tour anymore. They hate each other. I think they want to kill each
other.
But
if they were touring, you could buy the tickets.
What are the names? Noel and Lowell? The hell are their names?
Noel and Lowell.
Liam, my bad. Shout out to Liam Gallagher. One of them started their own band. It's called Noel Gallagher's Cockadoodle-Doo Circus or something. It's a very weird name. I'm sure I butchered that. Speaking of Cockadoodle-Doo, let's see if we can book the Rooster. Get his publicist on the line. All right, Brian. I could use a pen for this exercise. Mm-hmm. Perhaps join the Pen 15 Club. But I'd like to, Jeff, see if you can track down a pen anywhere, please. I'd like to do a discussion about the 53 as we approach. Throw it to me, Landfill. The damn glass wall. If it wasn't for the glass wall, that was a pretty good throw. As we approach preseason game 2B, let's take a look at what we know. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Landini. I think people get so caught up in the 53 because they got to release 37 guys. I think we know who 48 of the dudes are right now. And as I say this all the time, there's going to be injuries that eventually will impact this thing. We're already kind of seeing it. I think right now, I would wager that week 1 starting left tackle is Cornelius Lucas, because I just don't know what's happening with this Coleman thing. I don't think he's going to play tomorrow. I don't think he's going to practice tomorrow. I don't think he's going to play Saturday night. I don't think they would then play him in the 3rd preseason game. Maybe they would. I don't know. But to me, it's tracking like Lucas, Allegretti, Biotish, Cosme, Wiley. That's what it's tracking like, right? A lot of these things, injuries make an impact. For all the angst over Jamin Davis, I think this Jordan McGee injury almost makes Davis a lock because he's one of few people that can kind of do a few different things.
Yeah.
Let's start at the quarterback position where I don't think there's much intrigue. Landfill, you think Jaden Daniels makes the team? Should we angst over that?
I do think he'll make it.
Me too.
All things considered, I think he's got a spot on the team.
I agree. Jaden Mariota or locks. I think with a rookie quarterback where listen, Jaden's been super impressive. There still are some questions about the frame and a 17-game NFL schedule. I think you keep 3 quarterbacks. Now, you do have more viability, like you have more flexibility because of the practice squad rules and being able to elevate Saturday night. But I think they keep 3 quarterbacks. I think the third quarterback is Driscoll.
Yeah.
Does that sound right to you?
It looks good. It sounds like it's going to be there. And now that Hartman has gotten hurt, I think Driscoll has the hand on that. Hartman may go to practice squad.
I thought Hartman was a practice squatter anyway, but I certainly think that way now, because I don't know what's going to happen with the shoulder injury, and he's not going to play this week. Onward and upward. The running back position is pretty damn interesting. I think B-Rob and Eckler, obviously, right?
Yep.
McNichols McNichols got the first non-Robinson Eckler work.
But Wiley did impress.
And I think McNichols on Monday was in a non-contact jersey. But they were in shells anyway, so I don't know how much contact there was. RB3 remains to be seen. I think it could be Wiley. He had the touchdown. You do have Chris Rodriguez out there. That was a draft pick by the last group. But sometimes you got to just watch what's happening out there, and it seems like they don't view Rodriguez as their third back. I think they're only keeping 3 backs. And then they put one of them to the practice squad, and they can elevate.
I still believe that you're going to have 4.
You think?
I think that because you're not really trying to push your 2 starters as special teamers.
True. But it seems like for a return role,
not necessarily a return role, but special team. And right now, you got to realize that they want to see whatever they can see in a lot of people. So some guys that they may be leaning towards or may not be getting that chance right now because you already know that they're capable of doing it. So you want to see other guys do some stuff because I think, like you said earlier, they're going to see competition at different levels. So there are people competing now that they want to see early to make sure they make a right decision on them too, I would think.
So if you're looking at the kick returns, the returners, at least in the first game against the Jets, I think OZ stood out. OZ is clearly on the roster.
OZ is a guy who has shown he can do multiple things. So more than likely, he is on the roster.
I don't even think it's more than likely. I'm willing to enter lock territory for Olamide.
Well, I tell you, Jay, I don't ever say nothing about a lock because things happen from one point to the next. So, barring whatever. But I just say right now, I don't know.
You're right. OZ, it's probably there are things that are locks. John Allen is a lock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
OZ's probably Terry McLaurin. But all right, you got to maybe keep him 4 running backs then. That's interesting to me because I think McNichols, Wiley, maybe even C-Rod, like you could probably get those guys to your practice squad and then have that roster spot, have that roster flexibility. Here's my question then. If you want to keep 4 running backs, then you're certainly only keeping 3 tight ends. Ertz, to me, Sennett, Bates, complete locks. I think Cole Turner is showing them something. Now, there are games remaining here, but I think Turner is a really interesting situation, and I think the way he showed up in New York in that game turned some heads because he was physical as hell, and that's been the knock.
But now you got to do it again.
Totally.
Yeah.
If it was me, and you might disagree with this, I would lean towards keeping 4 tight ends and 3 backs and making room somewhere else rather than 4 backs and 3 tight ends.
Which of those 4 tight ends will play special teams real well for you?
Sennett, Bates, Turner all have to. Period.
But I'm saying, you're saying Sennett, Bates, Turner, but you don't want to put one of those 3 in harm's way because you're damn. If
all 3 of those dudes are special teamers.
Yeah, you got all 3 of them. But I'm saying now, normally, if you can get starters that are not going to have to really worry about it, they'll play if they have to. What if if Ertz gets nicked up? Then what happens?
They're still special teamers.
Yeah, but at that point, you don't want that to happen. If your starter is playing special teams, that's a problem.
But Ertz isn't.
That's what I'm saying. He has a history of injuries, don't he? What if he gets nicked up?
I mean, I think you probably move Sennett up.
Okay, you move him up, then you're gonna keep playing him on special teams.
You kind of have that dilemma with any position beyond quarterback.
I know, not normally. Normally, when you.
So what are you saying then?
I'm saying
keep a fifth. You want Yankoff on there?
I'll keep the fourth running back because you got two legit starters at running back. Those other two guys, that's what they do. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. It's an interesting. Who are the four backs you're keeping then?
At this point, I can't tell you who the four backs are.
But you're leaning Wiley for
I'm
sure.
leaning Wiley for sure.
Okay.
And the kid McNichols, they like him, but I think Wiley played better in that game. Rodriguez, I really like, but I don't think he got much opportunity.
Which tells you something.
And he played a little bit in slow motion. You know, I think once he got hit in the knee, I think his speed dropped down. So the guy came crash down and caught him in his knee. Maybe he got a little injured there. I don't know.
You don't want to overly point to statistics. Chris Rodriguez in that first preseason game against the Jets had 6 carries for 0 yards. Wiley had 8 for 34, average 4.3 a pop. B-Rob 5 for 20. Kid Jones that was at USC with Cliff. I don't think we should ignore that. 2 for 13. McNichols had 3 carries for 10 yards. Jaden Daniels had the most important 1 for 3. Let's talk about the wideout room. Terry, Jahan, Luke. I'll put Diami. There's no discussion there. Terry and Jahan are established. Luke was just drafted by this group. Diami has had a really good camp, and at least in the first game has showed that it's there. Dan Quinn, every chance he gets, talks about Diami Brown. I got those 4. I'd probably go OZ after that. That's 5. If you disagree with anything I'm saying, you let me know.
Go ahead.
It gets interesting because they brought in Pringle, right? They just did that. But honestly, the dude that just keeps making plays of this group, Tinsley was on the roster last year. They just brought in Pringle. You still have Crowder. Kaz Allen, I think, is interesting. But the dude that has made the most plays consistently is Bryson Tremaine. And he gives them something different, that he's a big body.
Mm-hmm.
But what the hell does the arrival of Martavis Bryant do to the bottom of this thing? And we don't know yet.
Be honest with you, Jay. I think you look at Terry. I don't think Jahan is going anywhere.
Right.
I believe that Zacchaeus is on this team. I believe that McCaffrey is on this team. At that point, I'm not concerned about how they get the other 2.
I would put Diami in that category too.
I forgot. Diami, that's 5.
That's 5.
So I'm not concerned the last one. Because that last one is going to have to be able to play special teams and probably won't get much play.
What's interesting is a dude like Martavis Bryant's not, is he playing special teams at 32 and he hasn't played in 6 years?
If he want to be in the NFL,
right.
If he's hungry, he'll play whatever the hell they ask him to play.
Honestly, I mean, if we're really playing this out and getting to week 1 in Tampa, the 6 wide receiver is going to be inactive anyway. That dude isn't even dressing.
Probably won't. So my that's what I'm saying. Like at this point, I don't think we can decide who, because this game you're going to see. I would think the starters go a little longer. I think you're going to see Mariota go a little longer, which means more guys get opportunities. What if
you
somebody?
Think Jaden and Mariota have the first half, or do you think Mariota might come in? I think
they'll play probably the same amount of series.
I think they each get 3, something like that.
So if they go anywhere 2 to 3 series and then they go out there and they play, you still want to have the best receivers and stuff with them, because now you get to decide. That first game is not going to tell me who to pick before seeing the second game. Now, after the second game, we can start looking at the days and stuff.
I think we're going to learn a lot more tomorrow and Saturday than necessarily we did against the Jets. I think between Jaden and Mariota, they play the first half. And then I think especially with this injury, Driscoll gets the whole second half. I did want to say this. I think Colson Yankoff has a real good shot at a practice squad here. Going back to rookie camp, every time they ask him to do something, he makes the catch, he makes the block. Like he's looked pretty good. Now, I don't think he has a roster spot, but I think that's a guy you keep in your building and see what happens. And to your earlier point, Ertz is a guy that's gotten banged up over the last few years.
Yeah.
Like maybe you get to Thanksgiving and that's something you need.
Is Yankoff a guy you really want to go out there and show because you put him on your practice squad, somebody sign him off of it?
I mean, that
it's
you got to run that risk.
It's a lot of games that are played in that whole little thing where I like this guy. We don't want to show too much more. He don't get a chance to play. We go, oh, he's gone. But they have a plan to put him on practice squad. If you got some plan, and I'm just throwing hypotheticals for people start saying, I'm saying who they putting on practice squad. If you you want to keep somebody, normally you kind of hide them in a sense without playing them.
Here's my other thing with the running back tight end situation. We've seen it a lot that Sinnott is legitimately getting some fullback work. There are some packages, some goal line stuff where Sinnott is on the field in the backfield.
Yeah.
I think that doesn't necessarily impact those final roster numbers of RB 3 and 4 or tight end 3 and 4. But like that is something to consider that he will have some of those roles.
But like putting him in the backfield doesn't necessarily mean fullback sub H-back.
Yeah.
That's what the H-back, that's what Joe Gibbs lived off of.
Jeffrey, who's your sixth wideout?
Cam Sims.
Oh, my guy.
I don't know who I would make my sixth wideout right now, JP. I honestly will have to look more into the preseason.
Okay. Landini, who's your sixth wideout?
I mean, I guess it's going to be De'Ami Brown.
I got him fourth, dude.
He's 6 for me. I can't admit that I was completely wrong by putting him 4.
So who are your 6 then? Obviously, Terry, Jahan, Luke, OZ. If De'Ami's 6, who's 5? Martavis Bryant?
Yeah.
God bless you, Landfill. Jeff, so you know, buddy, Cam Sims is a free agent. He's out there. He's available.
They're not calling him. Don't worry.
You want to try to run through this O-line, and then we can do the defensive side of the ball? What do you want me to, Landini? I'll listen to you. You got Big Luke, Allegretti. I'm going kind of starters first. Biotish, Cosme, Wiley, then obviously Coleman. So that's 6. Dieter's your backup center. He's on the roster. Everybody needs a backup center.
Yeah,
that's 7. Chris Paul and Mason Brooks have been getting a lot of work
name for themselves right now.
on the tackles.
Yep, they're doing that.
I tell you what, man, it doesn't seem like a great time to be a fellow like Ricky Stromberg. The bottom of the O-line room, I think, is still very much to be determined. They just signed this guy, Alex Taylor, who's massive, 6'8", 301. I think it sure seems to me that Paul and Brooks have some sort of lead on this. That, the way Paul, he started at tackle for them. This guy's been a guard his whole career. Braden Daniels is a 4th rounder from last year that on that Wiley touchdown in the second half of that Jets game, Daniels threw a hell of a block.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think we have any idea. Trent Scott is another part of this
Trent's
conversation.
Still around, and Trent can play both sides.
He can line up at both sides.
But the whole thing, though, Jay, I mean, we can't look at a play and make decisions per week. Daniels couldn't get on the field.
Right.
He goes and have one block. I'm not automatically moving him up.
I'm not either. I'm just saying he also needed a year to add weight, and maybe that has worked, right? I don't know. We need to see more, and I think tomorrow and Saturday will be real opportunities, and I think particularly at the O-line, injuries will be a factor. Like something typically is going to happen on the O-line, but I am fascinated. The few things offensively I'm fascinated by is what they decide, running back, tight end. Like, are you going to 7 between those two positions?
Mhm.
And if so, who's getting the 4th spot? The 6th wideout seems up in the air to me. If I had to pick right now, I think it would be Tremaine. I think he'd be the most deserving. And then how they fill out the bottom of the O-line.
What happens with Pringle? They brought him back.
They did. But they could have brought him back in March.
But I'm saying they could have, but they brought him back now. So the whole thing is Tremaine is the guy who gives us something different. Pringle's about the same height as Tremaine. Then you bring in what's called yesterday.
Tremaine's bigger.
I mean, mate, he's taller.
Right.
But the ultimate thing, you brought in another guy that looks like Tremaine yesterday. So if anybody got a question, I'm questioning that position.
That's fair. And dude, like, all Tremaine is doing, who they had on the practice squad all last year, just makes plays every time his number's called. I think you're right, though, that Pringle they clearly like as a kick returner. But if Kaz can do it, if Kaz can catch the ball, where does Kaz land
Catching
on
the
this?
ball is vitally important if you're going to be doing that.
Because, B, we haven't even mentioned Kaz. As far as a 6 wideout, you can't make the roster unless you got something.
There you go.
We're going to keep breaking this down. We're going to go to the defensive side of the ball.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Football is approaching, and it's time to get in on the action early this season. Listen, when you start thinking about who's going to go to the Super Bowl, who's going to go to the playoffs, you look at the teams that played well last year. But for me, I have to look at the NFC East. Which 2 teams you think are going to make it from that? Right now, it seems like Dallas and Philadelphia. Or will the Giants or the Commanders come in and do something to upset that? Everyone knows I love the parlay, so if you put those parlays together, more than one pick, you can get an even bigger payout. Like my parlays killed it last night. Jeff, you knew that. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. There's no better place to get ready for football season than on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and official sports betting partner of the NFL. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. James Wood with a 4-hit night, helping lift the Nationals to a decisive 9-3 win in Baltimore. The Nats and Orioles back at it tonight. DJ Hurts gets the starting nod atop the hill for Washington, a 6:35 first pitch. Listen to it here on The Fan. And no practice for the Commanders. They are en route to Miami. They will have a joint practice upcoming with the Dolphins before facing Miami in their second preseason game Saturday at 7 p.m. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
By now, you should have somehow realized what you're not to do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. You feeling this Oasis, B?
I'm feeling it when you stop singing.
You should hear
Heard it on
Landfill
the
singing it.
phone. I tell you what, everybody driving in DC, you're on Florida Avenue, you're on South Capitol, you're on Mass Ave, you're on the Beltway, you're on Route 50 in Chantilly. You are singing this freaking song right now.
Yeah.
Crank it, Landini.
Well, let them sing it because we can't hear them.
I'm letting them sing
You
it.
shouldn't.
There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how.
JP, we are trying to get more people to listen, not turn off the radio. Seriously.
Because maybe. All right. Gonna be the one that. All right. We talked offense. Questions remain. Bottom of the running back depth chart, bottom of the tight end depth chart. You know what? Let me rephrase that. I don't think there are questions on the tight end depth chart. It's just going to be a straight up
3 or 4
puzzle piece. How do you make it work? How many can you keep?
Yeah, that's it.
Wide receiver, I think there's a question at wide receiver 6. I think they got a couple weeks to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
O-line, man. Shout out to my guy Jamal. Just said he thought Stromberg played really well in that Jets game. Here's what I know is Big Luke, Allegretti, Biotish, Cosme, Wiley, Coleman, and Dieter are on the roster.
I agree.
So after that, they're going to figure it out.
Yeah.
I think you got to at least look at Chris Paul because they got him starting
dense.
at tackle.
Remember that? He's dense.
He's dense.
But the thing about it, and I mean dense means size, okay,
Correct.
and he's heavy. People can't move him around. But I think just looking at how Ron and Jack them put together a team may be totally different than what Dan does. See, Dan
And a slight change in special teams, too,
Dan,
which usually impacts the bottom of
changes
your
special
roster.
team. If Dan likes safeties, he may have more safeties. Dan likes linebackers. If he thinks the linebacker could be, he may have more linebackers.
So let's go
which
through
may
it.
throw somebody else off.
D-line. Armstrong.
So you talking about D ends.
I'm putting the whole D-line together.
Okay. Armstrong,
Allen,
Allen Payne.
Which I just, every once in a while, my dyslexia kicks in. I just spelled Payne like Kanye, P-A-N-Y-E. The other starting end to me is Farrell.
Yep, Farrell's the other.
They just drafted Newton in the second round. He's on there.
Newton's on there for sure.
Fowler, who appeared to be getting some work off to the side yesterday, which I found kind of interesting, but we don't know exactly what was happening. So we're now Ridgeway's on there, I would say. You good with me writing Ridgeway and Penn?
I'll take Ridgeway.
I know that's Jeff's guy.
How about Poto Aye?
Big Potato. He's been good. He's been getting playing time. Dan Quinn's called him out.
I'm not gonna lie. Looking at that 79 on a defensive lineman just looks odd as hell to me.
I think KJ Henry. I mean,
I think Henry has played well.
he had the really good play the other day.
Yeah.
I mean,
now McGee. All right, that's linebacker.
That's a linebacker.
KJ plays outside linebacker.
What's that?
KJ
KJ's a pass rusher.
Pass rusher.
Yeah. About Federi Mathis.
I don't know about Mathis. I mean, that's the person that I think that's why I think Newton was drafted.
I do too. I mean, in 2 seasons we've seen very little. Johnny Newton, by all accounts, supposed to be a monster. Had 1 foot injury we knew about. Got here, had another foot injury. Now it's a soft tissue injury that's not related to the foot injury.
Normally they are related. They just don't say so. But when you have 2 foot injuries or you start favoring other stuff, you normally have
right, like tissue. The hip bone's connected to the leg bone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How many think they're gonna have total?
10 between tackles and ends. Pato E is a really interesting one. I think Andre Jones is a guy that they drafted that flashed last year in camp. Javonte Jean-Baptiste is a dude they drafted this year.
And I think those 2 guys also play special teams.
Sure. You better. We're talking about the 9th D lineman on a roster. Hell yeah, you're going to play special teams.
But like, see, that seems negative. The fact that you are good at special teams may get you on the team, and you can
100%
do something else that helps out. So it's more of a positive. I'm saying.
I'm with you. Now, linebacker gets very interesting. Wagner and Luvu, bang.
Wagner and Luvu, done. There. McGee, but will he have to be started on something else?
So here's
this
the thing.
Injury serious enough?
Here's the thing where this gets complicated. The McGee injury, and we were talking about J.J. McCarthy the other day, right? How he has the meniscus injury, and you're not sure how serious that is till you dig in there. Like if you're gutting your basement, you don't know how bad the plumbing is till you rip the ceiling out. You know what I mean? McGee, I don't know, but if it is a meniscus, it would kind of make sense why we don't have a diagnosis yet, because if it's a ligament, you know. If it's a tendon, you know. But the meniscus is tricky, right? If they're going to put McGee to IR now, he's done for the year.
Yeah.
He's done. If they're going to try to sneak him through the roster and then put him on IR, then you have some flexibility. You can bring him back. You got all sorts of options. But I don't know that it totally depends on the injury. I think judging the linebackers is pretty freaking hard considering the situation with McGee. I would count Pittman, who they just signed from Detroit. And dude, you could pick, and we didn't list him with the D line, and maybe we should have.
But Pittman is a linebacker, which they like.
Right. I got Pittman written down.
How many linebackers you think? 5, 6?
Typically, as roster construction has kind of shifted away from linebackers, like a lot of times you'll have.
You haven't said Jamin either.
I'm about to. I don't know where he gets listed, if it's with the D line or with the linebackers.
I think this year would be D line.
I think he's on there.
Yeah.
I think there's a misconception. I think fans are a lot harder on Jamin than necessarily this staff is. And I think what Jamin can do athletically excites you.
So who are you going to lean towards, the fans or the staff?
I got Jamin on.
Okay.
I got Jamin on. There was a discussion where you list him as a backer or as a D lineman. I don't think these guys care about that. I think they look at it
as I would describe people that I just think of play. He's a football player.
Sure. Yeah. But then you're probably, so much depends on what the situation is, because he's probably so Wagner didn't play against the Jets. So Luvu had the green dot on his helmet. When Luvu went out, McGee did, and then McGee got injured.
Okay.
Like, you have the ability to go between Wagner and Luvu with the green dot.
But somebody else gonna have to learn the green dot if McGee's hurt.
You probably need another middle linebacker. Like, you probably need another potential true middle linebacker. You got Keandre Jones, who is Terp. I think he's a good counsel guy.
He is.
A guy I was impressed by was the dude Michael Walker.
Is it Michael or Mikal? We need to find that out because MYKAL.
I got to be honest, probably more important for you to find that out because you're calling Saturday's
No,
game.
I think it's important for you too. You calling his name. You got to call the man name right.
I could text Chuck real quick. Let me see if there's a pronunciation. I don't see a pronunciation. To me, MYKAL is just a unique way to spell Michael. What do you see?
I can see Mikal.
Landfill, MYKAL. What are you saying?
I'd say Michael.
Jeffrey? MYKAL.
Mikal.
You're such an idiot. The McGee thing so much hinges on that because if they
didn't even much give it to me differently on here. Normally they'll give you different things.
I will text PR right now,
Yeah.
and when we return, we'll have the official pronunciation of Michael or Mikal Walker. Breaking news on the Fan. Number 32, outside linebacker, Washington Commanders, out of Fresno State. Walker, I got an official pronunciation on his name. Thank you to my friend Charlie Muley for texting me back. Jeff, you said Mykal was pronounced how, Jeff?
He said Mikal.
Mikal.
Landfill?
Michael.
B.
I already said. Go ahead.
No, you're the one that started this whole thing.
I'm asking a damn question because I wanted to know. I wasn't trying to tell you how to say it. I'm telling you that's what I thought. What did he say?
He thought
Mike,
it was Mikhail.
if I could be like Michael.
Michael. Okay.
Michael
cool.
Walker.
Because it wasn't spelled like most people would say it. So that's why I asked.
Unlike Jeff Walker, Michael Walker has a real chance of making the Commanders. I think the linebacker prediction, the linebacker prognostication is really going to depend on Jordan McGee, and I kind of think we'll get an answer on that soon-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think the testing is probably done. If there's surgery needed, it's probably getting scheduled. And if they have to put him on IR, changes a bunch of things because then they're going to have another linebacker.
There you go.
But if McGee's good to go, then I think you go Wagner, Luvu, Pittman, McGee, and Jamin's on the roster as a D lineman.
Mm-hmm.
The DBs, B, I think they're going to keep – I think the waiver wire is going to be a busy time if there's veteran corners because they got a lot of safeties, but the straight corners, I'll run through what I got.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me where you disagree. I don't think there's that much disagreement, frankly. BSJ, yes?
Yep.
Samerstill, yes?
Yep.
Mike Davis, yes?
Yep.
Emmanuel Forbes, yes?
Yep.
Jeremy Chin, yes?
Yes.
Quan Martin, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Noah I, yes?
I think so.
Percy Butler,
Yes.
Tyler Owens,
I'm going with that.
Jeremy Reeves.
Yeah.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I believe, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 10 DBs.
Okay.
That's typically what you keep. You have the undrafted kid. This is another name that I'm going to try to get right. Chig Anusium. You've got some guys that have played for them before in Castro Fields. Hugh Blue Kelly's a guy they signed late last season. Whiteside. The other kind of issue, for lack of a better word, just listen to, you've got 10 defensive backs. So when I say it like that, okay.
Okay.
You tell me corner or safety here. BSJ, corner. Mikey Samerstill, corner.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Davis, corner. Forbes, corner. Chin's a safety.
Yep.
Quan
is a tweener. Quan is a safety that can play corner and can play nickel.
Noah I,
corner.
Butler, safety. Owens, safety. Reeves, safety. So that breakdown, which is usually you want 6 corners, 4 safeties, is damn near flipped on its head. It's BSJ is a corner, Samerstill's a corner, Mike Davis is a corner, Forbes is a corner. Noah I'll give you as a corner, and then depending what you want to call Quan.
That's what, 6 or 7.
To me, it's 5 and 5, if we're being honest.
But the thing of it, though, you have to realize is, as I listen to these guys talk,
you think they play 3 safety.
They don't have a typical, we got to go this way. No, sometimes they may have more safeties on their roster. Other times they have more linebackers on their roster. So at that point, if you got a guy like a Quan who can play safety or, that makes it better for you. Because they want to get the best players on the field. No matter what they look like, if you can play, they want to play you.
I'm going to have Landfill tweet out this piece of paper. This is our work. I'm going to show the stream right now. Let all the streamers let me live. Here's what we got right now. I don't know if you can read that or what. It's a bit of a mess. I think the specialists, tell me if you disagree. Tress Way?
Yes.
Tyler Ott?
Way yes.
Kicker X.
Yeah, X.
Yeah. The kicker that exists somewhere on the planet. I'm going to add this up. Help me with the math. And I don't even know that we can add it up because you and I aren't sold on the running back tight end situation. 3 quarterbacks, at least 3 running backs, that's 6. I got you at 4 tight ends, that's 10. But maybe it's 4 running backs and 3 tight ends. Either way, you're at 10 between quarterbacks, running backs, tight ends.
Mhm.
Receivers, I'm going to 6, 16. O-line, they're going to get to 10, I would say, because I think there's a roster advantage. If you carry 10, it doesn't necessarily count against your active. So now we're at 26. Maybe they carry 9 and put some guys on the practice squad to get to 25.
Mhm.
D-line, Armstrong, Allen, Payne, Farrell, Newton, Fowler is 6. Ridgeway, Jamin is 8. And then Patui and KJ Henry are floating out there. That's probably going to be 10. If we're counting Jamin over there, Wagner, Luvu, Pittman, yes. What happens with McGee is a massive question. If McGee's back, then it's McGee as your 4th. If McGee's out, then is it Keandre Jones, Michael Walker? I don't know, but I'm at least going to count 4 there.
Mhm.
So that gets me to 14. Then you add another 10 DBs. That's 24. So maybe you can go with 10 O-line. So you're at 26 and 24 is 50. Tress, Ott, and Kicker X makes 53.
There we go. We'll see how close we were.
Well,
or how far we were away.
And injuries will impact everything.
Totally.
But like for all the screaming about who makes the final 53, where you really have decisions, I would say, are like 4 or 5 positions. Like we could tell you 48 of the final 53 right now. Here's what we're going to do next. 5 matchups to watch: Commanders against the Dolphins. And at 12:30, Pat Leonard joins us to keep the NFC East roundup going.
This sports update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Well, it's a travel day for the Commanders, who are flying to Miami before a joint practice and then their second preseason game of 3, taking on the Miami Dolphins Saturday night at 7 p.m. Now, the big news yesterday, 32-year-old, 6'4" wide receiver Martavis Bryant signed by the team as the organization looks for another big target for Jaden Daniels. What a win it was last night for the Washington Nationals, 9-3 over the Orioles at Camden Yards. James Wood with 4 hits in the Nats' victory. The two meet up again in what is game 2 of a brief 2-game series tonight, a 6:35 start. The Nats will have DJ Hers on the hill. Listen to the ballgame right here on The Fan. Are you looking for the best seat in your house or office? Well, look no further than PVI Office Furniture. Visit their showroom in Frederick, Maryland for their Saturday special and mention this ad to receive 15% off your in-store purchase. Browse their selection at pvi.com. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Oh, there we go. Landfill. Looks like might have some news occurring.
In Pittsburgh?
No.
Okay.
Previously in Happy Valley, that matters.
Yes, Nate?
Here's what I'm just going to keep moving, Landfill, and you tell me when it's go time. Okay. Obviously, the Commanders taking on the Dolphins Saturday night. You've got practice tomorrow. Brian and I will be there. We'll be live on the air. You better be listening. Then you've also got the game. I found this from the Palm Beach Post, and Joe Shad's a good reporter. I've seen him do a lot of good work for years. He highlighted 5 Dolphins Commanders matchups to watch because this is the second preseason game. We all expect everybody to play in this too. You know what I mean? So top of the list, Jaden Daniels against Dolphins ball hawk Javon Holland, safety. I'm reading this here. We realize it's Daniels, the rookie and number 2 overall pick, versus Miami's entire defense. And we realize Daniels may have to go through star cornerback Jalen Ramsey. But we've seen Holland take advantage of youthful opposing quarterbacks before. And Joe Shad is predicting we see at least 1 interception in Holland's future. Jaden doesn't turn the ball over. That's kind of who he is. Do you think he'll throw a pick Saturday night?
No. I'm not going to sit up here and say yes to that anyway.
Right.
The ultimate thing is, listen, man. Yes, Holland has been fantastic.
5 picks in 3 seasons.
He can set up people.
4 forced fumbles.
But the thing about it, Jaden gets a lot of praise from multiple people about how he protects the football. Doesn't put it in harm's way. So I'm just going to have the hope and the belief that he's going to keep doing that.
Yeah, I mean, if I doubt there's odds on that kind of thing. As you get into the regular season, there's usually interception odds you can bet on. But I would take under because I don't think he's
Chad writes for who?
Palm Beach Post.
It'd be kind of if you think he'll write a story like Jaden Daniels protects the ball, he's going to score 2 touchdowns on the Dolphins. He's not going to write that.
I also think it'd be different if it was a full game.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But he's probably going to play 4 series. Like, depending on snaps and how each series goes, like, he's not playing a whole game. He's not going to have 31 pass attempts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, against the Jets, he had 3.
Yeah.
3 pass attempts. I think this makes a lot more sense. Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin, obviously the one. Do you remember who Miami signed this offseason? Kendall Fuller.
Ah,
yeah.
That's right.
I'm reading now. Dolphins cornerback Kendall Fuller versus Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin. It's possible that McLaurin is covered by another corner, such as Ramsey. But Fuller played for Washington last season, and we'll guess he'd like a few shots at his former teammate and their top wideout.
Does he?
I don't know. I also wouldn't be shocked.
The question, I'm questioning, would he really? He went against him every day in practice. He know what he can do. So do he really want to go out there?
Maybe that's why he wants to go out there. I don't know.
Sometimes when you play against somebody, you get to know them, and you get to know that you don't want to go against them too.
That's true. And Jalen Ramsey, knowing the type of, like, at least alpha persona he puts out there, you'd think he would want to go against him.
Yeah.
Now, I like this one. The Dolphins are down their starting center. The starting center's guy, Aaron Brewer, who's got a hand injury. So you've got Liam Eichenberg running the middle of that offensive line. And you've got to assume, we didn't see him last week, but you see John Allen and Deron Payne this week.
I think so.
You'd like to think maybe they could make an impact here.
Yeah. Or Liam is going to come out there and make sure he makes an impact and say, look, I might not win all the time, but hey, I stood up for myself. I held my own.
Now, sticking on the offensive line, a lot of people thought the Commanders might target Patrick Paul, the left tackle, in the draft, Chris Paul's brother. I think Patrick went to Houston, if I remember right. They didn't go to him. They waited, took Brandon Coleman. He'll probably match up against Dorrance Armstrong, and that should be a pretty interesting matchup. Right now, though, we've got breaking news on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan, and breaking news is brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. Our own Grant Paulson reporting that according to his sources, the Commanders are working towards signing quarterback Trace McSorley ahead of Saturday night's game in Miami. Sam Hartman is likely out for the Dolphins game after he suffered a shoulder injury in the preseason opener against the Jets. The Commanders are likely signing quarterback Trace McSorley as they work towards a deal. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news here on The Fan.
All right, there you have it. In our roster review, I mean, I don't know that Quinn has officially said Hartman ain't playing, but Hartman ain't playing. I saw his shoulder in the locker room after that Jets game. Yesterday at practice and what day is it? Monday at practice.
He was a little wrapped up.
Well, dude, he was wearing like a hoodie, which has the little like arm sleeve pouch pocket.
Yeah.
And he kind of had his arm in there, which is a clever way to be out there and not let us see if you're in a sling, but to kind of have it immobilized anyway.
Yeah.
I think the length of the injury will determine a lot for Hartman. That's another guy. If something's seriously wrong, that's another potential IR candidate, because then you just redshirt him and don't even have to use a practice squad spot.
There you go.
These are the ways they make the sausage. But McSorley's an interesting. I hate the phrase camp.
That's why you used Happy Valley earlier, huh?
Yeah, I hate the phrase camp body because it's more than that, obviously. But if they're looking at signing him today, according to what Grant's saying here, and they would have him play Saturday night, to me, it also shows how firmly Jeff Driscoll's roster spot is.
Yeah, does he jump?
I mean,
quarterback? The question I would be asking, does he jump ahead of Driscoll? And I doubt it.
No.
So
I don't think Hartman was going to, let alone McSorley. McSorley was good at Penn State. I think a lot of folks remember him.
Yeah.
He's a local guy too.
Damn good.
Did he go to Stonebridge? I know he went to one of the Loudon kind of powerhouse high schools. At Penn State, especially his senior season, the numbers don't pop particularly, but his sophomore and junior year, he had 29 touchdowns against 8 picks. As a junior, it was 28 touchdowns against 10 picks. That year was his highest completion percentage by a mile. He completed almost 67% of his passes.
Mm-hmm.
He also ran pretty well. His last 2 years at Penn State ran for 23 touchdowns.
Did he drive by Baltimore? Or did he go to Baltimore?
He definitely went to Baltimore. Let's see if he was drafted. Yeah, he was a 6th round pick in 2019 by the Ravens. Played sparingly over the years. He never got a start for the Ravens. He got a little bit of action in 3 games. In 3 games in Baltimore, listen, they're really not asking him to do much, so telling you the stats is fairly unfair. He went 3 of 10 in 3 games, but a lot of that might have just been situational.
Hand it off.
He got a start last year in Arizona, played in 6 games. Numbers aren't great. I mean, last year in Arizona is no touchdowns to 5 picks, but like you're signing a guy you're potentially signing a guy on Wednesday because you need him to play in the 4th quarter of a preseason game in Miami on Saturday. I think we all kind of understand the situation here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is pushing for a roster. He went to Briar Woods in Virginia. From Centerville. Aren't you from Centerville?
Mm-hmm.
You Centerville or Chantilly?
Centerville.
So is he?
I think I know everybody in Centerville.
I don't think, like, Landfill, we did a pretty comprehensive roster review for an hour there. I don't think this news is going to impact it. But I think if you're watching this Commanders-Dolphins game, or Landfill, perhaps if you're calling this Commanders-Dolphins game, might want to brush up on some McSorley.
McSorley, Penn State, right there from Centerville. You know I live in Centerville, chick. High school standout in the area.
I mean, I think
I got all that information right there.
There you go. I think the bigger news is that we knew Hartman wouldn't play. Are you surprised at all that they don't want Driscoll to play a whole second half?
No. Then again, this is the question. Is he only no? He is on the roster as insurance. If Driscoll doesn't get hurt, he doesn't go on the field. If Driscoll
week 1 start.
No. In this game. If Driscoll doesn't get hurt, he's finishing the game. You know, if Driscoll get hurt and they don't have a backup quarterback, they're not putting Mariota or Jaden back in the game. So you need somebody else to finish up the football game.
That's great. That's a really good point. Because we saw it against the Jets. Hartman got hurt and Driscoll had to come back out and finish that game. Like that, the last.
Yeah,
I don't know if I have drive charts here, but I know.
Can you imagine?
Driscoll had to come back in.
Jaden goes in, play how many series he's gonna play. Mariota goes in, plays his series. Driscoll goes in, something happens, and they only have those 2 guys left. Hell, you saw last game when Jaden came out. Jaden was out there in shorts and a shirt. Right. Mariota was still fully dressed.
Here's what
but
I
don't think this week he'll be fully dressed.
If something happens, Jaden ain't going back in.
If something happens,
who played high school quarterback?
Hey, I'm volunteering right now, Coach. If something happens, I'll come out the box and just finish up the game. All I'm doing is handing off.
Right.
Everything's on 1 until I do a quick snap.
So think about it. Hartman led that touchdown drive early in the 4th quarter where Wiley busted in for the 1-yard touchdown, right? That was Hartman. The couple plays to get down to the 1-yard line. Hartman connected with Kaz Allen for 12 yards. Then Hartman kind of took a sack. Hartman was connected with Rosemead Jack Saint for 1, and then Wiley hit a couple. All right. So then they score with where's the time here? They score with 12 minutes left in the 4th quarter. Riley Patterson actually made the extra point. Then the Jets have a drive. They score. Then the Commanders offense comes back out with 7 minutes left, and Jeff Driscoll has to come back in the game. That was not the plan, was for Driscoll to come back in the game. So I think this week, if your plan is for Driscoll to play the second half, if something occurs, they're not going back to Mariota. That's a great point. Like, this is in case of emergency break glass situation.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's run through the rest of these Commanders-Dolphins matchup things I wanted to talk about, because this one I'm really fascinated by. Chop Robinson, local kid. I think he went to Quince Orchard. I could be wrong about that. Chop Robinson was a second-round pick. Jeff, can you look that up? High school, because we shouted out Briar Woods for Trace McSorley. Let's get Chop Robinson's alma mater right and his draft status. But Chop Robinson is a guy that there's a lot of excitement about, right? And he usually rushes from the left-hand side. We presume Andrew Wiley's back for this game.
Yeah.
And I think it's a pretty quick, decent test for Wiley, who has missed a fair amount of time now with this tightness.
Yeah.
What do you think of that matchup?
Listen, man. Wiley started off slow, and a lot of people felt like Gates had the whole line off. When Gates left, Wiley got better. So I'm looking at a veteran guy going out there. He should know how to work it and get through this game. I would suspect he's going to play probably the whole time the first two quarterbacks are in there. We'll see how that lasts.
I think Wiley, according to PFF last year, allowed 8 sacks and 34 pressures. I think the sack numbers are going to drop dramatically. And in the top of that list, I think Biotish over Gates is a big upgrade. We'll see what happens in left tackle.
He's from Gaithersburg.
Gaithersburg High School?
No, he's from Gaithersburg, went to Quince Orchard.
Quince Orchard.
And second round pick? Jeff, if you go to Pro Football Reference, this stuff's all listed.
So the NFL website wasn't working, so but he was picked number 21 overall.
Oh, okay. First rounder. Okay, thank you, buddy. I think I like Biotish a lot. We'll see Wiley, Lucas, Coleman, whatever happens on the edges. I think just having Jaden Daniels as your quarterback is going to drop your sack numbers. And people got caught up in the sack to pressure ratio. The reason Howell slid in the draft was he took too many sacks. Like, that was a problem.
I think having Jaden and also having a slightly better offensive line, the sacks will drop too. One thing about it,
I think Cliff's going to run a much more balanced. I think there's a ton of factors.
Howell didn't let the ball go early. He was waiting. No, dump that damn ball off.
And Jaden has the quick release. Yeah. Howell kind of had a
wind up.
Yeah, I think I can't wait to watch it, man. It is going to be fascinating. What else is fascinating is everything going on in New York with the Giants. Pat Leonard, our guy from the New York Daily News, joins us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders are traveling to Miami today as they gear up for joint practices with the Dolphins tomorrow ahead of their second preseason game, which comes up on Saturday in Miami. Some roster moves for the Commanders today. Our own Grant Paulson reporting that the team is working to sign quarterback Trace McSorley. Sam Hartman is likely out for the Dolphins game. McSorley has spent time with Cliff Kingsbury in Arizona, the former Penn State quarterback, likely signing with the Commanders. Also, the team is releasing offensive lineman Mason Brooks. John Keim first to report that. Other NFL news, Browns linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah signed a 3-year extension with the Browns worth $39 million, $25 million guaranteed. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Orioles yesterday 9-3. James Wood with a 4-hit game. And Andres Chaparro made his major league debut for the Nationals last night, going 3 for 4 with 3 doubles. He was acquired in the Dylan Floro trade from the Diamondbacks. Tonight, Nationals and Orioles, game 2 of the series, 6:35, first pitch right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Something to keep track of Saturday night, Landfill. The Dolphins might have a safety named Boner. So it may be Bonner, but it might be Boner. Keep track of that. Speaking of keeping track of things,
We gotta get you to you gotta stay away from that type of stuff.
Pat Leonard joins us now from the New York Daily News. Pat, what up, dude? How are you, buddy?
I'm great. Let me tell you, I'm really glad Devin Hester advocated for B. Mitch because, you know, people need to keep shouting that from the rooftops. You know what I mean?
I love
Appreciate
that,
you, brother.
2028, Pat. We're gonna need you on the campaign, buddy.
I'm there already, man. Let's go.
I love it. How are things? How are things for Big Blue? How are things for the New York Giants?
Ooh, a lot of guys banged up. A sigh of relief that Malik Neighbors' foot injury is an ankle sprain and nothing more. Sounds like he's now focused on being ready for the regular season, so I doubt we'll see him the rest of the preseason. They also had their rookie running back, Tyrone Tracy from Purdue, get carted off with an air cast around his right ankle yesterday. Turns out they're saying that's a sprain, but wouldn't expect to see him for a while. This is all kind of stemming from a more physical than normal camp Brian Daboll's running with urgency for the season. So some excitement with Neighbors and with some of the pieces they've added, Brian Burns on defense as a pass rusher included. But, you know, the Giants are struggling to keep some guys on the field. And I know an offensive line is a topic down there as well, but their O-line, it's like once one guy gets healthy, another guy goes down. They really haven't been able to get their starting 5 on the field together. So that process is ongoing as the clock ticks towards September.
How are people reading into this? Are you saying a much more physical camp? Was this camp not ordinarily physical?
It was not. It was last year. It was, you know, let's say rest-filled is the phrase I always used. You know, and listen, there are some teams like the Rams in some of these years that they've had some success in, you know, walkthroughs and flip-flops. I mean, I don't feel like that's the majority of what coaches and players feel is necessary to prepare for seasons, but some players enjoy that type of stuff. But the Giants, it backfired last year, B. Mitch. It backfired in a big way. They were trying to manage guys' bodies, and they were coming off that first season, and they misread where their team was. And so this year, I give them credit at least for understanding it's going to take something different. I do think it reflects the reality that they need to show not only improvement, but improvement right away, because this really kind of did all come crashing down last year.
Yeah. it's fascinating for me to watch what's going on up there because it was so public and understanding that pro football is a bottom line business. It's a results business. And Danny Dimes has missed a bunch of time. Availability's been an issue for him, right? But competition across NFL rosters is always preached. Generally, quarterbacks are kind of treated differently. And because of Hard Knocks, it was so public that they were looking at other quarterbacks. How is Jones's vibe now that like Hard Knocks is over, the Bears Hard Knocks has started, he's 3 weeks into camp, clearly installed as the starter. How does he seem?
It's funny, JP. It's good for us in the media because we're finally seeing like feisty chip on his shoulder Daniel Jones. And I think he would agree that he's been a relatively boring personality, but intentionally so. Like that's how he likes it. But he has made no secret in his interviews the last few months now that he was not happy with what happened in the spring, that it wasn't comfortable watching it unfold on Hard Knocks for everybody to see, and that he's ready to kind of take on the pressure and expectations put on himself, not only by like what's happened in his career, but also now it's like the whole world knows the organization was looking to draft your successor and didn't. And so it's more than the writing being on the wall, but we're going to see the most motivated. He's a motivated guy. He's a worker, but we're going to see the most motivated, aggressive, and probably emotional, fist pumping if he's making good plays, Daniel Jones, than we've ever seen. The interesting thing about it in your guys' market too is there's so much pressure on them and on him to perform early. And really the way they fare in their first game against Minnesota and then in that second game against Washington is really going to, I know it's a 17-game season, but it's really going to set the tone for the Giants' entire year and Jones's future. Is can they come out of those two games 2-0 or 1-1 and with an offense and a quarterback that look capable? It sounds crazy, I know, to some people to say you're going to judge them that early, but given where they are, that Washington game in week 2 looms really large as a regular season game for the takeaways you're going to use for the New York Giants.
If he comes out and plays well, are people going to ask, well, why the hell he took so long? Because I hear people saying this all the time, and I'm one that I totally disagree. If the quarterback is supposed to be the best person on your team, I want to see him be the toughest, mentally tough. Because every time look, all these quarterbacks, great. Draft a quarterback and they get so worried. Everybody else got to worry. Why the hell they can't worry?
Right.
I think that's fair.
No, yeah, that's fair. No doubt. I think, and to answer your question, I think if Neighbors' presence as a true number one, what he looks to be, if that unlocks Jones and he looks good right off the bat, I think the takeaway will be, well, he's never had a guy like this. Now he does. And now he looks like the player they drafted him to be. Okay. And so that's kind of like the best case scenario for them. But obviously it's going to be more complicated than that because they have a new defense. They have a new play caller in Dable. So, a lot of it, there's going to be a lot of either credit or a lot of blame thrown around depending on how it goes early.
So Pat, one thing I found fascinating being up there last week, we're talking with our boy, Pat Leonard. Give him a follow at PLeonardNYDN on X and Instagram. So we were up there for the Jets practices, right? But I was in New Jersey basically for 3 days because I didn't drive home in between the practice and the game. And so I listened to a lot of New York sports radio, and the callers to WFAN were very openly rooting for Tommy DeVito. And it reminded me of the Taylor Heineke phenomenon down here in Washington. Is that a real thing with the fan base, or did I just get a weird day?
No, you're right. That's really perceptive of you. I mean, JP, you hit the nail right on the head. I mean, it was a very not only telling, but almost an uncomfortable moment in the preseason opener. Drew Lock didn't play great to start. Then he gets hurt. He kneels down injured, and the trainers run out to him. And I start hearing the crowd cheering. And I'm thinking, what the heck is this? I'm thinking of like the Eagles fans cheering when Irvin got hit, And and it's Tommy DeVito jogging onto the field. That's why they're cheering.
Wow.
And it was such a weird. Now I get it's the preseason. There's people locally coming to see the local kid, and they know he's going to play in a preseason game, and he's become this phenomenon. So I get it, but it didn't take long for Drew Lock to have a couple bad throws and a couple bad series for fans starting to say, Tommy DeVito has to be our backup. He has to be on the roster. He has to be the number 2. And emotionally, there's a part of the fan base that even though Daniel is obviously a first-round talent and is just trying to prove he can live up to that, there are legitimately fans who would rather watch a game with DeVito in there than Jones. Because they've decided they know what Jones is and they feel like DeVito has a higher ceiling. I disagree with that, obviously, but you're not wrong when listening to the fan base in kind of the conversation and discourse here.
That's why you got to have a GM that doesn't listen to the fan base.
But so this was last
Well
week.
said, B.
This was tough though, B. Ready? So I was listening to the fan, and all these people were calling in about DeVito, and it just totally reminded me of the Heineke situation we dealt with here. But there's one caller. This was cold, and I quoted it. I said, one caller just said, sure, DeVito played great against Washington, but Daniel Jones always plays great against Washington, too. If only the Giants played Washington all the time, they'd be 16
undefeated.
Ouch. Yeah. Well, obviously, as you know, DeVito made some nice throws in that game, but he was sacked about 100 times, and Washington still would have won the game if the Giants didn't force 6 turnovers.
Woo.
So, yeah, that was a memorable game there for sure.
Hey, before the foot thing, Neighbors looked incredible, right?
Yes. Not perfect. I mean, we saw a drop here. We saw a false start there, but you know what it is, JP, B. Mitch? It's like if you run, let's say, no offense to Wan'Dale Robinson, but let's say they run, a quick slant or, just any catch and run in space to Wan'Dale Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be catching it maybe one step ahead of his man. Neighbors, you get him running across the field. By the time the ball's in his hands, he's 3 or 4 steps ahead of his man.
Wow.
He's just different. He wins the ball at the catch point. He's caught several deep passes where he has not been wide open. Like he hasn't toasted the guy, but he goes up and gets the ball. He does not lose those battles.
Mm-hmm.
So, from a Daniel Jones standpoint, if Daniel can be decisive in his reads and reactions and give him a chance, that is the clear way that he could start, stop people from talking about his $40 million a year contract, because it'll be like, wow, look how much better he looks when he throws the ball up and Neighbors goes up and brings it down. So, yeah. And they're using him in a lot of different ways. The thing I've learned about Neighbors so far that I did not know prior is they said that they've dumped the playbook on him, basically. They've fed him more than they initially even intended, and he has not struggled with that. He's soaking it up. They're lining him up all over the place. They even ran the old Andy Reid play at the goal line where they essentially had him as the running back, and they sweep right and then pitch it back left inside. So, they're using him in all different ways, and they intend to. He is their clear number 1 target.
I told JP earlier, like he was talking about how these quarterbacks pick up stuff fast. I say every person in the NFL should. That's the only job you have. I mean, football hasn't changed since I was a kid. The terminology might change, but the football is the same.
Pat, real quick.
To your point, if a guy's scouting report says he might struggle with picking up the game plan, then he's probably going to.
Yeah.
Right? And if a guy, if that flag isn't on his scouting report, then he's probably just going to be fine as long as he works at it. So, you can't overthink it from that personnel standpoint. It's like draft a guy who you've seen do it before in college and then feed it to him. It's his job.
Totally.
Hey, real quick, someone and I know and Brian knows, Rich Salgado, Big Daddy. I just saw this on your Twitter. Big Daddy was on the Today Show today, B. The Today Show did a story on Meet Big Daddy, an important NFL figure you've never heard of. Is this like Big Dom is getting so famous now it's Big Daddy's turn?
Yeah, I guess so, man. I know that was a great feature. I had my 10 seconds of fame real quick because he came out to Giants camp with
I see. Is that you and
crew.
Connor?
Yep, me and Connor Hughes out there. I thought I'd end up on the cutting room floor, but
wow.
I guess they found my good side. But yeah, no, Big Daddy, like I said in the piece, as you know, one of those guys who knows everybody. And even before you know him, you're like, who the heck is that?
Right.
I feel like I got to at least find out who that is, you know?
There you go.
He was at the Jets practice. Pat, thank you for the time, brother. Always
All right, brother.
appreciate it.
You got it. Take care.
Pat.
It's our guy, Pat Leonard. Check out the Talking Ball podcast and follow him at P Leonard NYDN. Denton Day at 1:00. Oh. All right, folks. If you watched baseball last night like I did, you saw the Nats put on a hitting clinic against the Orioles. Always fun to watch.
Orioles.
Landfill wrote Nats crush O's and JP's Finley's dreams.
Yep.
I had my daughter sit with me watching the game, and literally my oldest was wearing an O's hat. My little one was wearing her CJ Abrams Nats hat.
That's what I'm talking
and
about.
they're like, Daddy, who do we root for? And I was like, the winner. But we've got the Rooster here. I do want to bring up, but obviously James Wood was raking last night, 4 hits. This dude, Chaparro, just, I mean, kind of came out of nowhere and is just, I heard Rizzo talking about him this morning. He's like, what I always tell guys is if you can hit, we'll find you. He's hitting
3 doubles in his major league debut. And he was the guy that they got at the last second from the trade deadline for trading, what's his name, to Arizona. Not Hunter Henry. He went to Kansas City.
Hunter Harvey.
Hunter Harvey. Sorry.
Hunter Henry's
the tight end.
Yeah.
I always screwed that up. But not Hunter Harvey, the other setup guy whose a name I've already forgotten, who got traded at the last second.
That's how they got
right.
Chaparro.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and
you never know.
That's your baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Check out the savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, Roost, what are you looking for tomorrow, Commanders, Dolphins?
Well, how about we start here? Assuming that Tyreek Hill and Tua Tagovailoa and Jalen Waddle are all participating, which we have to say assuming because,
I think they are.
I think they are, right?
That's a fair preface.
I mean, you gotta be zeroing in on Emmanuel Forbes and Benjamin St. Juice and Michael Davis, right? But especially Emmanuel Forbes to see how he handles the speed and that component. I was just watching a highlight last night from the Miami game last year, and Forbes got beat. Put
yourself through that again?
It just popped up on my time. Forbes got beat by, I think it was Tyreek, if memory serves me correct. I'm pretty sure it was. Not on the long touchdown to start the game. That was out of the slot. That was somebody else.
Well, it was also with the crazy motion on that first one.
But Emmanuel Forbes got beat, but he had tight coverage, right? And he did a better job, I think, of locating the football than I always see him doing. Like, I don't know, man. Like, everybody talks about the physicality with that dude. I got it, no doubt. I don't know if he locates the football as well as I would want him. For a guy who came in out of Mississippi State, ball hawk, turnover guy, I don't think he turns his head around and finds the ball
on the fade that he got scored on against the Jets. It was a location thing.
Yeah, he tried to jump a route, and then he noticed that they were going up. The thing about him, if he sees the ball in the air, he can track it very well. He's not one that can just turn in. Like you watch some corners.
You're saying if it comes from if he has eyes on it, if he has eyes on
when it's leaving, he's running with it. He'll track a ball as good as any.
But does he do that consistently enough?
He doesn't do it when he's running, and it has a turn. When he has to run and turn to find it, he get lost.
Okay, there you go.
And we've talked about. So I don't know.
Maybe that's what I'm trying to say. What B just explained.
What's interesting is I feel like I've positioned myself as this like Forbes defender, and it's not necessarily where I want to be. He's not as god awful as it appears sometimes.
Totally agree.
And like people are like, oh, you got to cut him or trade him. Yeah. One, there's no trade value. I don't know what you're trading him for. No. But two, like he's on the roster. Yeah. Like he's not definitively off. Yo, B, I mean, look at that cat in that window right there. Look, wow. That cat is doing some weird stuff, man. You see that, Roost?
I can't see the cat.
Well, look, Brian's giant head. Jeff, you see that cat?
All right, ear man.
I'm trying to find it. Okay.
How do you not see it? It's right there.
I don't see it. You're at a different angle
right here.
You're at a different angle. Oh, there it is. Okay. Well, I was blocked.
I think that cat's trying to jump out the window.
By the frame of the window.
That cat can't jump out the window, JP. That window is shut.
How much do you want to see of Jaden Daniels Saturday night in Miami?
So I answered this last night
like Jeff a little bit right there. So
you still think Marcus Mariota is a starter?
I walked in yesterday and I heard, so Roost, I heard you were complaining that it was too sunny out. The first thing that Jeff Walker says to me, not hello, not how you doing.
You were complaining.
Hey,
it was
man,
too
that
sunny
was a brilliant point. The first thing I hear is it's too sunny out, and I hear you're miserable about it. Anyway,
you
I just
did
want that
say
out.
that.
I did
Yesterday
say
was
that.
beautiful.
But my point was for all the brilliant football points that I make. All right, maybe not for all, for some of the brilliant football points that I make, that's neither here nor there. It's me complaining about the sun being in my eyes and me being too cheap to wear sunglasses or buy
Are you
sunglasses.
complaining about
I will say
complaining?
He is. He is.
See, I can't hear what he said because I don't have
Are
my
you
earphone.
complaining about you complaining?
Maybe. So I said this last night, I think, on BetQL with Hollywood Nick Ashew. Ultimately, I would say I want to see me 15 to 18 snaps, a little bit of an upgrade from what we saw last Saturday. But I sense that it's going to be less than that. I don't know why I sense that because I don't expect him to play
18 snaps.
15 to 18 is
15 to
what I
18.
want to see.
What does B. Mitch's Spidey sense say about, all right, if he's saying 15 to 18, let's set a total at 16 and a half snaps. B, you going over or under?
I'll go over.
I think it's 3 series and possibly a fourth, depending how the 3 go. So if it's 3, even if
I
it's
just
3
think that
and outs, it's 9.
We're sitting here in the one game that truly matters in preseason.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't think he's going to play. How long was the drive he had the other day?
11.
11 plays.
Yeah. 8
He's going
8
back
runs,
in
3
the game.
passes. Well, they said, Dan Quinn said, unless I misinterpreted, that he and Mariota were only playing 1 series. Now, I don't know if that's
what
means
he
3
was
and out.
No, that's what he was talking about against the Jets.
Right.
Like the plan
last
was
week,
always they were playing 1 series.
Right. From last week. So I don't think 11 snaps may have been not exactly the plan, right? It was just 1 series, 3, 4, 7, 8, whatever.
I agree with that.
So I don't know what they're abiding by. Are they abiding by snap count? Or are they abiding by series?
No, I don't. As you watch the whole league, right? Generally, if you're pulling a quarterback, it is either after a series or like I watched the Bills, who started Josh Allen in that game last week. He played the whole first quarter. And then they went to the second quarter and they pulled him for Trubisky. I think because he ran on a 3rd down to get a 1st down. Yeah. But, you're still waiting for a natural break.
Yeah,
I don't think you're pulling a guy on 2nd and 6.
A natural break or, I remember a few times with Coach and with Gibbs and Andy. You all starters, y'all going 2 series. Both of the series sucked. We went back in the game.
I guess what I'm saying
wants
is
to feel comfortable when you're leaving, because think about it. Jaden won't play again after next week until Tampa. Saturday until Tampa.
I guess what I'm saying is, if they say 10 snaps, right? That could be 3 series or it could be 1 series. So you're right about the natural break. You're right about needing more work and all that stuff and probably not playing against New England at home, even though that would be nice to, do for the fans. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. After the joint practice, and Miami will be playing more of their guys, even though they don't have Christian Wilkins, they don't have Jalen Phillips. I just sense that he's going to play a little bit less than I want him to play which means nothing.
You want
I'm
15
just saying
to
15
18,
to 18.
that's probably 2 series, right?
It could be, or it could be 4 series. We don't know.
What do you got going on today? You want to hang out for a while?
I got to do the show. Sorry.
Right?
I've got to go into the bullpen to warm up for
my show. What are you drinking?
It's
grape soda.
It's a little diet black cherry soda from Giant, which I put into a Wawa cup and had some ice.
He's been drinking Big Gulps for a long time.
Why? You just like that Wawa cup size?
Yeah. And I carry it around for when I need to make a drink and
make a cocktail.
Cocktails.
Where's your suitcase?
It's over in my studio. my rolling suit, my flight attendant suitcase, and then my fine leather bag.
Go do your show.
Thank you, boys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Roost. When we come back, Denton Day, the College Sports Insider's Insider, joins the program.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Roster moves for the Commanders today. They released offensive lineman Mason Brooks, and they're working to sign quarterback Trace McSorley, according to our own Grant Paulson. Sam Hartman is likely out for the Dolphins game after he hurt his shoulder in the preseason opener against the Jets. Trace McSorley has some experience with Cliff Kingsbury in Arizona. The team is working to sign him ahead of their second preseason game against the Dolphins on Saturday. Other NFL news, Browns linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah received a 3-year contract extension from the Browns, $39 million, $25 million guaranteed. And an update on the Brandon Ayuk saga. The 49ers want to keep Brandon Ayuk, but they do have a deal in place with the Steelers should they decide to trade him. They're still working on a new deal, trying to keep Ayuk in San Francisco. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Orioles yesterday 9-3. James Wood with 4 hits. Andres Chaparro, making his major league debut, had 3 doubles. He was acquired in the Dylan Floro trade. Today, the Nationals are back in action against the O's, game 2 of the series. 6:35 first pitch right here on The Fan. DJ Hurst pitches for the Nationals. Dean Kramer goes for the Orioles. Are you looking for the best seat in your house or office? Look no further than PVI Office Furniture. Visit their showroom in Frederick, Maryland for their Saturday special. Mention this ad to receive 15% off your in-store purchase. Browse their selection at pvi.com. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I love flowers. Oh, this song always brings a smile to my face. Of course, this welcomes in the College Sports Insider's insider, Mr. Denton Day. Hello, Denton. How do you do, pal?
Doing well, fellas. How we doing?
We're good. Do you want to scoot over here and be on the stream?
Oh, sure. I'd love to.
I'm sure the streamers will have nothing but nice things to say.
I did my makeup today, so yeah.
I'm sure you did. Obviously, we got college football coming any day now.
Yeah, week from Saturday.
Wow.
Yeah, week 0. Yeah, you start with FSU and Georgia Tech and Dublin.
About 2 weeks before the season.
I mean, I know, but it just when you say a week from Saturday, it sounds that much closer.
Yeah.
That dude there's hype about every little.
Man, I love college football.
Nothing is average.
I cannot wait to
That's a good way
sit
to
on
live,
my
though.
couch and bet on college football. It's one of the great joys of being an American citizen.
Especially week 0. Like, that's a special kind of degenerates. Anyone can bet on week 1 of college football, but week 0, when you're betting like Nevada,
Bro,
that's a real DJ.
I went 12-4 on NFL unders in preseason week 1. Don't tell me who's a DJ.
That was a compliment. Degen is a compliment in that regard.
He's a DJ.
I want to
in a
pop
negative
quiz,
realm.
all right? And I'm not going to pull it up. Landfill and Jeffrey, lock in here. I know that we should talk like specific football, but Brian and I looked at this college football playoff projection from like On 3 Sports or something the other day, and we were blown away by the teams that are in the Big 12.
Yeah.
So we're going to try to name the teams in the Big 12, and you keep us honest.
Okay.
All right.
Texas.
Texas is now in the SEC, dude.
Yeah,
Texas
is
A&M.
Not in the
A&M also
And
in
they're in
the
the SEC.
SEC.
A&M's
Oklahoma.
in the SEC for years.
Oklahoma's in the SEC.
Oklahoma State.
Boom.
There we
We're
go.
on Oklahoma State.
1 for 4.
All right, landfills.
TCU.
TCU in the Big 12.
Okay.
Kansas.
In the
Kansas.
Big,
Kansas
that is
State.
correct.
Kansas State.
That is correct.
Okay.
Iowa State.
I'm going to assume there's way more than 12 also.
I think there's
Iowa State and
20.
Iowa.
Iowa State's correct. Iowa's in the Big
I was
Ten,
in the Big Ten. That's right.
West Virginia.
which
West
makes
West
no
Virginia
sense.
is
in there.
But
Yeah.
they've been there a
UCF.
while now.
Yeah, they've been a
DMV
while.
representation.
UCF.
UCF
Did
is
you
in the
hear
Big
that?
12.
What?
DMWV.
No.
UCF.
UCF.
You said
yeah.
that yesterday.
That's what threw us for a loop. All right.
Texas Tech.
Texas Tech, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me add up what we got here. OK State, TCU,
I
Kansas,
think we messed up in
Kansas
this
State,
whole thing by letting JP do the adding.
I'm counting. I like to think I can freaking count.
No, you can't.
Not really.
We've already seen you do
Let
that.
me stop interrupting me, and I'll count to 8. Ready?
Mhm.
Okay,
Counting the
State.
A's, okay.
TCU, Kansas, Kansas State, Iowa State, WVU, UCF, Texas Tech. We're at 8.
We're at
I
8.
think they have 16 teams.
Colorado.
Colorado. That is
Oh,
in
yeah.
there.
Colorado
Utah,
State.
right?
Yeah, Utah.
Colorado State.
No, they're in
They're
like
not?
the Mountain
Yeah,
West.
they're in the
They
Mountain
went to the West?
They're in the new Pac-2.
Arizona.
I think Arizona and Arizona State, right?
Yep, Arizona and Arizona State.
The Fighting Drabs.
Fighting draft T-shirts.
All right, we're now to 12.
You're just
Rice.
They got 4 more.
Cincinnati?
Cincinnati. They're in.
Cincinnati?
Whatever sense that makes.
Yeah.
Rice.
Do you want another? I can give you a hint to one.
I
that
don't
you're-
think
Give me one.
Rice.
Give me a
Houston.
hint.
Houston.
Houston is in.
I knew a
Here's
Houston
your
school
hint.
was in.
Think of a croissant.
Baylor.
There you
RG3.
go. Oh boy,
See how
what a,
quick that hit me?
what, yeah, what a picture that was.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Baylor's been in there for a while.
They've
For
been
all the Baylor stands, Landfill and B-Mitch that get mad at me when I say I never heard of Baylor till Robert.
That's
You guys should have been all over that.
because
one.
you were just stuck on the East Coast. You didn't know anything about anything away from here.
Where the hell do you think Landfill's been stuck?
But Landfill pays attention to everything. You were stoned back then.
Possibly.
Well, fair.
I grew up in Louisiana, so I knew what Baylor was.
Okay. I grew up here, but I was stoned. All right, that's 12. We're now to 15, boys.
One more hint.
There's one more. Here, you want another?
No,
hint?
not
Yeah.
a hint. Give us a minute.
Give us a hint.
Tulane.
Tulane?
Wyoming.
No. You're closer than you were with Tulane, but you're still not that
UNLV?
close.
Nevada.
Nevada? No.
We said, all right, so they took Colorado, Utah, Arizona, Arizona State from the Pac-12. Wyoming?
Nope.
You just said Wyoming.
New
Close to it.
Mexico.
I'm trying to think that part of the world. I feel like you gave us a hint. there.
That part of the world is correct. Yeah.
Idaho? I don't think so, right?
That's what that potato on the bench said.
Oklahoma State, we already said.
You already said that. Yeah.
Kansas State, we said. There's not like a Nebraska State, right? Nebraska's in the Big
Oh,
Ten.
Lord.
I mean, there might be a Nebraska State, but no, Nebraska is in the Big Ten.
BYU.
There you go.
Bang.
There you go. It's the Holy War. BYU and Utah.
I mean, if you need a conference that makes a lot of sense, they go.
They
from-
call it the what?
The Big 12 has 16 teams, and they go from Florida to Utah to West Virginia.
It's
Yeah.
big.
It's
And
definitely
It
big.
might be the biggest
emphasize
conference
on
out
big,
there.
Yeah.
Who's going to win the Big 12 then?
Dear God, who knows? I mean, you want to talk about a conference that's going to cannibalize itself? They're going to get someone in the college football playoff. That might be a 4-loss team because they're all just going to beat up on one another. Utah's the favorite right now. I think they're like plus 200 or something to win the Big 12. It goes Utah, Oklahoma State, and Kansas State are the top 3.
Dude, a division
Utah is
like
normally
this.
good though, man.
They should be.
Does anybody have divisions anymore? Or is that
No.
all just free for all?
Yeah, it's pretty much just free for alls. Divisions are a thing of the past because you want it finds itself being way too unbalanced if it's divisions.
Sure. Well, I mean, the SEC East for
10
Years
years,
has been-
15 years.
Right.
yeah.
Okay, well, that was a fun exercise. Now we know what teams are in the Big 12.
It's I mean, they have 16.
We'll do it again without you, then
The
we
Big
won't
Ten
get it.
has like 18. The SEC has 16. It's all over the place.
And the Pac-10 has 2.
yeah, the Pac-12 is 2. Yeah.
The Pac-2.
They're the only one with less than what their number says.
It's none of this makes any sense. But whatever. Cash is king. We saw the first polls came out, right?
Yeah, first.
Any
preseason
surprise?
poll. I was a little surprised with. I guess maybe I shouldn't have been surprised with how high Bama was, but it felt like so many people were indifferent on them, and then to see them at 6, I was like, "Oh, that's right. We are indifferent on Bama, but they're at such a different standard than everybody else that like 6 is low for them."
They
this
had
year.
what 9 teams in the SEC in the top 20.
I think 4 of the top 6 were SEC teams. Now that Texas is in them, the only 2 that weren't were Oregon and Ohio State, who are Big Ten teams.
Oregon and Ohio State are the only non-SEC teams
In the top 6.
in the top 6. Okay.
Yeah.
What about the top 10?
The top 10, you got Penn State in there, and then Notre Dame, who's just kind of on their own.
Does Penn State stay there, or do they fall off quick?
And they stay there.
And then Michigan at 10.
Hold on. The AP, I'm looking at it right now, is Oregon at 3. Oh, so you could frame that a couple different ways, B. You could say there's only of the top 6 that 4 of them are SEC teams, Or you could say of the top 3, 2 of them are Big Ten teams. Somehow freaking Oregon's in the Big Ten.
That is a unique way of framing that.
I'm saying, like, of the top 3, 2 of them of the podium of the medal stand.
Of the medal stand, it's 2 Big Ten teams. I mean, you could say of the top 10, there's only 2 conferences represented. And
no, the
one
ACC snuck in. Florida State.
Oh, they top 10. They top 10. All right, so you get 3. You get 3 in independent.
So every year this happens that a top 10 team just falls apart.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting it to happen with Texas, but because I'm on a text thread with all these dudes that are constantly texting about stuff, I know that Texas has lost their 2 starting running backs already.
Yeah, a lot of knee injuries, a lot of lower leg injuries to Texas, because that happened a couple of years ago too with Jonathan Brooks, and Bijan Robinson got hurt when he was there too. Their running backs get hurt very frequently, but it's really about Quinn Ewers.
Now they've got Ewers, and they still have Arch Manning right behind
They
him.
still have Arch. Yeah, Arch is going to stay at Texas. He's going to play there next year.
Arch going to stay because he's making a ton of damn money.
Money.
And when you're not playing and making money, that's the best of both worlds right there.
That guy got paid like.
He'll be healthy as hell when he finally plays.
He got like $60,000 to promote NCAA 25. It was like his 4th tweet ever. Can you imagine tweeting 4 times and getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for those 4 tweets? It's unfair.
Great.
I'll take it right now.
What of the top 10 teams? And I mean, we just said it, but I can run through the top 10, assuming I can find that link again. Here we go. Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, Bama, Ole Miss, Notre Dame, Penn State, Michigan, Florida State. Of that top 10, what of those teams could you see ending the season unranked or like bottom, 15 to 25 kind of thing?
The final,
because it happens every year.
It happens every year. You're right. It's the final 3 because it really comes down to whose quarterback do you trust the least. You got Penn State with Drew Aller, who I hope they can make him right because he was so talented. But James Franklin has very weirdly
the myth of talent when it just doesn't project on the field.
Yeah, no, I mean you're 100%.
Does he really have it?
Like I love Mackenzie Gore. People keep telling me how talented he is. He just keeps getting
rocked. Right. But the thing with him is he's only really played 1 year.
Right.
So is that like an adequate description of his talent, or do they not use him correctly?
Sure.
So that one I'd say is up in the air. And then you got DJU at Florida State, who's on team number 3. And you're like, all right.
Ugalele?
Yeah. And you're like, is this guy finally going to
And it's remarkable he's back in the ACC.
But they keep, like, guys like that just keep moving. Sometimes it's you, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
It worked for Penix.
It worked for Penix, although he only moved.
It worked for Bo Nix.
Yeah, he moved twice. Though.
He moved from one team to another. He didn't. He's on his 3rd team.
Admittedly, he probably stays at Oregon State for this year if they don't
Play in the Pac-2.
Yeah, the Pac-12 doesn't implode.
Oh, you'd like to think though he could have torn up the Pac-2.
He probably could have. But then your favorite quarterback's in Michigan.
That's Jeff's quarterback. Jeff, you remember who your quarterback is?
Jeff loves that quarterback.
Is it Mike or Matt?
Alex.
Alex Orgy, Jeff. Don't forget your favorite quarterback. Go Blue. Michigan Wolverine.
Go Blue. He's going to transition in from an SEC
trust
guy.
Most? Orgy? Adler?
I mean, I would trust.
Or DJU?
I want Orgy.
I would. I can't. As far as the quarterbacks go, geez Louise, that's a losing battle. I mean,
I want to be clear. I don't want to. I'm going to speak for everyone that the B. Mitchell Finley program is rooting for Orgy.
Yeah, we are pro
Orgy radio program.
I trust Mike Norvell the most out of the coaches of those.
As long as it's the quarterback we're talking about.
That's remarkable. So you trust Norvell out of the 3 of them.
Mike Norvell sounds like a damn CPA.
He does. He sounds like he owns an insurance company.
He was good at Memphis, and then last year they should have been in the playoffs till that kid gets hurt.
Yeah.
So you trust him ahead. So Sherrod Moore, we haven't seen as the coach, even though he was the coach for like 6 or 7 games last year, but now he's running his own show. And Franklin at Penn State, who's been there 10 years.
He's been there for post Paterno. Yeah. It was Bill O'Brien for a year, and then it was him after that. So he's been there for almost, I guess, 10 years now. And he just got the extension. But the thing is, I've constantly seen him fall short more than anything. Like you have two.
Am I Franklin?
Yeah, just beat Michigan, beat Ohio State, and it feels like every single year they swing and miss on both.
Does that get easier for him now that he maybe isn't playing Michigan and Ohio State every year?
Theoretically, yes, but I think the pressure's amped up because now you don't have the threat of Michigan and Ohio State, which means if you're losing games to not Michigan and Ohio State,
then you're really gone.
You're going to get looked at saying, I mean, there's nobody under more pressure week 1 than him. Because if they lose to WVU, his seat's going to be scorched.
What time of day is that game?
Noon.
I wish it was 8 p.m.
I
and
wish
let
it was
those
8 p.m.
Mountaineer fans get rip-roaring drunk.
I guess the one
they'll
good
get pretty
thing-
drunk for noon.
I mean,
still.
they'll get drunk. Don't worry.
They'll start drinking.
They'll
the
start
day
drinking
before.
6 a.m.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they're going up against Georgia and Clemson, which is also like how they didn't put one of those games, the late night slate, in favor of like Notre Dame and A&M, which is the late game. Like that Penn State WVU game is one of my favorite matchups week 1, just because there's
when
a lot
is week
there.
1? What are the dates? Next Saturday is week 0.
Yeah, the 24th is week 0, and then week 1 it starts the Thursday.
September 1?
No, it starts the Thursday after.
Right, but like when is this Saturday with all these games you're talking about?
31st.
All right. Lauren, if you're listening, I'm locking in that Saturday. I get to watch football all day. Is that Labor Day weekend?
Man, you can sit up here and make these people think what you want. If
I
Lauren
can't
change their mind, you're going to watch what she says.
Brian, I got a plan. Lauren, I'll get you an Airbnb at the beach. I'm going to stay home.
There you go.
No, the girls want you to go with us.
That's why we're all going to Florida. Listen to this. And I think you're right. Like the Penn State crowd, I know is crazy pressure on Franklin.
A ton.
He's coached 127 games in Happy Valley. Won 88 of them. Career record for Penn State, 88-39. He's winning games at a 70% clip.
Yeah.
They can go get somebody else that probably won't be better. And then what they're going to do? Want to run him out too?
In the last 4 years, they missed a bowl game. Maybe that was the COVID year. I get that. They were bad, 4 and 5.
Yeah.
21, they went 7-6, went to the Outback Bowl. Probably only got a good bowl because they're Penn State. The last 2 years, though, they've been good. They won the Rose Bowl 2 years ago. Last year, they were They lost in the Peach Bowl.
The 1 year, the Outback Bowl year, if I remember correctly, they started like 5-0, and then they fell off a cliff because their quarterback, Sean Clifford, got hurt, and they had to go with a backup guy. And then that was the year they lost to Illinois in that like 9 overtime, 18-16 game, where they were just battling for 2-point conversions for the final like 2 hours of the game. That's his issue, though. He's an offensive guy, and the offense struggles. So, like, if you look at, like, when we bring up the quarterbacks with him, he's had a bunch of dudes that highly recruited 5-star guys, and you're like, well, why don't any of them matriculate into something, like, really good? And the thought is that he handcuffs them. So it's nice that he's, I believe, that's the word, is that he's giving up some of the offense to his coordinator, so that should be nice, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Who's the best local? You like VTech to maybe be sneaky in the
Virginia
ACC,
Tech
right?
to be sneaky good in the not even sneaky. I think they're going to be really good. If Kyron Drones plays the way they did at the end of last year, where he just was not turning the football over, and everybody else on the team, presumably gets better, takes a step forward in a very open ACC, Virginia Tech could win 9 games.
Really?
How does
is JMU going to be the best team still in the area?
No, they lose the coaching
the coach
staff.
left?
Yeah,
and
lose a lot of players.
I think they lost a lot.
I mean, right now, the best team in the area, if we're just talking record-wise, should be Liberty.
I mean, I knew you were going to pimp your own.
Look at their schedule. Their schedule's a cakewalk.
Who does
Are y'all coming down south?
Hold on. Let's all try to guess.
Y'all coming down to our place?
No, I don't think so.
We got to come to y'all?
I believe so.
We're going to beat the brakes off of y'all.
Yeah.
All right. Liberty 2024 football schedule. They play Campbell, who I legit didn't know had a football team.
To be fair, though,
that's Campbell's.
Campbell had 2 losses. They were a 2-loss team last year.
Campbell Camels.
Yeah, a 2-loss team.
They're the Campbell Camels?
Campbell Camels. You're damn right.
Yeah, they're in Carolina.
That don't make any sense.
Then at New Mexico State. Is that a Fun Belt game, or why the hell did you schedule a home and home at New Mexico State?
Conference USA. Liberty's in Conference USA, not the Sun Belt. They should be in the Sun Belt. It makes more sense if they're in the Sun Belt, but suits.
So when B asked you if you guys were playing each other, you thought they were in the Fun Belt too, B.
I just thought we were playing more than we played them. So
yeah, I mean, they should be in the Fun Belt.
Forget the Big 12. Let's try to name who's in the Conference USA.
I can do that.
I know you can.
I can't.
I actually don't know if I can name all the teams.
How many teams are in Conference USA?
About 10.
At least 8 or 10.
All right, we got a head start. Liberty.
New Mexico State should be in there.
NMSU.
Jacksonville State is in there.
Is Navy in there? Landfill wants to know.
No, they're in the American.
Damn.
Southern Miss?
Aren't they in the Fun Belt?
Texas State?
I'm pulling it up.
Yeah, you got to pull it up. It's constantly
I thought Texas State was in the Fun
Belt.
in the Sun
UMass
Belt.
is in there somehow.
UMass.
Yeah, it's like the most random assortment of teams.
No, that's Conference USA. They could be anywhere from anywhere in the United States.
All right. Here we go. FIU that now play their home games at Pitbull Stadium.
That's going to be a crazy
Uh,
environment.
Jacksonville State, Kennesaw State, Liberty, Louisiana Tech, B.
Okay.
Middle Tennessee State. I assume that's what MTSU
That
is.
is, yeah. Middle. I think that's Eddie George's team.
New Mexico. He's coaching them?
Yeah.
Wow. New Mexico State. Sam Houston, which ironically isn't in Houston, right? UTEP, the UTEP two-step.
The Miners.
And Western Kentucky.
Yeah. You want to talk about a conference that just makes no sense and is all over the place? That's it.
That's just like the Big 12.
And the team in Virginia is going to travel to New Mexico for a conference game.
Where is Kennesaw State? Georgia?
Georgia.
And there you have it. College sports like nobody else does. Denton Day. When we come back, I got barber problems.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch the route and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Rude just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Rude 18-series inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Rude keeps me comfortable while I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Rude.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Roster moves for the Commanders today. They are signing quarterback Trace McSorley, as our own Grant Paulson reported. Sam Hartman is likely out for the Dolphins game, meaning they needed an extra quarterback. They're signing Trace McSorley, who has some experience with Cliff Kingsbury's offense from his time in Arizona. Other Commanders news, they're releasing offensive lineman Mason Brooks. Other NFL news, Browns linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah received an extension from the Browns, 3 years, $39 million, 25 guaranteed. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Orioles yesterday 9-3. James Wood with 4 hits. Andres Chaparro making his major league debut with 3 doubles. He was acquired in the Dylan Floro trade from the Diamondbacks. Today, the Nats take on the O's for the second of the 2-game series. 6:35 first pitch right here on the Fan. DJ Hers takes on Dean Kramer. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All right. I'm going to try to guess. Is this 9 Inch Nails?
Nah, there was a hint in last segment though.
About Conference USA? Denton Day? Is it
you saw the
the
comment
day
about Denton in the thing?
that his voice didn't sound
It did look like he carries around a pound.
What is the clue that I missed?
The quarterback.
Trace McSorley? Orgy? Is this Orgy? Jeff's favorite band. Yeah, people in the chat. I don't know that it's fair to say they were like torching Denton, but there was an overwhelming sense that Denton's voice did not match his face.
You know what? Let me say this. They feel like they can comment on everything and everybody, but when somebody comment on them, they get a little sensitive.
That's true.
So if you can't take it, don't give it.
Denton's our guy. We appreciate him always joining us. So
I'm gonna talk trash to you when you talk trash to me.
Earlier
Get that
in
straight.
Correct. Okay. Earlier in the program, Grant Paulson, who's coming up in about 25 minutes, reported that the Commanders are looking to sign Trace McSorley. I believe they have at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But to sign someone, you got to cut somebody. And John Keim has reported, maybe others have, but where I saw it first was Keim, that they cut Mason Brooks, undrafted lineman from 2 seasons ago.
6'4".
Kind of been all over the place. They played him a little at tackle. Historically a guard. They had to pay him a little bit to get him as an undrafted guy.
Mm-hmm.
I still think he should have played late last season to see what you got there. New guys are starting over, though. So Brooks is out. Now, we did not have him on our roster. We wondered, but B, what I care more about here, assuming that's the corresponding roster move, and if I had to guess, the actual roster move will come out tonight or tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow they might have to, because we'll see them on the field. You know what I mean? Like, practice starts at 7:15. Guys will be coming out by 9:30. Like, you're gonna have to tell us what happened.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is it's either tonight or early tomorrow morning. But what's interesting, dude, you're talking about carrying 4 quarterbacks into your second preseason game, because obviously they kept Hartman on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
It's just interesting, and it tells me they don't think the Hartman injury is that long term. Because I'm not trying to take this is not meant as a shot, but I don't think McSorley is part of the long term plan here.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, that's 5 quarterbacks on the roster.
I was just about to say that.
Jaden, Mariota, Driscoll, Hartman, McSorley.
Mm-hmm.
And to do that, now I understand it's a 90-man roster, but you got 5 spots dedicated to quarterback, where ideally one dude plays the whole year. Do you think there's maybe something up with Driscoll too?
I don't think so. But Jay, you gotta realize you got 90 people. You're gonna get down to 53 active people. Only 46, 47 dress out. So that's not gonna be a problem. After cut day, it won't be 5 quarterbacks.
I agree. But I can read it one of 2 ways, and you tell me if either of them if one makes more sense than the other. It's possible you have to get McSorley, like you mentioned, because they plan on playing Driscoll the second half of this game, but they don't want to have to go back to Mariota.
They need a quarterback to be backing him up.
Okay.
That's why enters McSorley.
Okay. Or maybe they don't want Driscoll to have to play the whole second half, so they want somebody to mop it up, and that's McSorley.
But does McSorley, will he know the stuff to be able to play that at that quarterback position?
He played for Cliff in Arizona for parts of 2 seasons.
Okay.
So I think now the offense is obviously evolved. It's not going to be the exact same, but I do think he can at least come in the fourth quarter of a preseason game for you.
Possibly. But I could think, like, you need somebody for this game. He comes on his team. You're not throwing, you don't want to put McSorley right now on IR. So what you're gonna do? You're gonna just let him get healed and then come back and you'll see what happens. How you gonna do it? Who's gonna end up on practice squad? Who's gonna end up being your third guy?
I also wonder if you're willing to run with 5 QBs on your roster right now. To me, seems like they got good to decent news on Hartman's shoulder.
Possibly.
If you got an MRI or a scan or whatever, and it's telling you 3 months, you're probably just putting them on IR.
I think we go back to the first thing, man. We gotta stop. We gotta stop overthinking every little move they make. You got 5 people on the roster right now because you got a guy you want to keep in your system. He's hurt. He can't finish the game now. The other guy you brought in can. Don't be surprised if after this game, one of them gone.
Totally.
This
This could be a short stint for Mr. McSorley.
Could be.
You surprised they cut Mason?
No.
If I was Brooks, frankly, if I felt I was on the wrong side of the bubble, I'd rather be out now than in the last week of August, first week of September, when a whole bunch of people are on the market.
When you're on the field and you're practicing and you find out you don't get a lot of time, everybody else getting a lot of time, you kind of read the writing on the wall, don't you?
Yeah. I think it was like, all right, I got a new group here, fresh start, but in the end, I don't think it's that much of a difference. Have you noticed this Hassan Reddick? I feel like we've covered the hell out of
he said he wants
a fifth
a
quarterback
trade now.
No, but did you see the Jets' response?
Mm-mm.
The Jets went super hard and were basically like, this dude knew the deal the entire time. We've tried repeatedly I'll read it to you. I got to find it, though, because people read far too much into when teams tweet out videos.
I don't know if he knew the deal. If I come into camp and I'm all immediately holding out and I don't show up to no practice, I'd be hell if I already knew the deal.
They tweeted this out, a statement from Joe Douglas, their general manager, from official New York Jets account, New York Jets stationery. We have informed Hassan that we will not trade him, that he is expected to be here with his teammates, and that he will continue to be fined per the CBA if he does not report. Since the trade discussions back in March, we have been clear, direct, and consistent with our position. Our focus will remain on the guys we have here as we prepare for the regular season. Because remember, the Jets just traded for him from Philly.
Yeah. They traded for him, but if you traded for him, you told him something that when he got there, he didn't like. Or the stuff you said prior to the trade didn't live up to it after the trade.
Yeah, Rossini had a report yesterday on it that I thought was pretty interesting.
But this is a situation where he might be held to the fine thing compared to the other guys that hold out and sign. And
he's never played for him and he's holding out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is what Rossini reported yesterday. Trust and communication issues led to this situation between Jets and Hassan Reddick. Here's what I know. The Jets traded for Reddick knowing he wanted a contract adjustment. She said all teams talking with the Eagles knew that. Jets made a below-market offer before the trade. Reddick turned it down. The Jets moved forward with the trade without a deal in place. The Jets never made a new offer on a long-term extension because they were informed by Reddick's rep that he would play under his current contract. Now, the player says something different. Reddick's camp believes the Jets said they would do a deal and trusted this would get done by camp. A few weeks ago, the Jets called and said they would be willing to rework the current deal if he showed up. From the player's side, that's not what they agreed to before the trade, so he didn't show. Now trust is broken by all.
Yeah,
That's
trust may be broken, but you know what? I'm going to have to tell my agent this. Look, bro, you got to guarantee me something. I'm going in the camp. I'm just being real. It gets to the point where
Fines add up,
bird in
dude.
the hand is way better than what? Two in the bush?
Yeah. As of now, I mean, he would make $14 million this season.
As of now, he probably owe about how much?
Got to be at least $500,000.
So you want to keep making or you want to keep giving?
Here's what we need to do. Make some bets. Love this. You played a couple Bowie hits today, huh? Is it his birthday or something? Is there something I should know? Regardless, it's a great song, and that album is simply fantastic. Sad news, not necessarily unexpected, but Kevin O'Connell came out. What, Jeff? What are you pointing at me for?
Nothing. I was just saying.
Jeff Walker
both
has
voted
news
at
about the
same time.
Vikings quarterback.
Okay. Well, Jeff, break the news. Breaking news on the Fan.
Oh, JJ McCarthy is out for the season.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, it sucks.
Yeah, Kevin O'Connell came to the microphone, podium, and explained. I mean, I kind of think most of us thought that was going to be the case, but you never know. You can always pop the hood, and it seems like things are okay. I like JJ McCarthy. I thought he had a real good chance to be a real good pro player. I think he still has a real good chance to be a real good pro player. I do, though, need to check in with Professor Landini with the emerging news that Sam Darnold, QB1 for the Minnesota Vikings.
That's Landfield's future right there.
I feel really sorry, really bad for Vikings fans. This sucks. You're gonna have to watch some really bad football.
Landfill, what are the chances? You know what? I'll go around the room. I'll end with Landfill. B. Mitch, Kevin O'Connell, talented play caller, has made some stuff work. You also have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison. Lot to like offensively in Minnesota. What are the chances Sam Darnold has a good season?
I go 55%.
55% he does well.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, same question. B's got it a little bit more than a coin flip.
I don't think he's going to do well this year.
Percentage, buddy.
I'm going to go 30.
Jeff's at 30%.
You give a quarterback Jefferson, he's going to get instantly better.
There's a lot to work with there. However, there is a lot of experience watching Darnold. Landfill, what say you? Sam Darnold has success this season.
Well, I do have a couple questions. Like, are we saying success for Sam Darnold? Or are we saying like objective success for, the NFL by NFL standards?
Objective success by NFL standards. He accomplishes 85% of what Kirk Cousins was accomplishing in Minnesota.
I would say that the chances are about the same as many good seasons as he's had since he left high school, which would be 1.
And the good season wasn't that good.
No, he was good. He was legit good that 1 year at USC.
Oh, you're saying in college. Okay.
Yeah. Like since he left high school.
Okay. All right. I think I'm closer to B Mitch than I am everything else. Let's make some bets.
Heard it here first. Heard it here first. Gather around.
Heard it here first. Good news, people. We do have football tomorrow night. Eagles Patriots. It'll be on NFL Network, so we can all watch. It means tonight we're betting on baseball, unless somebody's got something else. Jeffrey.
Okay, so the entire show is sitting at 1-1 for the week.
You sound about you crazy as hell. I won 2 last night because I won a parlay last night. Yes, go look at it.
No, when I went back and listened to the
hold on.
No. When
B Mitch has been excited about hitting his parlay since 9:45.
Yes,
I know this is true.
But no, yesterday we can play the audio. When you went for the parlay, you said psych nah. You said it's in the audio. You say Tigers and JP go there. You go psych nah.
No,
you want to play?
No.
I literally just listened to all this audio. Landfill, you got to pull it up. It's the last couple of minutes of last hour. You said psych nah.
Tigers and Twins. I wrote it down on purpose to make sure I had it.
Hey, and it just sounded like from the audio.
28-5 last night.
From the audio, it sounded like you said psych nah.
I'm 2-1. I'm not playing
Listen,
them
man,
games,
he was so fired up. I don't think he's
I
pulling
knew
a
it.
fast.
Hey, I'm just saying from the audio because I wasn't here. So, okay, we'll give B Mitch.
Maybe stay here.
We'll give B Mitch the second win. And I'm taking the Yankees -1.5 tonight.
Oh, Lord.
Now, wait.
Mercy, this dude,
So didn't we determine that Jeff lost both picks because he wasn't here yesterday?
No. I lost for last night. I didn't put no bet in.
Landfill, what do you like?
Jeff's a little shady, bro.
I hope the Nats crush JP's dreams. I'm going Nats +1.5 and over 8.5 runs in that game.
DJ Hers on the bump for the Nationals. I think the O's bounce back. I'll take the O's tonight. That everybody?
No.
I didn't think so. We need the patented B-Mitch parlay.
No, I'm just going to take the Giants tonight.
B-Mitch taking the New York Giants. Thank you to everybody that
Jeff
listened
tried to screw me today.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show. Thank you to Derek Gunn. Thank you to Pat Leonard. Thank you to Denton Day. Thank you to Chris Russell for joining us with a really weird cup of Diet Grape Soda. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Tomorrow, me and B will be in Miami. If you made it this far, Jeff owes you a parlay.
Good Wednesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. It's August 14th, 2024, and you are listening to The Fan. Alongside Danny Rouillet, I'm Grant Paulson. We've got a really good show planned for you today, including Albert Breer of MMQB and SI joining us at 5:30 to discuss his stop in at Commanders camp yesterday. Danny, what's up?
Not much, my friend. This is a little bit of a throwback, right, to your days on the beat. You're grinding, getting stories. Little news breaking today from my guy, Grant Paulson. Don't think I didn't notice that. Breaking a little bit of news.
Well, you had a more exciting day than noticing that. Danny Rouillet playing pickle in his own backyard.
Yeah, I did that.
That's pretty exciting.
That's pretty neat. That is pretty cool. My buddy came over, and we got a sport court in the backyard for Sport Court of Washington, and it's pretty amazing. I just was hitting the pickleball in my backyard. I'm going, this is pretty cool.
Most people are trying to find pickleball courts, and then you got to reserve a court and wait a day or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you cut that problem out?
Yeah.
You just get yourself a pickleball court.
Get yourself one. You go ahead and get it built for you. It's a pretty incredible process. There's a lot that goes into it. These are real professionals that know exactly what the hell they're doing.
They better be.
Well, yeah, obviously. But from every step of it, so the demo guys or the earth moving type guys, like a real construction crew, rolls up and they're digging the earth and leveling it, and putting this down, and building kind of the base. Then the concrete guys come in, and it took them minutes to lay this big flat concrete piece of ground. Most of the time was just spent watching it dry, just to make sure that everything's even and perfect and smooth. And then the guys come in with the actual tiles and build the little jigsaw puzzle piece and paint the thing up. And next thing you know, you got yourself a court.
I want to come over and work on my free throws.
More than welcome.
Might have to get some shots up over at the Rouillet.
So if you'd like an opportunity to join, here it is.
Oh no.
What I did yesterday, no one's around, so I'm home alone for a couple days, Kevin McAllister style. And I didn't really feel like doing much, so I did a little. I got my weighted vest. Okay. So far, you with me?
Unfortunately.
It's a weighted vest that I put on. Just went out back onto my own court. Got some shots up, just, jog around, get the ball wherever it lands. I shoot it, make some shots, made some free throws, just getting a little workout in with the weighted vest on. Suburban dad.
That's a lot.
Right?
Did that come with the sport court, or was that a separate?
That's a separate purchase. The old weighted vest. They don't throw that one in there.
That is a wacky.
The 25-pound weighted vest.
I feel like you've got one surprise up your sleeve after another these days.
Indeed.
With your weighted vest.
The weighted vest.
Did not see
now,
that
you know what
coming.
else you didn't know about? I know you're trying to start the show, but now you got me started.
Nah, we're having fun.
Well, because I'm a sweatier gentleman. You know
like
that, right?
to sweat.
I hate it, but it happens a lot.
You're good at it.
Yeah. If there's a sweat Olympics, we'll hear my anthem.
Danny Ledecky.
Seriously. What's happened to the point playing pickleball is my hand gets so sweaty, it's affected the grip.
Not your sweaty hands.
Well, I frankly lost a tournament because of it. My poor partner, Alex, is carrying me through a couple games. We win the first game 11-0. I told you the story. Middle of game 2, I'm almost passing out. I'm so sweaty, I can barely hold the paddle. And the other team was like, we need to target that guy. And we lost the next 2 games. We lose in the finals. It's heartbreaking. So I can't let that happen again. Now, part of that's being in better shape. We're working on that.
Is this the part where you tell me you have gloves?
I have a pickleball glove. It's a fingerless glove, so it goes up to the knuckle, and it really helps with the grip. And it's like a batting glove for baseball, but it's for the pickleball.
Is your wife happy that you're doing physical things, or does she acknowledge that you're a huge nerd now? Like, is she on a scale of thrilled to embarrassed? Where is she at this point?
So if one,
there's legitimately good happening here.
Yeah.
But also, guy, you have a bowling bag. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, totally.
You have a pickleball glove,
bowling shirt with my name on it,
weighted vest.
Mm-hmm. So if one is, we're going to end the relationship and it's over. I'm too embarrassed to be with this person.
Right.
And 10 is good for you, hon. Do more.
And thrilled by it. And, turned on by your existence now.
2.5.
Okay.
3. Like we're teetering. Like this is not a great, like she doesn't like this.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, there's things about it. If I was her that I would like, the gloves is probably a bridge too far.
That's one of those where I'm glad she doesn't come with me to pickleball to see it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Now it's just your backyard.
Yeah.
She just has to look out the window and she goes, "Who's that guy in those fingerless gloves?
Who's this pudgy zilch with a glove on his right hand like he's Michael Jackson in his prime?"
That is tough. But congrats. I'm excited that the court is up and running, and today we our maiden voyage. It's a good day at the office. You're right, though. Trace McSorley coming to Ashburn. He is signing with the Commanders. Here's what's particularly interesting about this news. McSorley signing with Washington as a fourth quarterback because Sam Hartman's hurt doesn't seem like it would be that big of a deal, except with Hartman out and a preseason game looming on Saturday night, he's going to play against the Dolphins, it sounds like. So the way this is going to work, my understanding is, and I don't know all of the details, but I think Jaden Daniels is going to play less than you and I want him to. Probably a couple drives. Marcus Mariota is not then going to come in and play a quarter or two. Remember, he threw the one pass in the first preseason game. I think he's going to get a drive or two. So assuming that the drives are 6-7 plays, there's not 3 and outs, it is possible that those guys are done by the end of the first quarter. And instead of having Jeff Driscoll go play 3 quarters of football, I think they're bringing in Trace McSorley so that he can play this weekend. He knows the offense. He played for Cliff Kingsbury in Arizona in 2022. He kind of fits pretty well with what they're doing as a dual threat. Driscoll runs really well. Mariota, Daniels, obviously, guys who can help you with their legs as well. So I think he's a fit for the offense that they're running, in addition to already knowing the scheme from his time with Kingsbury. And so I would think there's probably going to be a Driscoll appearance in the second quarter before halftime. He would play the majority of the third quarter into the fourth, and then you'd see McSorley in the fourth quarter. The other thing is, I don't think Hartman's just out for this game.
Yeah.
He may be back for next week, but next week, most teams don't play anybody. So let's say they put Jaden Daniels on ice. Even if you give Mariota a quarter, if there's no Sam Hartman, again, you don't want to play Driscoll for 3 quarters, it doesn't sound like. That's not their goal. So even if he were to play a half of football, that's still a quarter left over again for McSorley. So I think you'll see him a couple times the next couple of weeks.
I do.
Playing in the second half of these games.
And he's an interesting player for me. I know he's a local guy, and there's certainly local ties, and that's fun.
Briarwoods High School, grew up in the Ashburn area. I want to say like 10 minutes from the park. I don't know my Ashburn geography as well as, say, Jason Bishop, but I think he is a 10-minute drive away where he grew up and lived from Redskins, now Commanders Park.
So obviously local guy, someone I'm rooting for, and we all kind of are. So now transition to the sports discussion part. Not an NFL quarterback to me, and that's okay. But what a valuable piece he might be for like a practice squad. Not because maybe one day he'll get called up and take signals for you, but think of the scout team possibilities. An athlete like that, emulating next time you guys play an athletic quarterback, that guy can run all of that stuff and give you a good look for defenses, right? Athletes like that are that, quick and fast and strong. Not a tremendous thrower with the football, but those kind of guys can give your defense a pretty decent view, I would say, a couple of times over the next season or so. So he's intriguing to me if Hartman is indeed out for a longer time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about McSorley is he's started an NFL game and he's played in Baltimore, in Arizona, and to your point, he's been all over the place. So I think he could add something to a quarterback room. Just his existence, having been in a bunch of buildings beyond the ones we know of. He's been signed and in practice squads and around facilities for years and years and years. And I think there's something that you can add in that regard when you're talking with Jaden Daniels when they're sitting there. It's not like he's experienced anything Marcus Mariota or probably Driscoll hasn't, but I just think it's an easy addition to the room, and he knows the offense every bit as well as, if not better, than the guys that are in the building right now, because he spent parts of 2 seasons with Cliff Kingsbury already. And maybe he's tweaked the offense some. In fact, I'm quite sure that it's not the exact same playbook, the exact same scheme.
But you think terminology and some things would cross over? Yeah,
I would think it's like 90% similar to the playbook that he had with Arizona. So all of those things are beneficial. And yeah, if he comes in for a couple games and gets a cameo, then he's just auditioning for another job somewhere else, maybe. Or maybe the practice squad here, depending on the Hartman injury, how serious it is, how long it lingers. You want a developmental fourth guy in your building, probably. You want someone on your practice squad. If they keep 3, then you would maybe have that fourth guy on the squad and he can hang around and be right at home and go get mom's cooking every now and then. So, yeah, I think for him, it's an awesome thing, and I'm happy for the family.
Yeah.
For the Commanders, I think we know what the deal is at quarterback. Jaden Daniels is the starter, even though they have neglected to say that for whatever reason.
They could just say it.
But he is clearly the starter. Mariota is pretty obviously the backup, and Driscoll's the third guy. I would keep all three. I actually think Driscoll's their best quarterback, not named Jaden Daniels. But my guess is they want Mariota to come in game out of the bullpen. He would probably be the guy over a several week span too. But I think if for some reason, knock on wood, that this doesn't happen, Daniels is not available for an extended period of time in any competition where Mariota and Driscoll have to lead the team. I think by the end of that stint, Driscoll would take over. So I would just keep him in the building. I like him.
Yeah, as another veteran voice, a guy that's been around.
Third quarterback. I mean, he's put some decent film out there in regular season play.
Yeah. It's always a number crunch thing, and then now with the rules on third quarterbacks, it's not the craziest thing in the world to me to keep a third guy, especially when the first two guys, frankly, are runners. Right now, Driscoll's athletic too, but not in the same vein as a Mariota, obviously, or Jaden Daniels. But maybe it's a different look, and it's also the more, I don't know, less injury prone, you would think, of a guy that's going to maybe be taking a little bit more contact and breaking some tackles and being in the secondary in terms of some of the running attempts. But yeah, that's not nuts to me to have three.
Speaking of quarterback injuries, we don't need to spend a lot of time on this, but it is an update that came our way within the last hour or so. Bad news in Minnesota. J.J. McCarthy had his operation today. Remember, they were going to find out during the surgery how serious the issue with the meniscus was and how long he'd be out. The rookie quarterback from Michigan who won the national championship last year will miss the entire season.
Just gone like that. There's your red shirt. Start over again next year.
And the real bummer is he looked awesome in the preseason game. For what it's worth, which isn't a lot. But he goes out. He's 11 of 17 for $190 and a couple touchdowns. And the fan base was giddy. You and I were talking after the game, both about how we shouldn't take a lot out of this, but we also know the score and how this is going to work. This is going to get the drum beat going for him to compete now the rest of this camp in preseason. Well, that solved itself, unfortunately, for the Vikings. It's Sam Darnold's show.
Yeah, it is Darnold City. It feels like the fourth team in just a handful of years, from Carolina to the Jets to Carolina to San Francisco. Now it's the rotating carousel. He'll be in Minnesota. It's a good fit. I mean, it was a good fit in San Francisco with Shanahan, good fit with Kevin O'Connell, but I think that lowered their ceiling, honestly. Talking about Minnesota, a division where one team is really, really good. Another team is getting a little bit slept on, is also really good. And then Chicago is the kind of the sexiest team in the league at this point.
So McCarthy out for the year. Penix almost certainly not going to play unless something happens with Kirk Cousins. Brings us to a rookie crop that includes Caleb Williams, the unquestioned starter in Chicago. They named him their guy during rookie minicamp. Jaden Daniels, not named the starter, but is the starter. Bo Nix in Denver could win that job.
I think he's going to win the job.
He had a pretty good showing in his first preseason game, and it's not like there's anybody there. Let's be honest. Who's going to win the job over him? Right? You know what I mean? Like, is Jared Stidham their starting quarterback? I doubt that very much after you drafted a guy in the top 15. So that's kind of the crop we'll be watching then moving forward this season early on.
So it's interesting how this all goes, right? The 6 guys go in the first round, including Drake May in New England, who looks like he's going to sit.
Drake May. Yeah. And May, I would imagine, doesn't start week 1, although that's TBD. The way they sat him after one drive makes you think he's closer to playing than people are suggesting, but maybe he doesn't play until a couple of games in, but he'll play this season.
Yeah. I'm not as invested as maybe you would be if New England was a first division club. I'm more curious as to what they're doing, their plans and how they're behaving. And some guys are holding out, some guys are holding in. They can't wait to extend everybody off of a 2-win team. I don't know. I'm very interested in what New England's doing in this post-Belichick reset. But yeah, so of the 6 quarterbacks, 2, one injury, 1 situation. Then the variables are guys like Drake May and, then maybe Bo Nix winning the gig. The guys at 1 and 2, though, week 1, all in, let's go. We'll see you.
Some of the wind has just been taken out of the back of the sail here for me on the rookie class with the McCarthy injury. And now 2 guys that almost, without something crazy happening, we won't see it all this year. And 2+, if May's not the starter right away, then won't be on the field at least week 1. But I do think Nix will be named the starter and that we will have 3 guys who are. Yesterday, the Nationals beat up on the Orioles. If they could win again tonight, little mini 2-game sweep of Baltimore, do some damage to the Birds, that would be a pretty amazing accomplishment for the Nats playing spoiler as the Orioles are trying to win the American League East, fell behind the Yankees yesterday. Juan Soto, I don't know if you guys have heard of this dude. He's a really good left-handed hitter for the New York Yankees. I don't know. I think he is a rookie, maybe. I don't think he's played in the big leagues.
He didn't start in New York, though.
No, he didn't?
No. Bounced around a little bit. A couple teams.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But not particularly good in other places?
No, he was. He put up some pretty good numbers.
He's so young.
Yeah.
He couldn't have left the team already.
No, yeah, a couple teams now.
Really?
Yeah.
3 home runs last night.
3?
For Juan Soto.
Oh.
Yankees move ahead of the Orioles in the division because the Nats beat them handily. James Wood, for the second time in his career, he has not even been in the big leagues for 40 games. And he's already had 2 4-hit games as his batting average up over 280.
And the first pitch from Keegan Aiken is lined into left center field, a base hit toward the gap. Chasing to cut it off, Cowser. Wood trying for second. The throw is offline, and Wood in with a pop-up slide and his 4th hit of the game.
I got my Cruz Wood 2024 shirt on.
You do.
Those are available, by the way. You can go purchase those if you'd like at the 1067 The Fan merch store. Get yours now. 1067 The Fan shop.com. Dylan Cruz homered last night in AAA as well.
Is that right?
That's 3 bolts in 4 games for Dylan Cruz as he is closing in on the major leagues.
That's what Dylan Cruz does. Give him a minute. He's going to acclimate to whatever level he's at, and then he starts to thrive, and it's happening right now. I cannot wait to see him in the show.
I'm thinking September. Might get to see him and James Wood in the same lineup.
Quick shout out to Andres Chaparro last night. That's why baseball's the best, man. That kind of stuff, toiling in the minor leagues, a guy that was tearing the cover off the ball. It is, I think he's 25 or 26 years old, just been kind of lingering around, part of a system, but not really that well thought of or that high a tier of a prospect. This is like another Joey Meneses type thing. Not that, he's been in the minor leagues for a decade like Meneses was, but rolls in his first game against a marquee opponent, just 3 doubles. You look at all these numbers, hitting 750 with a 1500 OPS, things like that. It's just awesome. I love that thing that doesn't happen in any other sport.
Yeah.
Like it does in baseball.
25 years old, 8 seasons, 630 games, 2,700 plate appearances in the minor leagues before he finally got to make his debut with the Nats yesterday. They acquired him in the Dylan Floro trade from the Arizona Diamondbacks right at the deadline.
Like 402.
And he had 3 doubles on 3 pitches and 4 at-bats last night in his debut. So fun win for the Nationals. All right, next here on Grant and Danny, let's get into Jahan Dotson, who played way more in the preseason opener than you might have thought or any of us expected. What does that mean for Dotson? That's next on Grant and Danny.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. I just got a text from a tipster. The tipster works here at the radio station. He was on the air from 10 to 2. His name's JP Finley. And he informed me like any good friend would.
Mm-hmm.
There's ice cream in the lobby right now.
Here we go.
Apparently. Now, as someone who wasn't aware of this information, I'd like to get more details on this. I was thinking maybe, and Anthony, if you're willing, your mission, should you choose to accept it, perhaps you could go do a little scouting reconnaissance for us. If that's something that you'd be willing to do.
Get some steps in, come back with information.
Yeah, I can come back with like 3 or 4 flavors
Whoa!
at a time, maybe.
3 or 4 flavors
At a
seems like
time,
a
yeah,
lot.
Like this hour, I go taste 4.
Get on right
update
up
you
on that
guys.
microphone. You're gonna have to pull that microphone up to your mouth.
This hour, I go downstairs, taste 4 flavors, come back with an update. You know.
Oh, you're missing the point.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then
so
go
you're
back down, get next hour, get another 4.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like you're thinking we're interested in you getting ice cream
Right.
for yourself, and that's nice. And like I hope you do.
I want you to get ice cream.
Grant wants to know what's down there so that he can get the ice cream.
Right. See, Danny and Grant and Darius might also want ice cream. So what we're going to have you do, if you don't mind, is just go do a little scouting. We want to know what type of ice cream they have. Is it scooped or are they giving out little containers? And how do we get involved? Those are the things that we'd like to
I know
figure out.
you can have some ice cream for your
And,
trouble.
yeah, and by the way, when you're down there, get yourself some ice
Eat
cream.
a bunch of it.
But then bring those answers back. And you got to let us know when we have to go down there by and how this all works.
Copy.
Thank
Easy.
you.
Love it.
Easy.
Anthony, ladies and gentlemen.
Anthony's here. Anthony's here.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
On Operation Replacing Ryan
I was
Clary.
gonna say.
Who's on a little vacay, a trip. Hopefully, Clary has a blast. We will be checking in on Clary throughout his time away. But that's a good start for Anthony.
I thought so. Great
His
debut right there.
Willingness to help us on Operation Get Ice Cream. Danny, Jahan Dotson played a lot in the preseason game.
Yes, he did.
You know what I think? I think this is them moving him to the slot more often than he's played in the slot. Wanting to get him some work there. Well, wanting to indoctrinate him into the position. What do you think?
It stands to reason. So for people that are saying he's now in that tier with, roster hopefuls and guys that won't have large roles, I don't know about that yet. But it's what we're doing is we're working back from that's pretty atypical. If you're a starter, if you're a contributor, if you're a guy that's a bona fide that everybody knows, it looks like what Terry McLaurin did. You play for 11 snaps and you put your visor on, you do a sideline interview and you have jocularity and have a great time. That's what starters do. Guys that did something different, see Jamin Davis, see Fedarian Mathis, see Jahan Dotson. That's not what it looks like. So it's curious. This isn't, though, like Davis, where he's going to a new position and he played into the fourth quarter. This seems to me someone that they're almost either, whether they're trying to send a message saying, you haven't done anything yet. Let's get to work. Or you haven't earned your relaxation. You haven't earned having your feet up on the sideline after one drive. Or if it's a new position, something is.
So do you think they're challenging him and pushing him?
Maybe to a degree. I think something is like he is not in the, I don't know how to say it, the rarefied air. He's not in the exclusive tier 1 group on their roster
But
at this point.
Do you think him playing as much as he did was more than just, he's obviously not Terry McLaurin.
Right.
There's only one wide receiver on this team who is a stud, star, entrenched, unquestioned, here as long as you want to be here, we're paying you all the money kind of player. Everyone else can kind of be treated as go out and compete in the preseason, right? Like, do you view it as a story that Dotson played as much as he did?
So I think it definitely is. And it's not doesn't mean his roster spot's in danger or anything crazy like that.
Yes,
I don't think anybody's going that far.
That's a bridge too far.
Yeah, 100%.
Because there's certainly people that will jump to the conclusion that maybe Jahan Dotson is fighting or on the bubble for a job. And I don't think that that's accurate.
Right. I don't think so either. But I would say if Curtis Samuel was here still, he wouldn't have played into the second quarter. Right? There's a distinction that we need to draw
out of fear
here.
that he could get hurt 1,000 times between the first and the second quarter.
Fair criticism. And yes, by the way, he would have missed 17 different plays and then been play to play and then sat out the entire game. But a guy that was a bona fide, honest to goodness number 2 receiver, a starting receiver opposite Terry McLaurin, a guy that's a 1A or a 1B or even a bona fide number 2, would not have done that. Like I refuse to believe that this is what that would look like in any other place. Like if you go to Seattle with DK Metcalf and Jackson Smith and Jigba, or you go to Chicago, pick any receiver situation, the guy that's the number 2 behind the stud, right? Did Devontae Smith play deep into the second quarter? No. I understand that there's the extra caveat is he may be getting more reps at a certain position, but those reps happened at the joint practices. There's more this week. He'll get plenty of time to be on the grass and be more of a slot receiver. This to me is you are down a notch trying to work your way back up. It's more to it than we wanted to get you some more reps of Jeff Driscoll running some outs out of the slot or a couple choice routes. This to me is a little bit more than that. It's nowhere near the he's on the bubble. We're deep down into the depths. He's still going to play. He's still going to be a part of it. How big? I think they're kind of sending a message. It may not be that much.
I'll give you my rebuttal in just a second, but I see Anthony is back. And so I want to tap into our investigative reporter on all things ice cream, Anthony, who's back in studio to see exactly what's going on downstairs.
Please, yeah.
So, Danny, for 1 second.
That's fine. No, please.
Set you and John Dotson to the side.
Yep.
Anthony, what's going on down there?
So they close at 3, so we're gonna have to make a quick decision.
I've already got my decision made.
Okay, we have, what is this? 6 flavors.
Six flavors.
Yeah.
What is the point of this, by the way? Why are they doing this?
So this is something that the building does annually. There's annually a ice cream social.
They do this annually?
This is annually, yes.
Annual.
This is
annual.
Thanks for coming to work sometimes.
Oh, so instead of getting $800,
yeah,
we get ice cream, right?
For the building.
Very good. So, Anthony, what are our flavors?
So we got raspberry sorbet, which I am particularly interested in. That sounds like my speed right there.
Okay, that makes one
I'm
of
a
us.
sorbet
Have
guy.
as much of that as you want.
Yeah,
Sorbet,
you
big
eat it
sorbet
all.
guy here.
You enjoy that.
Birthday cake.
Oh,
come on.
Now, I am a chocolate-only guy generally, but birthday cake ice cream can get it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So we got strawberry shortcake.
Nope.
There we go. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Salted caramel pretzel.
Yes.
Absolutely
I can keep that.
Calm down with that.
Is that pretzel flavored ice cream? Is that what that is?
Yeah, they said salt. Salted. Great. Bring it. All of it.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All of it.
All right. Chocolate brownie.
Oh,
That's
but
great.
why did they have to put brownie in it?
That
No, I
sounds
love
silly.
brownies.
That's Grant Speed right
I
there.
love chocolate
Yeah.
and I love brownies, but I don't need them both in the ice cream.
I don't know. Maybe I think you got to try that one.
I think that's you.
Vanilla bean, which
Nope.
is just classic. You can't go wrong with vanilla.
It just means
fine.
vanilla, I think.
Does
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, I think it's
I
just
thought
vanilla.
there
But
were
it's-
beans in it.
No, there's no
No.
beans in it.
Are you sure?
Well, vanilla comes from a bean, FYI. So they wouldn't just put beans in the ice cream.
Oh,
as a topping.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm learning something. I didn't
Uh-huh.
know that.
Stick around. You're in a seat where people learn things all the time. Ryan Clary learns things every day. He doesn't always repeat exactly what he learned.
Doesn't regurgitate
But
it as
he's
well.
definitely our guy.
Mm-hmm.
Was that all the flavors?
That's 6.
Yep. That's all of them. So
Okay.
I imagine next is going to come me taking you guys' orders
He's
and
getting-
going down
Look
there.
at this
he's getting
veteran.
better.
So let's
Anthony.
let's
Look at
get these
this.
orders in.
Okay, so let's do this. Darius, you go first.
Strawberry. Anything strawberry that
Yeah.
works for me. Yep,
Okay.
I'm in
I
on that.
would like the chocolate brownie ice cream, please, sir.
Nothing for me. I'm going to be good.
Whoa,
I'm going to behave
whoa,
myself. Yep.
Whoa.
I'm going to
What?
behave myself.
Guy, just get some ice cream.
Can't do it.
No, listen, I thank you.
Can't do it.
Makes it easier for me.
What are you gonna get?
Oh, the sorbet. Non-dairy option, good for you. It's great. It's great.
Good for you to stretch. It's like less bad for you, but yeah.
Better for you, I
Yeah.
think. Thank you. No rush. You've got
But some 23 minutes.
no, but now until 3, you do it at your own leisure. All the best to you, sir. Good luck and Godspeed.
Good work, dude.
Thank you to our friend Anthony, who is making plays. That's a 57-yard kick return right there to set up 1st and 10 on the plus side of the field.
When's the last time Ryan Clary brought you ice cream?
Been a little while.
Been a minute, hadn't it?
I don't
so-
know that he ever has. Now, that's not his fault. I don't know that there's been an ice cream option here when Clary's been here. Clary's the kind of guy, don't you even question that. Clary would be down there getting you ice cream right now. You send Clary to get coffee like once every 3 hours.
I knew you were going to bring that up. I'm just saying, end net, bottom line. When's the last time he brought you ice cream? You see what I'm saying?
He would easily enjoy bringing us ice cream any other day.
He hasn't done it.
I can't argue that.
He hasn't done
If
it.
I'm supposed to refute that, I can't
You
refute
can't
that.
refute it.
I can't.
Mhm.
Jahan Dotson.
Yes.
Back to that.
Refute that.
We just had to figure out our ice cream. I apologize
I
to
get it.
everyone. Quick little show meeting to make sure we got what we needed.
Mhm.
Now we get back to the football stuff. If I was Jahan Dotson, I'd be a little bit miffed with the role in preseason game 1. But I also think I would look at it as I played almost 60% in the slot. If I play in the slot this year, I'm going to have my best season. Cliff Kingsbury, I saw someone at a funny zing online. They're like, Cliff Kingsbury like hits the slot more than the old folks at the, at the MGM or whatever. Like, he wants to feed that position. Now, we could have a debate. I see someone in the 1067 The Fan YouTube chat is saying just what you want from your number 16 overall pick a couple years in is to have him running around in the slot. I think we need to separate where guys were drafted, what was thought of them from the previous regime to right now. The goal for Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, this regime should be in this system that you're now running. How do these guys fit best? How do you get the most out of them? If they've got to change positions, Jamin Davis, if they've got to change roles, Jahan Dotson, so be it. What's done is done. The proof is in the pudding. The picks weren't good.
Right.
They didn't make enough good draft picks. They missed way too often in free agency. I don't think we should harp a ton on that. We should keep score and acknowledge, man, oh man, Ron Rivera. And we will later in the day when we talk about a extension for a linebacker that everybody wanted here that Ron chose Jamin Davis over. But in the meantime, I think if he's in the slot, I'm excited about that. Now, I don't know who's going to be on the outside catching balls opposite Terry if he's inside, but I think Jahan Dotson can do that. I think it'll help him beat press and beat shift, not get stacked up at the line of scrimmage as much. He can use some of his shiftiness to lose defenders. I actually think it's going to be a good thing.
So I think it's better for the team if he's not an outside guy. And I think that was where my evaluation of him was wrong. I thought he could do both. I thought he could be, a guy. I think the reason for his lack of production at times at Penn State was terrible quarterback play. And I'm watching this guy win in traffic. I'm watching this guy go down the field. I'm like, this guy can do everything. And everybody thinks him as, he's just a slot guy. Now I actually think he's just a slot guy. So it's better for him. It's better for the team. And this has kind of been my point that they don't have another outside guy that's worth a darn. And that's why I was advocating all offseason for them to go do something in that regard. But yeah, I don't think this is he's on the bubble or he's, cast down with the third stringers. I do think, though, this is a message that he is not up with the real top level ones who were out after the first series.
Yeah, it's also a rotational position, and I don't want to discount that either. Like you're going to have to slide all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
You'll play inside, you'll play outside, you'll play the X, the Z, the Y, whatever they call their slot. You're going to play all over the place, right? So I think that's part of it too. Let's open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines on this for you guys at 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. First things first, what did you think of Jahan Dotson playing as much as he did in the opener of the preseason? Was that telling or interesting to you? And then secondly, what's your expectation for him this year? Do you worry if he's in the slot about the other spot on the outside opposite Terry McLaurin? Grant and Danny on the Fan. With Danny Rouillet, I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. Stream us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You can watch our show. Of course, wherever you go, all around the DMV, take us with you in and out of the store, running errands, whatever you got going on with the Odyssey app. It is free and available wherever you are. And we are live on our flagship 106.7 in the DMV and in Richmond from 3 to 6 today and every day as part of our Grant and Danny network here. Let's go to Joe's in Reston, wants to talk Jahan Dotson. Joe, what do you make of how much he played in the opener?
Yeah, I'm not really too worried about it, to be honest with you. I think the offseason is really for evaluation, and they just really trying to figure out where he's going to go. But, I mean, in my opinion, like, it's not so much a skill set thing. I really think it's more of a size thing. They're going to find a lot of better matchups for him on the inside. And I think another one of his big problems is, like, if you ever watch this guy try and block, he's just really struggling in the run game, which is going to hurt. And just that one more thing is that I think early on in Jaden's career, they're really going to spread it out wide with a lot of receivers. And I think it's just about getting your guys in the right spot for Jaden to, find that person.
So you actually said something there
Thank you, buddy.
that I think is really interesting, which is a correct assessment that Jaden Daniels likes to throw the ball outside. He threw a couple of specific routes way more often than everything else when he was at LSU. But one of the things he did best, and it's funny that we've already seen it in 3 throws, is that vertical go ball, that 9 route on the outside, or even occasionally like the fade, but toward the sideline. Anything kind of deep down the side of the field, he excelled at. A lot of times to his right, which is what you saw in that preseason game against the Jets. But I just told you Kingsbury really likes throwing to tight ends and really likes the slot in his offense, and that those positions normally feast. I'll be interesting to see how those things marry, because if Daniels' best bullet is outside the numbers, and if Cliff Kingsbury traditionally has really liked feeding the slot,
that's a good point,
then you probably want to be outside right now. Like the one play that Jaden was in charge of, so to speak, that we know he called, he went 4 verticals. He wasn't looking in the seam or to the back out of the backfield. He was looking to De'Ami Brown against the sideline going up top. And if Jahan Dotson was lined up there, that's Jahan Dotson's opportunity to make that catch.
No, it's a good point. I mean, the amount of stuff that I think they're going to do that they didn't have to do much of at LSU, that quick game stuff close to the line of scrimmage, those sort of body blow type passes, right? Zach Ertz 5 yards turnaround. Zach Ertz, bumping off of a linebacker in between a safety, or Benson out of the backfield, or Eckler, et cetera. He's going to have to do more than that, I think, than he did at the college level. And I think he's got plenty of arm talent, able to do it. Although that screen pass that he threw to Eckler, doesn't pretend well, but I think those adjustments will be made accordingly. So the deep stuff, you're right, is going to be predominantly on the outside. It's an interesting dichotomy, right? A little push and pull, again, to maximize the player and make the offense tailored to what works best.
Here's a decent question on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube chat. Somebody says, could it be more an endorsement of De'Ami Brown than an indictment of Jahan Dotson? I don't think that's necessarily out of the question. Look, I'm a little bit dismissive of all the De'Ami Brown hype because last year I got burned big time. You can go back and find the tweet. I left practice and I had watched 2 straight days, I think it was, of De'Ami Brown looking awesome. And I think I said, prediction, De'Ami Brown will be way more involved than anybody thinks, and this is the year where he's going to come on. And it didn't happen, right? So maybe it's just the fact that I was burned. I think it's more, I've seen him play well in camp 3 straight years. I know what it looks like when he dominates in practice. He always does. And then the regular season starts. You don't see it to the same extent. Maybe that was not his fault. Maybe that was opportunity or usage. I don't know. But yeah, I think it is very possible. De'Ami's a little bigger. In college, he was outstanding vertically. He made unbelievable deep catches time and time again from Sam Howell at North Carolina. I definitely think it's possible that they really have liked De'Ami, and maybe in whatever Cliff's offense is that it's different, maybe he's a better fit here. It is air raid-esque like North Carolina was.
So I hadn't thought of that, mostly because, kind of as you said, I'm even lower on him than you are. I've dismissed it. Like I've done that with everyone from Tavon Austin to Leonard Hankerson to Malcolm Kelly to, name that guy that dominates in shorts and a t-shirt, then catches 11 balls.
You move on from guys pretty quickly, I will say.
When
you sour on a guy, it's over.
Well, when there's hype and the production is nowhere close, then yes, I do. So yeah, 100%. So I hadn't considered that, but it's also not the craziest thing in the world, honestly. I mean, it really isn't. It's a different body type, and you already saw all of his highlights talking about Downey Browns are those vertical traffic. I mean, that one-handed catch he made from Carson Wentz in that Titans game going down the sideline. I mean, maybe there's a role for him there. So that's not the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Things we think after 1 week of preseason games in the NFL. Next on Grant and Danny, we've got Albert Breer on the show today to break down the Commanders and Jaden Daniels after his stop in Ashburn. At 5:30, we're taking you up to 6 on the Fan. As the exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny, the law firm of Kondori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction and help you draft a will or set up a trust. Create a healthcare power of attorney as well. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you so that you can get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Happy Harleen Susana Travis Sakura Day, Danny.
To all who celebrate.
Throwing in the minor leagues. They are the two flame-throwing 20-year-olds that the Nats have in their system.
Do you like stuff? Oh, thanks, Bruce. Miss you, buddy. Do you like stuff? If you do, today's that day for you.
Susana touches 103. Sakura's only been like 96 to 98. He could touch 100 if he needs to, but he hadn't been rearing back. He just hasn't given up a hit in a couple of starts. That's 2 straight outings for him, 11 innings without a hit at the minor league level at Fredericksburg. But always my favorite day of the week as a Nats fan prospect nerd when Sakura and Susana, who have both shoved just about once a week for the last 2 months, pitch on the exact same day. Also,
This place is lit.
Thanks, Charlie.
Also a
That's right,
big
buddy.
day at the Paulson household.
Oh,
My son is riding a bike.
dude.
Pretty excited about the accomplishment.
That is fantastic. I still can't get my guys to ride bikes. They have no interest.
But they can, though. They know how.
Not really.
Really?
I mean, my oldest like did before, like doesn't like whatever. It's a whole thing. For my youngest, like because my oldest won't do it, he refuses. So like it's still a training wheels thing if he was to go about it.
Here's how we did it. So my kid's 3,
Mhm.
which I feel like job well done by him to get on,
100%.
to just have the stones to get on the bike. This Strider bike, the Spencer Strider, everyone should get. It's a little tiny bike that you use when you're 2 or 3.
Is that the one with like you just sort of let your feet dangle on the side? Yeah, it is so key.
So there's no pedals.
Mhm.
It's just the 2 wheels like a bike, and then your feet are your balance. But he would lift his feet up basically and just go down the driveway,
coast, yep.
and glide around. But then you run with your feet as your pedals, basically. But the whole point of it is if you do this enough, when you get on a bike,
it's easier.
It's just like riding a bike.
Oh, thank you.
But when you get on a bike, you just know what to do.
Yeah, we tried that with one, and they showed what's the opposite of interest? Disdain for it. But again, the fact that you've got a willing participant at 3 years old, you are way ahead of the curve.
I couldn't believe it.
He'll be tying his shoe at 4. Look at you.
Video from home yesterday, and it was the first time he started really doing it successfully.
Uh-huh.
I was stunned. So this morning when he woke up, he said, "Let's go out and ride a bike." I'm sitting there watching.
Amazing.
Him. I got to stop him at stop signs. I'm now worried about cars, and used to be just getting him up on the bike, and now I'm like, no, dude, you can't just whip around the turn like that. It's like, be careful what you ask for. All right, it is time to figure out what we think coming out of a week of preseason games, like our guy Peter King did for so many years. I think he did it in SI. We're doing it on the Grant and Danny radio program.
On the heels of the extension for Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who was among the league leaders in tackles for loss last year with 20 as an undersized linebacker, safety, hybrid, whatever you want to call him, just got me to thinking, looking at Cleveland's roster, their roster is awesome. They are really, really, really good, except at the quarterback spot. And the thing I'm thinking is I'd have made that trade too. I know it wasn't popular at the time, given all the things swirling around Deshaun Watson. I understood all that, but guys at that age range with the pedigree that he had, everything that had happened as a quarterback, don't become available. And if you are starved, as I was, as Cleveland certainly was, they made that trade. It will go down as one of the worst trades / subsequent contracts in league history, in all likelihood, unless he has a great year this year, which doesn't seem to be, in the cards. Texas got an unbelievable haul overall. 2022 first rounder, 2022 fourth rounder, 23 first rounder, a third rounder, another first rounder. They've wheeled and dealed and converted a bunch of those guys into starters for a team that's on the rise. That's something I think.
I'll stick with the theme of immensely regretful quarterback decisions. The thing I think, if Aaron Rodgers and the Jets don't get to an AFC championship game this year, well, let's just say if he doesn't play well and they don't get to the playoffs as a floor, that'll go down as such a disaster that they brought him in. Now, unlike Watson, because I disagree with you on the deal, I would not have done that at all. The trouble that guy got into, being out of football, the fact that You know, when we last saw him before that, he finally had this big year as a passer when his team was behind in every game. I just wouldn't have even been interested in that. But I get why the Jets wanted to bring in a multi-time MVP in the 3 seasons before he got to New York. But my goodness, man, with the injury force snaps in last year, if they either underperform or he's not excellent, or God forbid he gets hurt again, how are we going to view his 2 years in New York if that's what it ends up being at the tail end of his career? Like, the Jets put all their eggs in that basket to try to end the era of everyone poking fun of and looking at the Jets and pointing and going, you guys. And this will be the ultimate everyone pointing and laughing and saying, you guys, especially because Rodgers, as we talked about yesterday with the author of his new biography, Ian O'Connor, has become such a polarizing figure. I think a lot of people are rooting against him. They're rooting against the Jets. I think they're Super Bowl caliber. They have a chance to get there. They have a chance to give the Chiefs problems, and I hope that they do. But Danny, if it's not a great year for the Jets, that will go down as one of the most horrendous multi-year decisions we've ever seen.
Yeah, and I get the thought process, right? You're trying so hard to change. You haven't had a quarterback worth the damn. You've drafted high. You've done free agency. Everything's short. It's worth a shot, especially because of how good the Jets have been outside of the quarterback spot. Something I think is Miami is a fascinating organization, a fascinating team. Talking about the Dolphins. They are 20-14 over the last 2 years under Mike McDaniel. When Tua has played, when they've had their healthy elements, right? When you go to Achane and Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, when they have their complement, their offense has been really, really hard to stop. They've slowed down or had kind of ruts or haven't showed well in certain preseason or postseason games, rather, against some really good defenses. But they're judged in a different way than a lot of teams that they've performed a lot better than. Just interesting to me. Like there's almost like this, yeah, but they haven't won the AFC title game yet, or they haven't beaten Buffalo, a perennial Super Bowl contender, or something. It's just very strange. A group that was moribund, a group that was basically, encouraged by their owner allegedly to try to continue losing and rebuilding. They were a joke just a handful of years ago, is now a team again that's won 20 games over 2 years that looks poised to maybe take one more step forward in a division. Just interesting that they are looked at less favorably than I think a lot of the other teams.
Thing that I think Sam Darnold has a really good chance to save his career and to be viewed as a starter again after this year when he leaves Minnesota. You will not get an opportunity like this one. So you either go out, play well, ball, and look like the guy that was drafted in the top 5, or you are a backup for the rest of your career. But you have been gifted a golden opportunity. JJ McCarthy's not breathing down your neck. Operation today, out for the year. Nobody is supplanting you. They're not bringing in Nick Mullins. They're not having Jaron Hall take reps from you. It is your team. You're 27 years old. This is when you enter the prime of your career. You got your whole career in front of you, man. Look to your right. That's Justin Jefferson's music. That's the best wide receiver in football, ready to go out and catch 115, 120 balls for 1,750 yards for you. Look to your left. That's Jordan Addison. That's a first-round pick who was dominant at Pitt. Had a great run at USC. Who's as good a number 2 receiver is there is in the league. TJ Hawkinson's going to be back from an ACL early this season. A dynamic pass-catching tight end. Top 3, certainly. I would say maybe even on a good day, as good a pass-catching tight end as there is in the league, with Travis Kelce getting a little older. George Kittle banged up pretty frequently as a really good blocker. You can't get a better situation. The Vikings O-line has gotten to a point finally last year with Darisaw coming on where it's really good. I think they're actually going to be able to run the ball this year, which they couldn't last year. Because remember, they went and got Aaron Jones from Green Bay.
That's right.
There is nothing you should be wanting for if you are Sam Darnold. And we saw it with Kirk Cousins. That offense hums. Go put up numbers, be prolific, and get yourself paid and become a starter. Or I guess we could just continue to see him put up the very pedestrian numbers he had in a career where he's completed over 58% of his passes barely. His 16-game averages, 17-game averages, or sub 3,000 yards. Come on, dude. It's now or never, Sam.
I think people are sleeping on the Tennessee Titans. I'm not telling you they're great. I'm not telling you they're even pretty good. I'm telling you that people are sleeping a little bit. You go back and look at what Will Levis did last year. It doesn't blow your skirt up. His debut of 4 touchdowns in a game, in a win against the Atlanta Falcons. I think it was one of the last couple of wins they had on the season. They just finished in disastrous fashion. Under-talented in a lot of spots. They weren't particularly good on the outside. Skill guys were left wanting. They moved on from the we're going to give it to Derrick Henry 400 times and see what happens era. They've now upgraded a little teeny tiny bit. Little Calvin Ridley sprinkled in, little Tyler Boyd for free agent from Cincinnati. DeAndre Hopkins, of course, is back. There's a little something going on in Tennessee. I think they're going to be better coached, at least on the offensive side of the football, potentially. And, defensively over the years under Mike Vrabel, they were always friskier and maybe than they got some credit for. But I think that division is not particularly special. Houston, everybody's darling. I get that. I think the Colts are fine. This is an intriguing team to me, the Tennessee Titans. I don't think they're good, but I don't think they're as bad and should be written off the way a lot of people are.
What do we think out of a preseason week in the NFL here on Grant and Danny on the Fan? I think that teams should be following what the Super Bowl champions do. What do I mean by that? Anybody noticed that Andy Reid handles the preseason differently than almost every other coach in the NFL? You know what he does in the preseason? Values it, takes it seriously, thinks that it actually matters. You know who started for the Chiefs in their preseason game this past week? Everybody. Patrick Mahomes threw 4 passes, went on a drive. Travis Kelce played, caught a ball, blocked. Like Hall of Famer, Patrick Mahomes. Hall of Famer, Travis Kelce. The first team offense for Kansas City. The first team defense for Kansas City. They were on the field. Can you imagine a superstar quarterback playing? It doesn't really happen. You know what else the Chiefs do that I love? They go away for training camp to a college campus. And they have Travis Kelce, who's been on a world tour with his girlfriend, Taylor Swift, staying at the nicest hotels on the globe, sleep on a mattress in a dorm where a freshman's going to be checking in a couple of weeks with like a little sheet and a crappy pillow. They have Patrick Mahomes, who's worth almost $1 billion at this point, sleeping in a dorm. And you can say, oh, that's silly. It's ridiculous. You don't need to do that anymore. And maybe you're right. It's not remember the Titans. Herman Boone's not walking through that door. But you know who likes doing it that way? Andy Reid. You know who wins every single year? No matter where he's coaching, no matter what year it is? Andy Reid. You know who's going to be coaching in the Super Bowl again this year, probably?
Andy Reid?
Andy Reid.
Andy Reid.
That's probably because he has Patrick Mahomes. They can sleep wherever they want, go to camp wherever they want. They might still do that.
Yeah, we could do it on Mars and still be good.
I said this last year when they brought in Bieniemy. Ask him for all of their secrets. Whatever they do, you do. Go away for camp. And by God, take preseason seriously like the Chiefs do.
Think. I have no idea, and I mean no idea, what the Rams are going to be this year. I realized that the other day when I was thinking about it. In my mind, they had fallen off, they were injured a lot, and they weren't particularly good last year. Wrong. They finished winning 7 out of 8 games. The only loss in overtime loss to the best team in the NFL in the regular season, the Baltimore Ravens. They had a fourth quarter lead against the Detroit Lions in the postseason. I don't remember that. I don't know why I don't remember that, but I didn't remember it looking it up. Now, again, there's been tons of roster turnover. You're going to miss Aaron Donald an awful lot. That's clear and that's obvious. But Cooper Kupp, presumably, sea legs underneath him. He was kind of working back from injury last year. One of the great rookie seasons we've ever seen from Puka Nacua. Kyron Williams is a star. They are not terrible. If Matt Stafford plays, if Matt Stafford is healthy, that group might be a threat. Not necessarily to San Francisco. That's kind of the class of the NFC, certainly. But I forgot about the Rams, and I just feel like I have no good feel for how good they're going to be this year.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are on the Rams with the caveat that you said if Matt Stafford plays, he's a top 10-ish type quarterback. So stands to reason they should be okay if Stafford's around. Whenever he's been healthy, they've been good.
Yeah.
How about this one, Danny? Where you at on this? I think, NFL version. Dennis Allen's the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. They went 7-10 in his first year and then 9-8 last year. I think he gets fired in the fall. I think he's the first guy to lose his job this year. I think New Orleans gets off to a slow start, probably finishes with 6-7 wins, something like that. And I think Dennis Allen is the first coach out of a job this football season. They open with the Panthers, so that is a gotta-have-it game. Because if you lose that one, now we're in big, big trouble if I'm Dennis Allen. But let's say they open and they win in the division on September 8th against Carolina. Then they've got Dallas, 1-1. Then they've got Philly, hypothetically 1-2. Then they play New Orleans. Then they play Atlanta, rather. Very winnable game. But I'm going to say that they lose that game 1-3. Then they've got Kansas City, 1-4. boom goes the dynamite. I
Mm-hmm.
think Dennis Allen could be in trouble. He's just kind of a Jag head coach for me anyway, like a placeholder type. He's got a little Matt Eberflus.
Yeah, very
to him.
Eberflusian.
But this is the thing that doesn't, like, hiring defensive-minded coaches at a very high rate doesn't work, and teams should stop doing it. But occasionally, if the stars align, if you get the great quarterback, if you hire the perfect staff, then you can make it work. Washington's trying to thread that needle right now with Dan Quinn, and I certainly hope that they do. But the numbers are the numbers. Over now 20 years, we post hiring of Belichick and Tomlin. It just has not worked. This is not the league to do that in. But I think the Saints get that memo once and for all midway through another mediocre season under Dennis Allen.
I think. Staying in the NFC West for a moment, we think of the Arizona Cardinals as terrible, which I understand because they were awful last year. Truly 2 straight years, the end of Cliff Kingsbury's time, injury to Kyler Murray. And then they were smart about it, by the way. They didn't rush him back last year, let him get his feet wet a little bit in kind of working him back in on a way to a 4-13 finish. No reason to go to the whip to make sure you win 6 games or something like that. It's meaningless. It's empty, etc. I think they've whisper quiet upgraded talent a little wise. Obviously, your headliner is Marvin Harrison Jr., but there's a lot that I'm intrigued by with this Arizona Cardinals group. I happen to think Jonathan Gannon, their head coach, who we have a great sound clip of, making weird video game sound effects, talking to a wide receiver about going down the field, is bizarre. I don't know how great of a coach he is, but I'm interested in this Connor Trey Benson backfield. I'm interested in Marvin Harrison and Greg Dortch and Michael Wilson. Some of these names out there in Arizona to go with Kyler Murray, who should be healthy. Last year, as he started to get his feet wet again, was running for 35, 40 yards per game down the stretch of the season. They were more competitive as the season went on. I'm interested in Arizona. Again, not good, but better than we think.
I think that I like Sam Howell wearing a single-digit number. Anybody watch Slinging Sam Howell for the Seattle Seahawks this weekend? I watched his game. By the way, I found myself rooting for Sam a little bit.
Were you?
Yeah, I just want to see the kid do well. Why not? 16 of 27 for $130 and a touchdown. He played a lot for the Seahawks. Geno Smith out with an injury. I don't know if they would have played him anyway, but Sam Howell got a ton of run in this preseason game, as many attempts as anybody in the league. And he looked okay. He was pretty sharp, but he moved the number down the dial from 14 to 6. And I got to say, the single digit looked a little better on Sam, if I could say that. Also, he's now completed his full Baker Mayfield transition, where him and Baker now wear the same number and have the same stature and have the beard. And everyone just compares him to Baker Mayfield because
Sam Mayfield.
It's the same size and kind of general look, and they both have good arms. But Sam Howell, A, I found myself rooting for him, so I guess I'm going to be a Sam Howell guy in Seattle. But B, I like the new look for Sam Howell with number 6 in Seattle.
I think the Giants are going to be terrible. I think they're picking top 5 again. I think they're going to end up being really, 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 really bad.
What if Malik Neighbors is a baller?
He can catch some passes and losses. I think he'll have some nice numbers as they're trailing on the scoreboard an awful lot. There are some decent pieces there in New York. They went and added Brian Burns, obviously opposite the guy that we couldn't, Charles Leno could never block. Why am I blanking on his name? Defensive end, really fast.
Kayvon
Thibodeau. Thank you. They've got some pieces that are intriguing, right? Defensively. But one of the things I looked at was basically they are about a 30% winning percentage team against everybody not named Washington over the last couple of seasons. Like, they're good against Washington. Won 2 of their 6 games last year against Washington. They're garbage against everybody else. And unfortunately, you have to play everybody else.
Yeah, I definitely get that they probably will not be any good. But I don't want to deal with that pass rush. Trading for Brian Burns and having Kayvon Thibodeau on the outside in the D tackle room that they already had, I think there's a chance that they end up being one of the best defensive lines in football. And generally, you can't have an elite defensive line and be horrendous. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
You impact games, you force takeaways, you sack the quarterback. Dexter Lawrence is a top 3 D tackle. Thibodeau has mostly been good against Washington when he's been good. And then Brian Burns, man. That guy is, where would you rank him? Top 5 pass rusher in football?
Close to it.
Something like that. But they'll be solid. I'm just such a fan of bringing in a weapon that they have not had at all. They don't have the trigger man, maybe?
Since Beckham, early career Beckham.
We'll find out once and for all what Daniel Jones is capable of as a passer, because it's been easy for them to say correctly. I know people don't care about context and nuance and information. They just like to bury Daniel Jones, but like, they've had 0 weapons. 2 things can be true. He might not be any good, but you have to acknowledge how would you know? He hasn't had anyone to throw to, and that's no longer the case with Malik Neighbors.
Totally. Yeah. They upgraded that room instantaneously with one name.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You are listening to The Fan. That's the things that we think coming out of a week of preseason games. One of the guys that you all wanted, that everybody listening seemingly thought Washington was going to draft and should draft. They passed on. They knew better. He got extended today. Their guy's not getting an extension. That's next on G&D. All of our training camp coverage on the Fan is presented by Paul Henry's window installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. You just heard Toby in his update talking about Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who's getting a 3-year extension via the Cleveland Browns. That's a name you should be familiar with because 3 years ago, when the Commanders made no secret about the fact that they wanted to draft a linebacker in the first round, he was the guy that a lot of people thought they were going to take. Owusu-Koramoah was a tremendous college talent who was coming out as a multi-dimensional and versatile guy from Notre Dame who could play DB, linebacker, could be multiple, move all over the defense. And what I remember about the pre-draft process was he was the guy, for whatever reason, Danny, that this fan base completely fell in love with. Every time we talked about who you wanted, it was J.O.K.
That name came up, yeah.
And it wasn't close. It was like he was the most beloved, from this fan base's perspective, player in that class. And I tweeted this today. I will never suggest that anyone on the outside knows more about the people that are on the inside, because I do think that that's just disrespectful. And frankly, it's just not true. Like, they have so much more intel, information. They're getting paid a lot of money. They have all kinds of resources at their disposal, and they've got careers and backgrounds and track records and a lot of smart minds in a room all making the decision together, okay? So anyone who pretends like they know better than the coach or the GM, they're wrong. Doesn't mean you shouldn't have an opinion. It just means that they know better and differently, essentially. But it doesn't mean that they can't be wrong with all of their information or their evaluations, and that the person who knows less can't be right. Sometimes the more you know, or the closer you are to something, you get right up on it like a painting. You got to go 10 feet back to really see what it is. And I say all this to say, one of the most hilarious things to me in sports media now is when all of us, and I'm going to just say we're the dummies, right? Like,
Right.
I'm putting myself and you and anyone else in that category, but the media, the fans, the outsiders, when all of us outsiders see something, think something, want something, and then a team does the opposite, and we're all going, let's see how this works. And then we were right and they were wrong. It's so comical and hilarious because, again, they knew better. I'm not suggesting they didn't, but whatever they knew was wrong.
Yeah, you see, you have a better spirit about it than I do. I find it maddening that the people who, I'm not compensated for that, for my draft selections. They were, the paychecks all cleared. Every 2 weeks, a direct deposit went into whatever account they've got saying, this is what you're being compensated for, this prep, these decisions. At the time, I actually didn't want Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I wanted Christian Darrisaw, who also is a Pro Bowler, who signed a lucrative extension, who's a left tackle. Wouldn't that have been nice? The guy that, in Washington, this has happened a couple different times over, nobody had him in the first round, but they took him in the first round guy. It's brilliant when San Francisco does it. It was brilliant back in the day when Green Bay did it or Baltimore does it, et cetera. It ain't brilliant when you think you know better than everybody else. And it's not just media guys. It's right. It's guys that cover the draft year round who are talking to teams, talking to players, talking to scouts and everything in between when they put up the rankings, not just pulling it out of nowhere. Now, some of it's misdirection and there's always, as you said, a little bit more information that people might know, whether it's medical or a moment of bad behavior that hasn't been made public, whatever. But these consensus drafts, these mock drafts, don't come out of thin air, right? It's informed speculation. And when somebody like Jamin Davis goes 50 picks before he's supposed to go, and they're patting themselves on the back, you're going, you buffoons, you idiots. And if you're right, I'll have to eat my words. But by the time we realize that you were wrong, you're already collecting a paycheck doing something else.
It's just so annoying that in that draft class, they had my guy was Christian Darrisaw. I didn't think they were going to take him. That's who I wanted them to take. That's who I would have taken, wanted probably. But he's become maybe the best left tackle in football. Christian Darrisaw. And on the other side of the ball, you want to go linebacker? Let's go linebacker. A bunch of us with glasses that we weren't wearing at the time saw Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah as a playmaker. Now, I didn't know a lot about Jamin Davis. Now, we heard his name the closer we got to the draft, linked to Washington. And I remember the day of, a couple days before the draft, there was some speculation that they might take him in the second round, that they could trade back and take him in the late first round. But when Everybody thought one thing. And then the team said, you guys are adorable.
That is precious.
With your lack of information and knowledge. We know best. And I bring this up today, obviously, because Owusu Koromoa got all the money because he's an awesome player. And Jamin Davis didn't have his fifth-year option picked up for getting an extension, and he has changed positions now at training camp working as a defensive end. So I had Darius find the predictions that we had the media make ahead of the draft in 2021, 3 years ago, just to go down memory lane. Because I have not heard this, but I said, I'll bet you a lot of people predicted they were going to go Owusu Koromoa. It was like JOK and Darisaw were like the guys that were going to be available there that made a lot of sense. And if you're plugged in, I haven't heard, but I remember a couple people said Jamin Davis because that's what we were hearing. I think those of us who talked to people in the building were like, you got to watch this Jamin Davis guy.
Do I?
It's like, you're talking a lot about Owusu Koromoa. You got to watch this Jamin Davis. But let's just go down memory road. Let's see what people were saying. We played this on the day of the draft in 2021.
This is Pete Haley with NBC Sports Washington, and with the 19th overall pick, I believe the Washington football team will grab Notre Dame linebacker Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa.
Hey, this is Darren Haynes from WSA 9.
Quick. Washington football team.
NBC Sports Washington. I'll see that and raise you that. We've seen a lot of changing around here.
Were we still 106.7 The Fan? I guess we were.
What was it, the Don and Mike show on
But
JFK?
It was not the Infinity Sports Network, our national affiliate, I'll tell you that.
No,
All
sir.
right.
Sports, I believe the Washington football team will select another local kid, straight out of Virginia Tech, Riverdale Baptist, offensive tackle Christian Darisaw. This is
Best
Sam
left tackle in
Fortier
the
with-
game,
with
maybe,
the
other than
Washington
Trent Williams.
Post, and with the 19th pick in the draft tonight, I expect Washington to select TCU safety Trevon Morig.
Hello, everybody. This is ABC7 sports anchor Scott Abraham with the 19th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. I believe the Washington football team will select Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa, linebacker,
If only,
Notre Dame.
Scotty.
Ultimately, three of the primary voices inside that Washington draft room, Mayhew, Rivera, and even Jack Del Rio, have defensive backgrounds. Remember,
Fired. All of them are fired.
That was before the dust up comment.
Yeah,
I think,
old
too.
Dust Up might have had
Old-
some
old
input.
Dust up Rivera. All right, keep it moving.
Excited. Draft day is
Fish
awesome.
Bucks.
It's Jason Bishop from the Junkies.
Trace McSorley.
And I think with the 19th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, Washington will select Micah Parsons, inside LB
I
from
would
Penn
have been
State.
steamed
Can
up.
you
Athletic
imagine?
freak, about 6'3", 4.4 speed, sideline to sideline, can
That would
tackle,
have been incredible. My
played
goodness.
big games, got some character issues, likes to beat up his teammates, but we can overlook that. It's definitely a team need, and I don't think you can overlook the athleticism. He's the best linebacker in the draft. So Micah Parsons to Washington.
This is
By
Darius
the way,
Dameron, executive
he was
producer.
He was on it there.
How about a little victory lap for Bish
Yeah,
Bucks?
He was on it, but he did go 4 picks before Washington, so he never got to the Commanders. They didn't pass on him.
Show here on 106.7 The Fan, and I think that at number 19, the Washington football team is going to select a linebacker, but it won't be JOK. It won't be Micah Parsons. They'll select Jamin Davis, the linebacker out of Kentucky. I think the other two linebackers will be.
That's
gone.
cringy. I don't feel great about that.
When was that recorded? Did you do that today?
No, I swear. I was the one that paraded around that I had called that we were picking Jamin Davis.
Well, let's see what Rick Snyder
We'll
had.
select Notre Dame linebacker Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa.
Michael Phillips here with the Richmond Times-Dispatch. I think they want to trade up. I really do. They've been asking teams what it'll take to get there. I think ultimately the price is going to be too high, though. And so the guy I think they'll take, if he's on the board, Christian Darisaw, offensive lineman, Virginia
Attaboy,
Tech.
Phillips.
He is reminiscent of Brandon Sheriff in a lot of ways. Hardworking guy, quiet worker, but man, he is strong as all get out. You know how much Ron Rivera
there's one
likes
issue.
Sheriff. Gave him $18 million.
There's one
to
issue
play
here.
guard.
If you could pause that for a second. The one issue is he's too good at football, and we're not allowed in that organization's era, the Rivera era. They weren't allowed to get first round picks right. So if they would have taken Darisaw, that would have broken that streak.
Now, here, in fairness to them, I want to be deferential. It's easy to say in hindsight, okay? Do you know who their left tackle was at that point?
That was pre-Charles Leno.
Yeah, because they hadn't signed Leno yet. So this is during the draft. They were all set at that spot.
Ty and Secchi?
Nope. No one knows who it was. They weren't all set. It was Jaron Christian, David Steinmetz, David Sharp, and Cornelius Lucas, who is now the left tackle of the present,
Who
apparently.
everyone calls Big Luke for some reason.
I'm good on that.
Okay.
What I wasn't good on was their left tackle spot.
What else we got over there, Darius? Any more predictions here?
Hey, this is JP from the Junkies, and I'm going to stun you with the 19th pick. The Washington football team will select quarterback Mac Jones, who slides because San Francisco, it's all a smokescreen. They take Trey Lance. Mac Jones slides down, and he's right there for the Washington football team, and they take their quarterback of the future, Mac Jones.
So guess what? Mac Jones did actually slide. He called most of that, but he wasn't available. He went a few picks.
Slid to 15.
I think he was like 15, a couple picks after Parsons in that range. Washington was at 19.
Had a pretty darn good rookie year, and then it all came
the
crashing
point of the
down.
dude's story was, I'm trying to make the case that everybody had a linebacker penciled in, and it wasn't Jamin Davis.
This is Matt Paris with the Washington Times. With the 19th pick, the Washington football team selects the Notre Dame linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Karamoah. I have them going linebacker here rather than offensive tackle. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes it's right in front of your face.
By the way, memory lane, a lot of changes.
6 inches.
Yeah.
In front of your face. Yeah, Paris is now covering the Saints in New Orleans.
Like New Orleans Picayune Times Dispatch Picayune or
Times
something.
Dispatch Picayune Central.
Yeah, Picayune Central.
We got to call him and see how he's doing. I wonder if he's still doing his Thursday. What did he do?
He cooked at home. Yeah.
He did his little wacky, get 3 items in a basket and you got to impress the girlfriend on a Thursday thing. She put some things in a basket and
like, remember he made something like unbelievably complicated and just sort of he big time like wasn't a big deal. He's like, just try.
That's just my chutney glaze.
Yeah, he's like,
We're
what?
like, what?
This guy used Paragon. I'm like, is that even a spice? What is that?
That's a movie theater. The double play comes your way next on Grant and Danny. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're blitzing at the top of the hour on the Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. Our double plays driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
So got back from the beach, as you know, Monday. The rest of the family is still down there, though, enjoying the rest of their vacation. And so I'm home alone, kind of doing bits, right?
That's a shame. I feel bad for you.
It is great. And I'd love and miss everybody. If you're listening, hi, love you, miss you, and so on, but it's awesome. I did something I haven't done in a while, like freshman year dorm type stuff last night. I stayed up till 3 o'clock in the morning. This is an actual thing. Beating a video game. So I knew I was close. I was sniffing it. So as you know, GP, you and I talked about this a bunch. Elden Ring, probably still a top 5, top 7, easily top 10 video game of all time for me from Software's title. So they're the guys that do, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, the Souls type games.
They do all the Souls games?
Yeah. So it's like super hard difficulty, major bosses, just really punishing people that sort of live via pattern or try to cheese enemies.
Elden Ring, you're talking about?
Yeah, Elden Ring.
The action role-playing game developed by
From Software.
From Software.
Yeah. So the DLC dropped a couple months ago, and it's incredible. It's basically like, I'd say 45, 50%, almost like a brand new game, but in the Elden Ring universe.
Wasn't it directed by Miyazaki?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, right?
That's the one I thought it was.
What's your other favorite game by him?
Miyazaki?
Yeah.
Too many to name.
Just pick one.
Several. And I will.
Several's
I
actually
will.
a great game, by the way. You ever played Several?
No.
I made it up. The point is, it's awesome. And I knew that as I was entering kind of the last sort of areas, you could sort of sense a ramped up difficulty. Everything's a little bit less forgiving. So I don't want to spoil it for everybody, like who the end boss is. Just know that it's a challenge. It's really, really hard. But I beat it last night.
They already know that. It's a Miyazaki game.
They don't know who the end boss is. You have an idea, you have an inclination.
They know it's an impressive.
Well, like walking the path of Mikola, like everybody kind of knows. Anyway,
if they played Demon Souls, they know.
No, it's not related. It's a different universe, Grant.
I played Dark Souls. Another one I really liked.
Did you like 1, 2, or 3?
I only played the original.
You only played the first one?
Dark Souls, yeah.
And you didn't go back for more after playing Dark Souls?
Correct.
That's crazy to me. I mean, to each their own, but
my favorite Mitsuyaka game is Bloodborne. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that game, by the way.
Action
Totally
role
slept on.
playing game.
A lot of the mechanics in this, obviously, are sort of Bloodborne based.
Very similar.
The DLC, I beat it last night. Just quick shout out to me. I am a level 287 warrior with the melee build. I didn't really enjoy sort of the magic and some of the range attacks. To me, the melee was the way to go. So north of 70 in vigor, endurance to allow a heavier equipment load so that you move quicker. And then dexterity, of course, and of course, strength. I left my arcane and faith type builds in the low 20s. I posted a picture of it at Funny Danny, just some of the character bona fides. But the big deal for me, Jeeps, I was able to find all 50 Shadow Tree blessings. I can't believe I did that. The last one in Enter Ilum is just sort of following a weird path on the stairs. I got so lucky just going down different precipices and walking on some ledges. You walk around a corner, you find it. Anyway, you get to a level 20 Shadow Tree blessing in the Shadow of the Earth Tree. You obviously raise your defense and you raise your attack power. I think it's like 1.3 times for every level of blessing that you have. It's the only way you're able to beat some of these heavy endgame bosses, or even some of the ones you encounter in the world, like the Deathrite Bird, or I'm trying to think of some of the others, Church of the Bud, with the Scarlet Pole Rot, everything like that. So overall, incredible experience. It was great to be back in that universe again. Do you have any questions?
Proud of you. I have no questions as I've already beaten the game, but I do want to know about your experience. Playing till 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
Felt good, huh?
I didn't think it was that late. I thought it was probably like 1:15, 1:30. I looked at the old watch and it had been buzzing for a while. Time to get up.
Were you snacking?
No.
Were you wearing your badminton gloves?
I don't have badminton gloves. I have a pickleball glove, but I wasn't wearing it for that. I was just in, again, this is old school college dorm style, mesh shorts only. You know what I'm talking about? Like the comfort of just mesh shorts, like you sort of shed the rest of it for the day.
Yeah.
Only mesh shorts, shirtless.
It's a great feeling.
Just playing video games till 3.
So dark and cold in your basement.
Oh, the best.
Good for you.
Drinking a hot tea and some cold water.
What time did you sleep until?
8:50.
Attaboy.
8:50 this morning.
Not
That's
too
the
bad.
latest I've slept in a while.
Time for my double play. You guys aren't going to believe this. I was up till 3 a.m. last night.
Playing Elden Ring?
Playing Elden Ring. I had a chance to beat the bad guy. No, just wanted to say that I went and saw M. Night Shyamalan's latest offering, Trap. Now, here's the thing.
Okay.
I'm not an M. Night Shyamalan guy, really. M. Night Shyamalan. He made some good movies. He's gotten some license now to kind of do whatever he wants. I like just seeing what's up in his brain, like what's going on in there lately.
Yep.
I thought the trailer for his new movie was actually fascinating.
He's on the all-trailer team. The trailers for his movies look incredible.
I agree with that. The movie was worth seeing, I would say. It was nothing special. Josh Hartnett stars in it, and I don't know where he's been for the last 20 years. He's the former like teenage heartthrob, young adult heartthrob. He was just gone for a while. He was actually sensational in this movie. But without giving anything away, there's a concert taking place. And as it turns out from the research I did after the movie, like the star of the concert, the girl that everyone's in love with under a different name in the movie, is actually M. Night Shyamalan's real life daughter, who's like a musician. So in a sense, it's just like a movie that puts his daughter over in a way. Now, as a father of a daughter, I'm not going to judge him for that. I just found that interesting. I was like, because you're watching this movie and basically this girl is Taylor Swift in the movie.
Right.
All the kids and all the parents, they're all going to this concert. They're all giddy. Like, maybe I'll get to meet her. They're like, who is this person? She's singing. She sounds like she's got a real voice. Like, this has to be a real person. I don't know. Who is this? And I'm looking it up. And she's a very famous, I don't know about in the States exclusively or what, like singer who is M. Night Shyamalan's daughter. And I was like, okay. So did he just start with, I want to make a movie for my daughter? Or did he make a movie about a concert and a superstar actress singer? And he's like, who should I have play this? Let's see. He like ran through a long list and they all said no. And then he was like,
then a bunch of people auditioned and he's like, you know who was good?
Right, exactly. So that's the one thing I can't really get past.
Yeah.
Having said that, I like creative new things because there's so many movies that are not that. And this was something I haven't seen before. Where if you remember back in the day, they like tricked a bunch of felons, allegedly. Do we have to say allegedly? It's been 30 years and I think a lot got arrested. They tricked a bunch of bad guys into coming.
Wanted peoples.
Exactly. To basically coming to get tickets to a Redskins game at RFK Stadium for like a playoff game. And there were no tickets. They just sent out a memo to a bunch of people that were wanted. They said, meet us at the DC Convention Center. And they all showed up and sat in a room. And they're like, hey, how are you doing? And before they could realize, like, are you also wanted? Yeah, I'm wanted. They're all, I'm wanted. I murdered a guy. Yeah, I stole a couple cars. They're like, we got to get out of here. And the doors are locked, and then the cops are surrounding them, and they all get arrested. You remember that?
Of course, yeah.
It's kind of the bit where they find out that there's a bad guy or girl going to this movie. They don't know who it is, but they want to catch this person they've been trying for a long time, and now they're barricading the whole stadium at this concert, and there's no way out for the bad guy or the girl, bad girl, whoever it is.
The bad person.
The bad person. That's the movie.
Yeah.
It's a really cool idea.
That is a neat premise. Again, first team all premise. He leads the league in excellent premises or like cool little twist movies. But the number of times it's just for whatever reason, whether it's fallen flat or just the execution's weird. Like the movie The Happening with Mark Wahlberg, where it's like, the trees are really angry, you guys. They're breathing. And like, and then everyone just starts dying. I mean, it was so stupid. You know, the whole thing was so stupid. There was one terrifying moment where the old lady's looking out from outside in on the window and like smashes her face. That was scary.
Did he do The Village?
Yes.
I still hate him for The Village. The Village stunk. Oh, what a terrible movie that was. Did he do The Witch? No, that's not the right movie. I'm thinking of something else. But The Village is definitely horrendous. But here's the other thing I'd say about his movies. For like an hour and 20 minutes, we're cooking. And then it feels like at some point he's just like, all right, I got to get home for dinner.
I should probably.
You know, it's just like, how do I
get
wrap
going.
up?
Hit the old dusty trail.
We could do a really good 50 minutes or we'll just figure this thing out in the next 26.
His Unbreakable universe, the three movies, Unbreakable, Split, and Glass.
Yeah, those were good.
Really cool premise. All too long and they dragged a little bit, but still like.
Had their moment.
This is ingenious. This is like someone who's thinking about things in a different way. It's just, there's always something missing with the execution in my mind.
It's been good to be back at the theater off and on.
You've been going to a lot of movies lately.
Last couple of weeks. I think I've been to 3 the last couple of weeks. My fam, I was kicking it Danny Rouillet style. Instead of playing video games till 3 in the morning, I was going to the movie.
Just went to a movie.
That was kind of how I did it. But yeah, M. Night Shyamalan keeps on chopping wood. We're going to keep swinging. You throw that pitch, we're going to swing. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are blitzing at the top of the hour. Albert Breer of MMQB and SI joins us at 5:30 to break down the Commanders. The Beltway Blitz every day at 4 o'clock on Grant and Danny. Get you the latest on the teams you care the most about. Today, we're covering the Nationals, the NFL, and the Commanders. All of our baseball coverage on the Fans presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Let's get the Blitz going. Our guy Craig Heist going to join us in just a moment. He is your Nationals beat reporter for 106.7 The Fan. You know, Heisty's right at home, Danny.
It's the Heist Bowl right here.
Camden Yards in Baltimore, the Orioles and the Nationals. He covers a game every night for 6 straight months at one of those two ballparks. In fact, whenever I go to OPCY, I stop by the press box. I know where Heisty's going to be sitting. He's sitting in the same seat that he sat in for years, right there on the corner in the middle of the press box. So you know he is ready for the Nats and the Orioles, and he joins us now on the Fan. Heist star last night, the Nats sure brought good wood, and that's not just James Wood's 4 hits. Up and down the order, man, they were killing the baseball.
Yeah, pass the baton. Isn't that the old saying? And they did. I mean, everybody got involved last night, and the Orioles just have some pitching issues right now. The Nationals took advantage of it, and give all the credit to Jake Irvin, too, because that was kind of an up-and-down thing for 2 or 3 innings last night, Grant. And then after that, he just settled in and threw 6 strong innings, gave up just the 2 runs, and the offense took care of the rest. But James Wood, 4 hits. You look at everything that they did last night from an offensive standpoint. Good approach. Davey said after the game it was probably the best approach they've had all year long.
I see. Luis Garcia's having a pretty quietly good season. He was hitting 8th last night, which I didn't love, but has an outside shot if he gets hot a little bit with some power to have a 2020 season at second base, despite sitting against some lefties here and there and being part-time at certain points. This was a guy, remember, in spring training, everyone wanted Trey Lipscomb to win the second base job, and he kind of had to have a come to Jesus moment where he really dedicated himself. Seems to have done that. Played a good second base. He's kind of turned himself into a pretty nice asset here.
I think he's played very well this year, Danny, and I think that you could argue for about 3 weeks there he was carrying this team offensively, but he's been very consistent at the plate. He's going to hit 5th tonight in the lineup for Dave Martinez against Dean Kramer. You look at what Davey's doing with this lineup tonight. All of a sudden, James Wood is hitting in the 3-hole. Andres Chaparro had the 3 doubles last night, just called up. He's in the 4-hole tonight, so he's batting cleanup. And, they've got a chance to do some damage tonight against Dean Kramer, who really hasn't pitched that well since he's come back.
Yeah, it's a
from the IL.
super strange lineup for Davey. He's hitting all of his best hitters high in the lineup, which is really weird. We'll see how this strategy works out.
But Jacob Young had a couple of hits last night. Ildemaro Vargas, a big 3 RBI night last night. He's in the 8-hole. He had a 2-run single, which kind of helped break the game open. And Alex Call, is continuing to hit the ball pretty well, and he's playing good defense in right field.
James Wood, you mentioned hitting 3rd. He's up to 283 with the average, 818 with the OPS. In fact, I think among all of the really good prospects who have been called up this year, nobody has had as good a first 37 games statistically offensively than Wood in this season, where for whatever reason, your former colleague Ken Rosenthal, covering the O's years and years ago, has written about this nationally. I mean, there's just a massive gap, bigger than it's ever been before, between AAA and the big leagues. And Wood has really made a smooth transition. Everybody wants him to do something different. Let's not take as many pitches. Let's be more aggressive. Let's not go the other way. Let's pull the ball. Let's lift the ball. Well, as everyone's in his ear, he just keeps on swinging and keeps on hitting.
Yeah, he really does, Grant. And you can see that a lot of his hits go to left center field and left field. A lot of his home runs go that way, too. I had somebody tell me if he ever learns how to pull the ball consistently, goodness knows what he's going to do from a power standpoint. But this kid is so even-keeled. And, we had a chance to talk a little bit last night on the field after the game. And he did tell me later that, he came here watching games as a youngster. And he says he just doesn't wish left field was as far back as it is right now. But that didn't bother him last night. I mean, he very consistent, got a great approach, and really level-headed individual.
Heisty, fast forward 3 seasons from right now. What is DJ? Yeah, what is DJ Hers? Like, describe the 26-year-old DJ Hers, hopefully still for the Nationals.
Well, you're hoping he's a guy that, throws strike one. You're hoping he keeps the ball down, and he's a lefty that keeps you in games and can pitch 6 innings and throw it over to the bullpen. I mean, that's what I see. And, it's interesting that you mentioned Hers because the one guy we're trying to get straightened out, Danny, is Mackenzie Gore.
That's right.
And Davey Martinez was out in the bullpen today with the Brain Trust, watching him throw a bullpen session, and we'll probably see Mackenzie sometime this weekend in Philadelphia. But they've got to get him squared away from a control standpoint, if nothing else, to start, because of the 13 walks they gave up over the weekend in that game on Sunday. He had 6 of them, and that just can't happen for your starting pitcher.
One other note, Davey Martinez just announced with reporters today that the entire coaching staff will return in 2025. They all signed their contracts yesterday. What did you make of that?
Well, I think that's a good thing. I think everybody's kind of comfortable with who's here and how it's getting taught. Gerardo Pereira here and Gutierrez over at third base. And, I just think from that standpoint, it's good to have the unity going forward, and we'll see how it all works out. There's young talent on the way. They need to make some more moves to get some pitching. But if that happens, who knows? I think, you talk to Mike Rizzo, guys, and he says he expects this team to contend next year for a playoff spot, whether that means winning the division or a wild card. However it breaks down, he expects them to be even more competitive next year than they've been this year. And we'll have to wait and see. But again, I think the consistency and the continuity with the coaching staff is important.
Heisty, thank you as always, buddy.
Okay, bye.
See you, my friend. Hit that NFL sounder, Dares. Our buddy USA Today's Nate Davis joins us to go around the NFL. Nate, bad news out of Minnesota. J.J. McCarthy, knee, redshirt year, seems like, huh?
Yeah, Danny. He's having he had the meniscus repair, not the trim. So that is the one that knocks you out from the season. So yeah, JJ's effectively getting that medical redshirt for his rookie year.
What did you make of his first game? And I guess more broadly, how much do you take out of these preseason games for the rookie quarterbacks making their debuts this week?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think you want to see him in the fairway. I mean, which JJ was 188 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Raiders. Made a really nice throw down the left sideline for one of his touchdown passes. But I mean, he's also probably not going to see, receivers not named Justin Jefferson, running that free in a regular NFL game. So, I've got an article coming out on the USA Today website pretty soon, but I think you can spin this some kind of positive way for the Vikings. And there was going to probably be pressure to play him at some point this year. He is kind of the least experienced in terms of snaps of the first-round quarterbacks this year. And I think this redshirt might benefit him the way it has so many other guys: Aaron Rodgers, Carson Palmer, Phillip Rivers. There's not a one-size-fits-all to being an NFL quarterback, but a lot of guys benefit from that year to watch. And one guy that can contest that is Sam Darnold, who got pressed into service a little early, as many rookies do. And I think this just kind of makes it crystal clear that he's your starter this year. He's got a shot to probably be in the best situation he's ever had. And J.J. McCarthy can learn from it.
Nate, we were talking about this a little bit earlier in the program. I kind of had the Rams in my mind before I looked it up and was actually doing a little bit more of a deep dive. I had them in my mind that, they weren't very good last year because 2 years ago they were 5-12. They got off to that terrible start. I'd kind of forgotten that they finished 7-1 down the stretch. Only losses an overtime loss in Baltimore and lost by a point to a Detroit team that probably should have gone to the Super Bowl, quite frankly. Are the Rams going to be good? Maybe are they overlooked at all here?
I don't know, Danny. I mean, I kind of thought they're kind of that 10-win kind of range this year. To me, at least projecting into the season. They always give the 49ers run for their money. And the other thing about last year, and certainly, I mean, the thing you can't get away from is that Aaron Donald was gone.
Yeah.
But they have kind of redistributed his money into the offensive line. They took Braden Fisk and his teammate, Jared Verse, in the draft to kind of supplement the defense. But I think what people maybe lose sight of is that Kyron Williams played about 2/3 of the games last year. It was fantastic at running back. And then Cooper Kupp, missed a lot of games last year too. I mean, if you got a full Cooper Kupp with Puka Nacua, I mean, this certainly seems like a team that's got potential for growth. As long as they can take care of Matthew Stafford. So, and I think in the NFC, they're certainly one that you can see making some noise in the playoffs.
Our guest covering the NFL at USA Today, our buddy Nate Davis. Nate, I saw a headline yesterday that Colin Kaepernick still wanted to play in the NFL. Whatever, it's been 7 years, I think, since he played, so that seems like it's silly. But Jim Harbaugh has spoken with him apparently about a coaching job. What do you make of that?
Yeah, my colleague and buddy Jared Bell broke that story. Talked to Harbaugh the other day, and Harbaugh kind of floated this to Kaepernick at the beginning of the year, and it sounds like he's kind of been in a think about it mode, hasn't really responded. But Jim Harbaugh thinks that Colin Kaepernick could be an outstanding coach, and I think he kind of feels like maybe it's a bit of a way for, or at least a path, some kind of a redemption story for him, but that he really wants him to be back as part of his program, and said that he's one of the favorite players he's ever coached. So, it seems like Colin is still kind of clinging to that dream, and I'm kind of with you, Grant. I really don't see that there's given the time that's passed, that he's going to be in an NFL uniform again. But I'm sure it would be interesting if he's on a coaching staff, and it sounds like that offer is going to stand until Colin declines it and moves on.
Nate, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
All right, guys.
Thank you, pal. Hit that local 53 sounder, Dares. Mighty Motorsports' Mitch Tischler joins us to discuss that very football team. Mitch, what do we make of the fact that Jahan Dotson played deep into the second quarter? What does it mean?
I mean, I think it means that the coaching staff isn't entirely pleased with everything they're seeing from this wide receiver group. I think there's a lot of spots that are up for grabs here.
Brandon Coleman has been banged up at left tackle. That's the guy I think a lot of us, you and I included, want to see as the starter. Is he going to miss so much time, do you think, that maybe it becomes less likely and Lucas becomes the favorite there again?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Honestly, if he's not able to get in, doesn't seem like he's going to practice tomorrow against the Dolphins, or obviously be able to play on Saturday. And if he's not able to play next week against the Patriots, I don't know that you can go into Jahan Dotson. Jaden Daniels' first NFL regular season game with a rookie left tackle who hasn't gotten any reps during the preseason. So I think it's going to be important that he gets back and gets healthy and is able to get out there and show what he's got against the Pats a little bit.
Mitch, I'm looking at a picture you posted from this afternoon, and it appears like you are already in Miami. I see palm trees, and I see driving rain. What is going on? I mean, the Commanders went for their joint practices last week with the Jets, and it was a monsoon, and it looks like they might be dealing with it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's Miami. There's always those big afternoon storms, but the one this afternoon was a little bit more than I think just a passing thunderstorm. It downpoured for a good hour plus, almost 2 hours. But the Dolphins practice indoors, and their facility is 2 years old now, 3 years old now. It's allegedly one of the top 5 in the NFL. So I know they'll be just fine working out indoors tomorrow if that's the case.
Who's this a big game for? Thinking about this weekend, whether it's roster hopeful, position battle, etc. Who's got this one circled in your mind?
I mean, not to be cliche, but a bunch of guys. I mean, when you look at this roster, there's only a handful of starting positions that are really, already determined. I think you got to be looking on the offensive side of the ball at the wide receiver position, at the tackle position, and then on the defensive side, all over the place. I think you got to start looking linebacker. I mean, obviously, you're hoping Bobby Wagner and Frankie Luvu are your two main guys, but with Jordan McGee kind of up in the air after coming out of the Jets game a little bit early, that's a big question mark. And then obviously corner is a big question. What's going to happen with Benjamin St-Juste and Michael Davis and Emmanuel Forbes? I mean, you got 3 guys there who are kind of vying for 2 positions, and Forbes obviously had started off strong and ended poorly. They want to see a lot more from him. So certainly those are a couple of big spots for these guys.
Is Riley Patterson their kicker, or is their kicker not on the team right now?
I got to be honest. I think their kicker's not on this team. I mean, even before, the cut this week, it didn't really feel like their kicker was on the team. Riley Patterson has been an okay NFL kicker, but when your career long is 53 in this day and age, that's not really long enough to be a guy who's got a position locked down. And then you factor in the wayward misses that we've seen from inside of 50, which, was kind of his bread and butter leading up to his time in Washington. I think there's a lot of question marks. And, the way the Commanders / Washington Football / Redskins have handled the kicker position over the last decade has been, borderline malpractice, letting go guys who signed big contracts elsewhere or have continued to kick in the NFL. And I think they still find themselves in the kicker abyss right now.
Yeah, could be ugly. But I do think there's going to be some really good kickers cut. And as long as they can land one of those guys, you can maybe avoid catastrophe. Before we let you go, I want to give you my thoughts on a wide receiver, and you just tell me where you disagree. McLaurin, Dotson, Zacchaeus, De'Ami Brown, and Luke McCaffrey as a group of 5 are locks. The part that I'm wondering about, I think they keep 6, and then the rest of the guys are competing where, the size of a Bryson Tremaine or Martavis Bryant, I guess, although I don't think he would make it, make you more interesting there than redundant guys like Mitchell Tinsley or small Kaz Allen. But basically that the 6 jobs up for grabs, Jamison Crowder, Byron Pringle, whoever. Do you disagree with any of that?
No, absolutely agree. I think the only thing that you would change is if Jamison Crowder is your only reliable punt returner. I think you almost have to keep him on the roster because, guys like Bryson Tremaine, Mitchell Tinsley, Davion Davis, the back end of the roster receivers, all will probably make it through to a practice squad if they don't make the initial 53. A guy like Jamison Crowder might get plucked by a team who needs a reliable set of hands in the punt return game. So maybe initially he's the type of guy that you try and keep on because you don't want to lose him right away. But yeah, that 6th spot is wide open. And even amongst the top 5 outside of Terry McLaurin, I think the roles that those guys are going to play is wide open right now as well.
Mitch, my favorite restaurant in America is in Miami. Now, it's not downtown or on the beach or anything. It's like a 15-minute commute. I don't know where you're staying. But it's Yardbird. We now have one in D.C. There are a few others. But the OG, the best one of them all, is in Miami. It's just delicious. It's like fried chicken.
The biscuits, Mitch.
The biscuits. Barbecue. It's the best place in America.
As you're speaking, I'm looking up about how far away it is. For me, it looks like it's about 20 miles is the closest one for me.
Oh,
but
no.
I had
That's gonna
no
be
doubt that a general a chain restaurant was one of your favorites in America.
No, guy, you're looking at Yard House. This is Yardbird.
Yardbird.
Now, I guess theoretically it is a chain because they've opened a few of them in other locations.
There's one in Vegas,
Yeah.
right?
But this is not like, Ruby Tuesdays, bro. This is legit.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I don't know that I'm going 20 miles tonight to go get some chicken, but you can talk me into it.
You would enjoy yourself. Do you have dinner plans already? What's on the docket?
No, not really. Gonna reach out to a couple of the guys who are down here covering this practice. I think we're all gonna try and go get maybe a steak tonight or something like that, and get ourselves ready for a big couple days in Commanderland.
Shula's is definitely in their future, I think.
Oh, you better believe I'm a big fan of that.
As well, you should be. Mitch, thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks, guys.
He's gonna have to finish JP's steak, right?
Yeah.
JP does he gets we could get an 8-ounce and then he'll eat 4 of them or something.
Yeah, we could together.
I will say about JP, and I didn't realize this.
Okay.
I'm talking Finley, not Flame here.
There's so many JPs on the air.
There's a lot of JPs.
Yep. It's like 30% of the lineup.
He makes a really good steak. I don't know if you ever see his pictures on Instagram or anything.
Yeah.
He is very good at making steak. It's just the eating it that I think in very small doses.
If you were to grade, you give attributes, whether it's a video game or a Madden type rating.
And he acknowledges this. He's like, yeah, dude, I eat I think he's like you. He wants the 6-ounce petite filet.
But I still have an insatiable appetite that requires medication to stop. You know what I mean? He just doesn't eat. Which I just don't get. I don't get how you can sit there and make that steak and go a third of that for me. That's just not relatable to me.
Yeah,
that's all.
A third of nothing. That would be nice. How much will Jaden Daniels play on Saturday? I think I got some intel on this. I think we got some nuggets on what Saturday could look like. Let's get into that on Grant and Danny. Plus, is Marcus Mariota completely healthy? Some rumblings on maybe Mariota dealing with a bit of an injury. You're listening to The Fan. I don't know what this is. Sounds like baby making music over here. Somebody's mumbling and stuff. Right? I mean, what are we doing?
I don't know.
I don't know what song this is.
That
Like,
is
talking to himself a
some
little bit.
little seduction.
We coming back from a break, or does Darius have a hot date? I don't know what's happening.
Give me a second to go freshen up.
I don't recall there being that mumbling at the beginning of that song.
There's mumbling.
Yeah, but
Play the
there
beginning
was.
of it again. You tell me my read is wrong, Danny. Who is it, by the way?
It's Pharrell.
Like Neo
Pharrell
or
Williams.
somebody?
Pharrell.
Usher? Okay.
Yep. All right, here we go. Wow, there is mumbling.
Like talking under his breath about looking at you?
Yeah.
Sexy, I just
Sexy
heard.
girl?
I mean,
What?
it's a little bit weird.
Is he talking about like adult stuff? do you
Time
think?
and place, Dameron. Time and place.
I just like the beat.
Unbelievable. The beat's good. Maybe we can find an instrumental. I mean, what is this, by the way? What singing is that?
That's kind of Pharrell style.
It's sexy
yeah.
singing.
Is this the same guy who did Happy?
Yes.
Yeah, that's his song. Yep.
That Pharrell?
Mhm.
Wow. Everyone else is playing Happy coming back from breaks. Darius finds the one where he's like, hey, yo, girl, what's up? I don't know what kind of show you think we're doing here.
It's a very sexy show, this show.
It is.
People have said that about us.
Candles or no candles? 800-636-1067. What's the best way to spice things up?
You can tell we're very, very like in tune with this stuff.
Yeah.
Guys that say spice things up.
I don't know. I mean,
We do it all the time. Couple of guys, you know, just chopping it up, talking about sexy stuff. What's the best way to spice it up?
Couple of guys. That pops. Couple of guys. All
Sexy
kinds.
guys.
What was Talk Sex with Sue? Remember that old lady that used to have the show where she would like educate you at 2 a.m. on like Showtime? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, when I was like 13, it was the funniest thing. Yeah.
Not
Anthony's-
HBO's Real Sex, but something else.
No. Well, that one was hilarious too. That was so weird.
That was a lot.
You
of
just
fun.
have like people dancing around at conventions without clothes on that were like not attractive.
Is it Sue Johansson?
Yes.
Okay.
Sue
what I'm saying,
Johansson.
yeah.
I think she just passed away.
Yeah, that's what
Actually.
Anthony just said. Yep.
I think she literally just. You don't
Oh,
know
wow.
this lady?
I have no file.
Oh man, she looked like your buddy's grandma.
Uh-huh.
Okay, she was just like in her late 70s and just very graphically answered questions.
Just very frank and like
just
like
so
no,
comfortable,
yeah, right.
just like a doctor. I'm
Mhm.
quite sure she was.
Mhm.
But when you're a kid, it's the funniest thing in the world. And for some reason, it's funnier that it's just like Ben's grandma. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You expect the person hosting that show answering those. There she is. There she was. That's her. And she just sat there coaching you up,
I've never seen that person before in my life.
answering your. You've never heard of her?
I've never seen or heard of her.
She was an icon in the game.
Sue Marcus Johansson.
If you're really going to be hosting a show where you give advice, you got to study up on Sue. She was a pioneer in your industry.
I need to do some research.
If Darius is
Apparently.
going to have that as our show open, and you're going to be, the leader of the
Hey
pack,
guys, you want to spice things up in the boudoir? We're gonna keep it spicy.
I can't believe you don't know Sue.
I really have no file on Sue. So it was
Oh,
on
man.
Showtime?
I think HBO, but it could have. I defer everything to HBO that was cable and like
Sure.
at night. I don't think you could have put it on network TV because it was very. The word she used, we can't use right now.
Right. So I will say, as somebody, I was an adolescent at a certain point in my life, as a lot of people were, right?
Some
And
people have been.
I had a pretty decent file on what was going on late at night on some of those pay networks, right? Everything from Red Shoe Diaries,
Not
David
decent
Duchovny,
enough, though.
The real sex shows. These were things that the adolescent me and some of my neighbors, my buddies, we would somehow find a way to watch, whether it was via sleepover, we'd plan things around it. I don't remember Sue Bird. What's her name? Sue Johansson.
I think Sue Johansson was her name.
Nope, I have no memory of that person at any point.
As the exclusive sponsor for our show, the law firm Kondorian Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction. They will help you draft your will, set up a revocable trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, we've speculated that Jaden Daniels is going to play a lot more in this second preseason game. And with the injury to Sam Hartman, it sounds like now Marcus Mariota being banged up as well. That certainly feels like a possibility, but I'm hearing that's not necessarily going to be the case. So first things first on Hartman. He's dealing with the shoulder. I heard that he's definitely going to be out this weekend. They don't think he'll play, and that there's a good chance he will not play next weekend either. Now, I don't know what the timeline is beyond that. I don't think it's official that he's been ruled out next week. They're probably still hopeful, but there's a real good chance he doesn't play in either of these two games. That's a big reason why McSorley's being signed. On top of that, Ben Standig of The Athletic reported within the last hour that Marcus Mariota is dealing with a minor injury and that his status for tomorrow's joint practice is in doubt. Now, different than the preseason game. Minor injury, day to day. Maybe right now it feels like he probably can't go tomorrow, but it's only Wednesday. If it's super minor, maybe you get to play a couple drives on Saturday night still. What I was told and what it sounds like to me, Daniels, 2 drives. Mariota, 1 or 2 drives. So, around 5 to 7 play drives, that could get you to halftime, but probably won't. Probably into the early to mid second quarter.
Right.
Then Driscoll. And then rather than having Driscoll play the rest of the game for like 2.5 quarters, you would get to see McSorley,
A possession or two at the end.
who knows the offense like in the fourth quarter. But all that matters, let's be honest, people want to know how much is Daniels going to play. I think it's a drive or 2. I think if they go on a drive like they did, 11 plays, 70 yards, he probably only gets 1 drive again. If they have a shorter 3 and out or 5 or 6 play drive, I think he probably gets another drive. And it's possible he could get a third, if it's like 6, 7 plays, so they get him up to 15 to 20 snaps. But I would be really, really surprised if that means he's playing into the second quarter, unless each team just has long drives that consume a lot of clock. But it's more about snaps than like time of the game. Everyone always says,
What I was about to say.
well, how deep into the game? I think it's like a reps thing. If he can get to 10 reps on one drive, they might say, you've got 20 in 2 games. Let's get you out of there. But what I'm being told, the rumblings right now is 1 to 2 drives.
So I'm glad you brought up the snaps distinction, because that to me is more the byproduct is how many drives you go, but really it's about the snaps. So let's say, sake of argument, the first down play is a run off the right side, but there's holding on Andrew Wiley if he plays. So now you're backed up 10 yards. You run it again, 2nd and 16, throw, but you're short of the sticks. It's a 3 and out. So that's 1 drive. Well, there's only 3 snaps. And say something else happens, or the next play, or the next time out, it's only 4 snaps, or it's 3 snaps, or it's a 3 and out, or a tip pass for an interception, or something. So he can end up going 3 or 4 different drives. But my guess is that 15 to 20 sweet spot. That's kind of where I've been looking. So you would hope that's 2 times. You get up, you get down, right? You warm up, you go through the pregame, you start with the ball, or the other team does. You go out for your first drive, you come back, you talk to a coach, you look at the Microsoft Surface, you look at the different plays, formations, blah, 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 blah. Then you go and do it again. That's my hope, I think, is they want those 2 drives, but that 15 to 20 snaps is the sense that I have.
Would you be okay with that being the end of his preseason? We should get into that next. If he were to play 2 drives, 20-some plays, and then not play at all in the 3rd game, which is normally how teams do it. So we could tackle that in a moment on Grant and Danny. But we want to hear from you. How much would you play Jaden Daniels in this game against Miami if you were calling the shots? 800-636-1067. Excited to hear what you say on that, on the Fans MGM National Harbor listener lines next. 6-7 question for you guys on Grant and Danny. You call the shots. How much are you playing Jaden Daniels in preseason game 2 against the Miami Dolphins this weekend? He had one series, just 3 throws against the Jets, made one dynamite throw everybody's been talking about. An 11-play, 70-yard drive, heavy lifting on the ground, 8 carries, 3 passes total offensively in Jaden Daniels' one drive. But now you get another joint practice against the Dolphins and then a game against a playoff team on Saturday night. How would you handle that? Anthony's in Ellicott City. Anthony, you are on G&D. What's up?
Hey guys, you guys are my favorite sports radio guys.
Well, thank you, buddy.
No
That's nice of you. I thought you were going to do oh, he's my favorite kid. It's the only kid. Like, you're my favorite afternoon drive show on the Fan between 2 and 6:30.
I've gotten those compliments.
We'll take that, though. What do you got, man?
All right, talking about Jaden Daniels playing in the next game. I think, for me, it comes down to how the team is performing in those first couple of drives. It's not as much about the number of snaps, right? For me, it's if he's three and out,
keep him out there.
Then keep him out there. But if he's 3 and out again, maybe you take him out. But
yeah, I think that's what they probably do. Thank you for the call. Is that they got a feel for this, right? I mean, there's a good chance maybe he would have gotten a second drive on Saturday against the Jets if they went 3 and out. They went on an 11-play march and scored a touchdown.
Yeah, Brown doesn't come out with that ball, which could have happened easily, right?
Yeah.
It was tight coverage. There wasn't much room for it. It could have been jostled loose.
That was the first, second throw, but the first third down of the game. If it's an incomplete, broken up pass, he goes right back out. But after 11 plays and a touchdown, they said no problem. So I think the momentum of the game, good or bad, is certainly going to dictate some terms. But I think it'd be remiss if we didn't mention the quarterback injuries, where they're bringing in a quarterback because Hartman's not going to play. So you already have a guy who's going to have been around the team starting tomorrow in the joint practice minimally, and then get some walkthrough work or whatever on Friday, who's going to play in the game on Saturday a little bit in the fourth quarter. So remember that. And Mariota's a little bit banged up. So if he plays, it might not be 100%. Maybe he doesn't play. If he doesn't play, and now you have basically 2 quarterbacks that are out, and of the 3 guys playing, one has been here for 72 hours, then you might want to play Daniels a little bit more for the majority of the first quarter, then Driscoll for 2 quarters, let's say, and then you let your 72-hour QB, who you signed because he knows the offense from 2022 with Kingsbury in Arizona, and Trace McSorley get the fourth quarter. It might be a factor, just that they might need him to go a little longer than they would want.
Right. And even if that, let's say for the sake of argument, that third possession is just you hand it off 3 times. Or you hand it off twice and then throw one ball as far as you can and see what happens. Then we'll get the punt team on. I mean, I would treat these preseason games differently than nearly everybody else would. Like if I've got a guy that needs experience, it's less to me about getting him authentic, true reps and more about the process of warming up, sitting down, waiting through the commercial breaks, then going back out onto the field, trying to make a, just go through the practice of, say, making a line call adjustment, even if it's unnecessary, or get us out of that one run play, get us into a different run play. I want you to go through those kinds of mechanics. What I don't want to risk is injury. So I could still get some work in without having him drop back 7-step, pat the football, wait for a double move or something like that. I don't need that. I don't need him scrambling around. I'm going to do a couple of things to get valuable experience without maybe putting him in as much harm's way.
We've worked together so long now and had some of these discussions each summer long enough to know how you feel about if he wasn't going to play in the third preseason game. And I know you don't love playing guys in the preseason anyway, so you'd be fine with it. But I do wonder if he only plays a drive. Let's say it's like a 7-play drive for 60 yards. They go down and get a field goal attempt or something. And then he's pulled from the game and Marcus Mariota comes in for the rest of the first quarter. If that's his final action on Saturday night that early, would they potentially just tell him, we're not playing you in the final preseason game, we'll see you in week 1? Because my opinion is that he's not going to play in the third preseason game still. I just think that's how most teams do it. I think
Right.
that's how they're going to do it. I think it's part of why you go get Trace McSorley right now so he can play a bulk of the second half of that game with Driscoll. Maybe Mariota has to start that game. I'm sure he'd be excited to anyway, just because it's some reps with, the first quarter of a preseason game with people watching, FedEx Field, home game, some fans in the stands. But maybe you give him a few drives and then it's the Driscoll and McSorley show. But I don't think we'll see Jaden Daniels in the third game, which is why I care about how much he plays in this game, because it might be the last we see of him, the last chance to learn some of the things you were just talking about before Todd Bowles, a really good coordinator and a pretty solid Bucs defense, get their look at him in week 1. Let's go to Ben in Rockville. What's up, Ben?
Hey, Ben.
What up, guys? Good to hear from you guys. Hey, listen, as you know, you guys are the best. But my thing, as I would say, is if you believe that Jaden is your start, if everyone has some confidence, really simple. Just play him 1 series. Really that easy. If you still have questions, play him 2 series just to work it out and see what you're working with. It's very, very basic football strategy. It's how everyone has always done it. But that's just my humble opinion.
Wait, so hang on. So you're saying if you think he's your starter, play him 1 series?
If the coaches view him, if all the coaches say, you know what, in the offensive line, if all the coaches say, you know what, this guy is our starter, we firmly believe that he could be our starter, just play him 1 series and save him just to make sure there's no risk.
Got you. I mean, that's how teams operate with veterans. Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, Josh Allen in Buffalo as examples. This is different, though, because he actually has to learn a lot of things those guys have long learned. He has to see things and figure things out that only happen when you're playing in a game. And he can either do it in August right now, or he could do it against the Bucs in week 1, which is why I'm all for playing him a little bit more probably than the average person. But I think that paradigm he just suggested is a good answer to the question if they were trying to figure out in a competition if he's better or not. They already know he's the starter. They already know he's better. They don't need to watch him to determine that. The second they drafted him number 2, he was their starter. I think you're just trying to get him as many looks to help him pass tests in the regular season as possible. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I mentioned this a bit earlier, but I would do all sorts of things that aren't normally done in the preseason if I feel like I have to play a guy, especially a rookie that hasn't seen a lot. I would purposely, for example, give him a bad play call. Like I'd give him one that's not going to work against the defense I'm anticipating.
Like when he got the wide receiver screen and changed it to the go ball?
Precisely. I want to do those sorts of things. I'm going to say, hey, we're going to call a run towards this side, and I want you to have some of the keys where you go, aha, I'm going to have to change this, or I'm going to give him the wrong line call or something to that effect to get some work in. Now, that doesn't just mean he's got to drop back 30 times and sort of see what happens like we're in the 80s and nobody thinks about these sorts of things. We can be thoughtful about the reps that we take.
Tony Pauline, Albert Breer, couple of national NFL reporters who've been around the Commanders this week, going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour. We kick that off next here on Grant and Danny. The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny, making the show possible, is the law firm Condori and Murad. You can guide you and your family in the right direction with Condori and Murad. They're going to help you draft your will or set up a revocable trust, even create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you so that you can get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Tony Pauline, who is one of our favorite draft analysts to talk to every year, is with sportskeeda.com. Spent a little time around the Commanders recently, and we wanted to touch base with him to see what he learned about how things are trending for them this preseason. Tony, you're on in D.C. with Grant and Danny. Thank you for the time. How are you?
I'm okay. Thank you for having me again.
You got it. Let's start with the beginning of your piece, where it seems like you feel like there's a lot of belief in the building in the first-year head coach in D.C., Dan Quinn, and the staff that he put together. And I got to say, even as someone who was not excited initially about the Dan Quinn hire, I give rave reviews to the staff that he built. He promised Adam Peters he was going to deliver the goods on an A-list collection of coaches, and he certainly did that, Tony.
Yeah, well, I wrote two different articles at Sportskeeda on the Commanders, and the first one was basically, it all started with Josh Harris, and Josh Harris brought the right people in, starting with Adam Peters. And there were a lot of people, besides Peters, getting a lot of rave reviews in the Commanders organization. Then it was bringing in Dan Quinn, who I think what's going to happen is in a couple of years, Cowboy fans are going to be very upset that they kept Mike McCarthy and let Dan Quinn go, because he's such a good coach. And, he's a defensive-minded coach. A lot of people want offensive coaches these days, but, he's always been able to, extract the most from his defensive players. So it's deeper than, it goes more deeper than Dan Quinn. As I said, there was just a new attitude in the building where people are looking, rather than looking over their shoulder in fear, they're looking forward with excitement. And that starts at the top with the owner.
Tony, you've been around this game for so long, and having been a long-suffering, Washington football fan here, there have been a number of new regimes where this time of year you've heard some of these things before, right? For a lot of fans, it all kind of just feels like waves crashing on the shore about, new attitude. This guy's a player's coach, but last time they needed some discipline. Now they need a player's coach. Like, does it really feel different to you? Again, having been around and seen so much?
Completely different. And it's not just me, it's what people have told me. I mean, the initial story kind of fell into my lap. And you know what? The Washington football team has had a lot of different regimes, but they have a new owner now, and it all starts at the top. And if you remember a little bit less than a year ago, when I writing a story about Josh Harris, what he was going to do, when he was going to bring in some basketball people and take it in a different direction, eyebrows were raised. But thus far, granted, they haven't played a regular season game. There hasn't been a regular season snap. But everybody is – I think it's where they came from with Daniel Snyder, plus the excitement that they seem to be making the right moves. And, you're not going to have an owner that's going to hop on a plane and fly across the country to scout the quarterbacks that he is – he's unqualified to coach. So there's a lot of good things. And there's reason for – optimism. I understand the pessimism, but again, it's more than just a new regime change with the Commanders.
Tony Pauline is with us on Grant and Danny. Going back to Dan Quinn and the staff for a moment, though, to kind of lower things down to the coaching level. What did you make initially of the hire? And then what have you thought of the staff, including Kingsbury, Joe Witt, that he put together and some of what your reporting taught you?
Yeah, and Larry Izzo. I mean, the early thought process was that if the Cowboys did not make a deep run into the playoffs, they were going to fire McCarthy and they were going to keep Dan Quinn. They thought that highly of him. That's why he, garnered such a huge salary as the defensive coordinator with the Cowboys. And then, Jerry Jones, I think, surprised everybody by keeping McCarthy and Dan Quinn, who, was a hot coaching candidate last year. Not necessarily a hot coaching candidate last year, was, I don't want to say was the next step or was the the guy that everyone thought would automatically be the new head coach in Washington, but would absolutely be in the conversation. Cliff Kingsbury, I think it's a good hire in the sense that, he was never a good head coach, but he has the ability to be a good coordinator. And now he can focus on Jaden Daniels. And now he has a guy in Jaden Daniels where, compared to Kyler Murray, Jaden Daniels is a much better passer. So when you have that one-on-one interaction, it's not only going to benefit Cliff Kingsbury, it's going to benefit Jaden Daniels as well. And then Izzo, as a special teams coach, I think also brings a lot of positives to the organization.
Tony Pauline with us here on Grant and Danny. Let's go into Kingsbury's offense, Tony. What do you think it's going to look like? We saw the college version that spread them out, Big 12 air raid style. We saw maybe something modified with Kyler Murray lining up in the shotgun all the time in Arizona. What do you think it's going to look like here with Jaden Daniels and company?
I think it'll be wide out, maybe not as wide out. I don't think you're going to see Jaden Daniels run the ball first. It's obviously going to be pass first, as most offenses are. I think it will be dictated by the success or lack thereof of the offensive line. If the offensive line's able to protect Jaden Daniels, they're going to spread it out. If there's problems with the offensive line, which is one of the weaker units on that football team, you're probably going to have to keep it in tight and go more with a running game, or incorporate the running game more than what you want to in order to protect Jaden Daniels. You don't want Jaden Daniels getting, the snot beat out of him in year one and then making rookie mistakes because, he's just getting pummeled.
You follow the draft closely and analyze it. Brandon Coleman in the 3rd round was the pick they made in hopes there was some tackle and guard flex. Maybe eventually he could become their left tackle. He was actually in line before getting banged up to possibly be the starter for them on the left side. And now maybe Cornelius Lucas hangs on to that job. But what is your confidence not only in Coleman playing on the left tackle spot as a prospect, and also just in this line in general?
I think Brandon Coleman's going to be a real good starting offensive lineman. Whether it's left tackle, whether it's eventually right tackle, whether it's guard, remains to be seen. I think it's unfortunate, the shoulder injury, because he's missing valuable time. They made a large investment in the offensive line in the offseason, with good reason. They brought in some good players. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that Cornelius Lucas is starting at left tackle and you bring Brandon Coleman along, because, having a rookie start at left tackle for a rookie quarterback, could lead to disaster, which you don't want. And I don't think it's a bad thing to just slowly bring Coleman along until you feel he's ready, maybe play him at different positions.
So let's go into what Jaden Daniels, you mentioned something. You don't think he's going to be running on first down, or maybe as much as or as often as Kyler Murray. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Tony, but how do you think that's going to be incorporated? Obviously, the skill set's elite. He can run. He took so many vicious shots in the secondary, or, on some of these runs fighting for first downs in the SEC. How do you think that balance is going to go between him as a passer, which at times he's shown some pretty incredible traits, and that elite athleticism?
Yeah, well, I mean, Kyler Murray was a running quarterback who had to learn to become a passer. Jaden Daniels is a passer. Jaden Daniels has shown tremendous progress as a passer the past 2 years, who can also run the ball. So I think it'll be a situation where the design quarterback runs will be there when the opportunity presents itself to mix things up. I don't know that, and I don't think it should be a very quarterback design run heavy offense, because Jaden Daniels is such a good passer, and you don't want to get him out there exposed and get beat up or get hit hard and hurt his passing ability. I think they've got some good flexibility there, and where with Kyler Murray, the running was a strength of his game, if not maybe the strongest part of his game. Jaden Daniels is a terrific passer, so it'll be a situation where if there's an opportunity to mix it up, if there's an opportunity to surprise the defense, we'll have Jaden Daniels run on a designed quarterback carry.
Tony Pauline, editor and analyst of the NFL Draft, sportskeeda.com, joining us here on G&D. I want to bounce around some of the other things you've been covering this week, starting with, you said there's major concerns growing for the Panthers. Is that about Bryce Young or just the general operation here? It's very early on under Dave Canales.
It primarily starts with the owner. And the owner, it's kind of funny because I left this piece out of the article. But basically, a lot of people said, Tepper in Carolina is like Daniel Snyder Part 2. And what Washington experienced with Daniel Snyder in the sense that, he wants to get involved. He wants to get too involved. So it starts with Tepper. There is a concern about Bryce Young, as I said in the article, because people who've seen him just can't. He's so small, and they don't know how he's going to hold up. And, they made that massive trade, which if Bryce Young really doesn't turn the corner this year, that trade is going to look worse and worse and worse. So, there's a lot of concern in the sense that, they got to do what the owner wants. And there is, I don't want to say panic mode, but it's getting close to Bryce Young better deliver this year. He better show a lot of good things or, they're going to really look like fools after making that trade and giving trade up to get him and giving away so much to get him.
Tony, I want to ask you about your piece about the Chargers. If they don't win a bunch of games, it won't be because they didn't practice hard in August, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, Jim Harbaugh out in Los Angeles is doing what his brother John has done in Baltimore. And they're running some pretty heavy practices, some pretty hard practices where the guys are coming in, and they're pretty exhausted. But as I also said in the piece, they're happy because they feel that after practice is over, they've learned a lot. They're a better team. They're grasping onto, they're grabbing onto the situation, and everyone is buying in to Jim Harbaugh out in Los Angeles. So it's a good situation there for the Chargers.
Our guest you can find at sportskeeda.com is Tony Pauline, covers the entire NFL. He's been breaking down some of the big stories throughout camp. And as a guy every year we check in with right around the NFL draft. You seem to think that Brock Bowers could end up being a major factor for the Raiders right away. I am interested in him, like a lot of people who play fantasy football are. Just how big of an impact do you think he'll have on that offense quickly this year?
It depends on the quarterback situation. You would think with Gardner Minshew, if Gardner Minshew is the starter, then Brock Bowers is going to be in for a very big year. I mean, because I think Gardner Minshew is going to look his way, and he'll be a safety valve receiver for Gardner Minshew as well as a big play receiver. Now, the article that I wrote stated that the Raiders were over the moon about Brock Bowers because of his blocking. Everybody loved Brock Bowers because he was a tremendous receiver at Georgia, making big plays down the field, making the catches in contested catches in a crowd. He also wasn't a bad blocker when they put him in motion, but he's shown a lot of ability as a blocker. And that's important. I mean, I'm not a fantasy football guy. That's important because if he's, if he's standing out as a blocker, he's going to get a lot more playing time early on. As far as what he's going to do, a lot of it relies on the quarterback situation with the Raiders, which is probably going to be unsettled throughout the season.
Tony, you mentioned John Harbaugh in Baltimore. They probably have a net loss overall over the last year in terms of free agency, last year's best regular season team. And they kind of have a well-oiled machine up there. I kind of expect them to not really miss a beat, maybe drop back a game or two just because the division might be so good. But what are your thoughts on the Ravens and what did you see from their camp?
Well, you're going to, when you're a team that's competing every year and you've got a franchise-type quarterback and you've got to hand out these big contracts, you're eventually going to lose players because you're just not going to be able to pay them. In the same article that I wrote about the Raiders, the Ravens needed a pass rusher, and they may have one in Travis Jones, who has looked tremendous throughout the preseason. So that may be a guy who fills the void, the pass rushing void that they need. Obviously, it all comes down to Lamar Jackson, how he plays. I think a lot of people, everybody, thought that we're going to go to the Super Bowl last year. Kansas City pulls the late upset. You still got Lamar Jackson there. Obviously, he got paid. He's happy. Got to see what happens at the right tackle position. It brought in Roger Rosengarten, the second-round pick, who I think was a sensational second-round selection. But still, you're going to be very likely going to be starting a rookie, a second-round rookie, to protect your franchise quarterback for a team where, unlike the Commanders, unlike the Raiders, is expected to be playing football, meaningful football, deep into January.
Tony Pauline, sportskeeda.com. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for the insight. It is great having you back on.
Thanks for having me, fellas.
Yeah, you got
See
it.
you, buddy.
Be good. There's Tony Pauline on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We always love when somebody who we have on the show frequently drops by Ashburn for a stop in with the Commanders, or in his case, catches them, I think, when they're out with the Jets. We want to get their perspective on what they saw and all the people that they talked to and what they heard. Speaking of which, Albert Breer is going to be on the show coming up in about 12 minutes at 5:30 right here on Grant and Danny, who covers the entire NFL for SI and has taken over for Peter King, MMQB, writing a lot of the national pieces that everyone looks forward to every week for them. This is Off the Beaten Path. I'm going to warn you in advance.
Here we go.
It has nothing to do with football or anything else that we talk about on the show very often.
All right.
But your lack of interest in this is actually why I find asking you this appealing.
Interesting. Okay.
So, I'm a little bit of a NASCAR guy.
Yes.
A little bit of NASCAR Paulson happening here.
Mhm.
Okay. So do you have any idea what happened in Richmond this weekend?
There was a race?
Yeah, but do you know anything about it?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to give you the cliff notes, but then I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
So follow me for a second.
Mhm.
Richmond race. Okay, there's a pretty clear likely winner for the majority of the last several laps.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. I think I heard something about this.
Okay.
Impropriety. Somebody's a jerk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the driver, Austin Dillon, in the 3-car, is expected to win. Way back in the pack, Ricky Stenhouse crashes. They have to do a restart right before the race ends. Final restart. We're going to basically now, instead of having Austin Dillon pretty obviously win, the best man on the restart's going to win this thing. Well, to save a lot of time, Joey Logano in the 22 car has the best restart. He's out in front. Austin Dillon's 4 car lengths behind him.
Okay.
Has no chance of catching him unless you just purposefully wreck him. So he just drives all the way down into him and takes him and just puts him into the wall. It's such a dramatic move, though, and it took so much effort for him to just go crash Logano that on the final turn in Richmond, he's now no longer in the lead. Denny Hamlin is anyway. You should know Denny Hamlin.
I know. I've heard Denny Hamlin.
The 11 car.
Sure.
He's a Richmond area guy.
Okay.
So he was about to win the race, and then Austin Dillon corrects and then wrecks Denny Hamlin as well. And he goes and wins. So he wrecked 2 cars in the final lap of the race, and really like half lap of the race, to get a win. Now you're saying, well, why would you do that? Other than trying to win, in NASCAR, to get into the playoffs, you can guarantee yourself one of the 16 playoff spots if you win a race during the season.
Yeah.
So he guaranteed himself a playoff spot with the victory. And they're coming down the wire, end of the season. He was 26th in points. He's not going to point his way in. Only the top 16 get in. There's no mathematical way to do that. So he's in, and there are other drivers the next couple of weeks in the same mode. If we don't win the race, we don't go to the playoffs. So he was just wrecking dudes to win the race. I bring this up to tell you that NASCAR just ruled that he was docked points. He's gone from 26th to 31st in the standings, and that while he still gets to keep his win on his ledger, it does not count toward him making the playoffs.
Oh.
So he got, this is not a slap on the wrist. This is
that's pretty major
statement from NASCAR to say, we are not going to allow for this. You can't purposefully wreck guys if you're behind to try to win a race. I ask you, though, any issue at all with what he did? Should NASCAR have done this? Because it was the first super exciting race in NASCAR in a long time, not in NASCAR, but in Richmond in a long time. And while it's dangerous to wreck guys, it's a short track. They're not going at a super high speed. It's not like it's Daytona or something. Do you feel like they have to set this precedent? Again, ignorant, outside looking in. You have no care about any of it. That's why I'm asking.
And here, can I ask you one clarifying question?
Yeah, go for it.
You know how one of the hardest things is in baseball, where you go, the guy threw at him. Are we sure he threw at him, or did one get away? Sometimes you have a pretty good feel like he threw at him.
And all these wrecks in NASCAR are that. Like someone's like, oh, he wrecked me, and he's like, I didn't see it. It's a lot of that.
Sure.
But in this particular case,
it's obvious and everyone knows.
1,000% that's what he did.
Could any reasonable person say he was just trying to win and this was bad luck, or he's wrecking people ahead of him?
No. He 100%. He drove into Logano and put him into the wall, and then he just took Hamlin. He just kind of turned his wheel and sent him into the wall. And again, it's very obvious because he had to win to get into the playoffs. So there's no doubt he wrecked them on purpose.
Then that's not a strong enough penalty.
Okay.
These are like,
because some people will say we're racing here. Now I think it's pretty dirty, whatever. But some people would say, what are you doing?
Well, you remember in Noah Lyles, the finals of the Olympic Games, right? He's running the 100. There's somebody next to him. So he just shoved him, right? Didn't you do that? Oh, no, you stay in your lane and run as fast as you can. Right. Wrong. There should be none of that. I don't care they're not going 200. They're going plenty. They're going plenty fast for that kind of behavior. Totally unacceptable to me.
The sport agreed with you.
Yeah.
He's not going to the playoffs. Albert Breer is going to join us next. Want to see what he has to think about Jaden Daniels, what he's got to say about Dan Quinn after catching up with the Commanders. Wrote a lot about the burgundy and gold this week. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on 106.7 The Fan. We're taking you up to 6. That's when you've got pregame tonight right here on The Fan for the Nats and the Orioles. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler getting ready to call game 2 of 2 in Baltimore. Nats looking to play spoiler again and looking for a mini sweep of the Birds at Oriole Park. But right now, let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com. We find our buddy Albert Breer, who just wrote quite a bit about the Commanders in his latest piece. If you haven't been following Albert's training camp tour and all of his content, you are missing out. He does a great job breaking down the NFL and writing a lot of the pieces now post Peter King that matter so much over at MMQB and SI. Albert, we appreciate you, buddy. Thanks so much. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Very well,
Doing
man.
very well. So when were you with the Commanders specifically? Was it yesterday?
Yesterday. Yeah, yesterday.
What did you think? I mean, I know when you drop in, you get a lot of conversations, access. You get a good feel for the club. What'd you make of your visit?
Yeah, I think a couple of things. I mean, it's really hard to go 10 minutes there without telling you, without someone telling you how impressed they are with Jaden Daniels. So, just from my own observations, he just looks smooth as a football player out there. I think that's the best word to use to describe him. So I think Jaden to this point, and we don't know yet because we haven't seen him in a regular season context, but he's checked all the boxes and he's come as advertised. So that's obviously, the most important thing. That looks like it's there. And then the other thing you notice is just the buy-in. The roster isn't there yet, and the roster is going to take some time. And I think that they acknowledge that. But you're getting to see just young and old, the way that the players are moving through drills, the efficiency of practice. It looked very much like a Pete Carroll, Dan Quinn, like that type of practice, right? And, they score everything. Everything's a competition. They move efficiently. They're not out there for that long. But they get a lot done, and so those two things, stick out. And, obviously this is a team that's probably going to have some bumps this year. They got questions at tackle. They got questions with their edge rushers. They got questions at corner. So I think everybody there knows it's not going to be perfect in year one. So having that sort of buy-in is really important when you're trying to build a program and that you might not be able to pay off all the work they're doing with, 10, 11, 12 wins.
Kind of a pull back the curtain question here, because you're on this whirlwind training camp tour, and you've done this before, and you talk to everybody, you got relationships. So I'm sure in every stop with the new player or the new quarterback, you're going to hear good things. But there's a difference between, and I'm not telling anything you don't know, but just kind of, again, pull back the curtain, difference between the cursory good thing and the real good thing. Like, no, this praise is different than the last guy who was the quarterback that everyone was excited about the year before. How do you distinguish and just kind of your smell test about it? When do you know that, hey, you know what, this one is different?
Well, I mean, like most teams are optimistic
right.
when they draft one high, and I think what you're looking for is just confirmation of things. And I personally look for specifics, right? Like, so what are you going to tell me specifically about what he's doing? And, one of the things that that came up like consistently with Jaden was like how he's already a pro, right? Like how he already operates like a professional. And that's not a given, for rookies coming into the NFL. And that's important for a quarterback, obviously. So I think part of that's the fact that he, was in 2 different big time programs and was in college for 5 years. So, the fact that, he does operate that way, and he's made that impression on people, gives him a chance to lead as a rookie, which is really, really important at that position, obviously. And then I think some of the other specifics is just like the arm talent, how easy it is for him to put the ball where he wants. And one thing that they were honest with me about is like, we just don't know as a runner yet because we haven't seen him in like a full contact situation, and they're going to have to, teach him. I'm sure you guys have seen like the Looney Tunes video, right? Of him taking hits. Like he's going to have to learn to be more judicious with his body, and taking chances with his body when he's running the ball out there. So there's some stuff that like they still, all right, like we know he can do it. Let's see what it looks like when it's out there. But I would just say the specific things like that I heard would give me, good feeling if I were a Washington fan about where he's going.
Albert, reading your breakdown and the piece you put together, and you should check it out, guys, over at MMQB. Two things I want to ask you about the roster real quick. One, you liked the running backs, and the other was the usage of Luvu, which I'm giddy about. I love this player. I didn't know him overly well. Then you go back and you watch him after they sign him. He's just a dog. Like, I cannot wait to see him in a regular season game and see what they do with him. So running backs and Luvu.
Yeah, so I would say with the running backs, like Eckler's got a little more juice than people might think left. And, the nice thing for them is that it like fits, like it fits like with what they already have, where Brian Robinson has like sort of a contrasting style and like that, and Dan Quinn obviously knows B-Rob pretty well, having been in the NFC East. He knows how physical a runner he can be. So the two of those guys can play off each other nicely. And I would not be surprised if we see them on the field together a lot. And I think with Eckler, like what you want to go back and look at Cliff's offense in Arizona. Look how he used Chase Edmonds. I think that's sort of going to be the vision for Austin Eckler, which is exciting if you go back and look at some of Chase Edmonds stuff. That name might not resonate with a ton of people there, but go check that out. And then with Luvu, one of the things I really respect about DQ is like how he constantly evolves things, right? And so that offense, his defense, initially in Atlanta was the Seattle 3, right? Like the cover 3 Seattle, Pete Carroll defense. Like he has pretty drastically changed what that defense looks like. And part of it in Dallas was, finding a way to properly use Micah Parsons and move Micah Parsons around. Now, I want to say this as clearly as I can. Frankie Luvu is not Micah Parsons. Okay, you guys understand that?
Darn it. Frankie Luvu is
Micah
Parsons. Yeah.
Okay, because Micah Parsons.
I'm tweeting that out now. Albert Breer says Frankie Luvu better than Micah Parsons.
Same as or greater than.
Micah Parsons is a freaking unicorn. Okay, so he's not Micah Parsons. But when they went out in free agency, one of the things they wanted to do was find flexible players like that, because having Micah really kind of pushed DQ to think outside the box with how he used some of the positions up front. And it worked so well that, like, okay, well, we're not going to find Micah Parsons, but maybe we can find a version of that, right? And so I think, like that's what's exciting about the idea of what they might be able to do with Frankie Luvu and even a Jeremy Chin, who's a different type of hybrid, where Luvu is more of like an edge linebacker hybrid. You got Jeremy Chin, who's a safety linebacker hybrid. It'll allow them to do more creative stuff, And, for a team that's going to need to generate a pass rush with Montez Sweat and Chase Young traded last year, I think the way they use Luvu is going to be really interesting, because they're going to need to be creative and finding a way to get to the quarterback on defense.
Albert, I want to double click super quick on what you said about Austin Eckler. I think people considered him, washed up because of the paltry run totals last year. Nobody ran it well there in Los Angeles. It wasn't like his backup was ripping off 7 yards per carry.
They had offensive line issues for sure.
Yeah. So to me, they got to find there, especially with his pass catching acumen as a good friend of the young quarterback. Go into that.
Right. And I think like if you look at it, like the types of running backs that generally last are the guys who can catch the ball really well. Right. Like, because that kind of can give you a second life as a runner. So you might not want to use him the same way, he was used 2 or 3 years ago, but like what he's able to do with a runner and a receiver, like we've seen in the past where running backs who have that sort of versatility where you can move around do have longer shelf lives. So, I think that's what's so interesting about it. And again, that's why I'm bringing up Chase Edmonds. If you look at the way that Cliff used Chase Edmonds in Arizona, there's some really cool stuff they did, and that's where you get the opportunity to put him on the field together with Brian Robinson, So yeah, I think Eckler's the right kind of guy to begin with, and that's an important piece of it too in year one of any program, right? But just as far as what he's going to be able to bring to the table on the field, like a really tough runner who is an excellent weapon out of the backfield.
Albert, we know you're busy. We only got about 30 seconds, but I do want to throw this at you. Do you give them a chance to be like the surprise, really good team this year? Or is that too bullish?
I don't know. I think I still think they're an off season or two away. That's just my opinion. the division could create some opportunities for them, though. The Eagles have gone through a lot of changes. The Cowboys obviously have a lot going on, as always. I think the Giants are going to be pretty good, but I think they'll be competitive. And I think one thing you have to look forward to is that it definitely looks like a team that could wind up ascending at the end of the year. I guess the easy thing to do is compare it to the RG3 year. Like if you're looking for a ceiling, right? Like where that team kind of was really up and down at the beginning of the year and then caught its stride. Not saying they're going to win 10 games, but certainly could be a team that gradually improves and then you come out of the 2024 season with something really to be excited about going into 2025.
Albert, awesome as always, man. Appreciate the time. I know you're busy.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Be good. There's Albert
Bye-bye.
Greer, was just in Ashburn with the Commanders here on Grant and Danny. Next, James Wood is on fire for the Nats. He's delivering the goods. As the prospect everybody wanted to see, they wanted him called up. He's been their best offensive player over the last month or so at just 21 years old. Let's get into just how impressive he's been next on the Fan. Last night, the Nationals were in Baltimore taking on the Orioles. And for James Wood, that meant getting to play in a ballpark he went to as a very young kid growing up. I'm quite sure he spent a lot of time at Nationals Park as well. He was born in 2002. So as of when he was 6 years old, Nats Park was around. And he's from Olney, Maryland. He's from the D.C. area, went to St. John's College High School. So he surely went to Nationals Park a bunch.
That is, by the way, a lot of words that you said that are true. 2002. Again, I'm aware. I understand how it works. He's only, what is he, 19, 20, 21 years old? But oh my God.
21. He'll be 22 years old in September. Start of the football season, yeah. September 17th. But he's from Rockville and lived in Olney. He spent a lot of time at Camden Yards. His mom actually posted a picture I retweeted last night at Grant H. Paulson that was incredible. It was him and his grandfather sitting at OPCY.
That's pretty cool.
So last night he played in his first ever game at Camden, and he had 4 hits in his first 4 at-bats. Single, double, all 4 over 100 miles an hour off his bat. The exit velocities have just been breathtaking. He hits the ball harder than just about anybody in baseball. But one of the really funny stories that came out of the night was he was late for his media appearance after the game. And so the media's gathered around waiting for him being brought into the press conference room or maybe over by his locker, wherever it was going to be. And when they found out why he was late, it was just perfectly Maryland kid through and through, perfectly Baltimore. He was teaching some of his teammates how to pick crabs. So he's a little late to his post-game presser because James Wood had to show the boys, well, this little candlestick here gets pulled back.
Well, you got to pull him back
and then crack the shell and you peel off all these legs. Then you pull these 2 apart and you start to pick at these. This was Mike Rizzo with the Junkies today on James Wood, who's now hitting 283 with an 818 OPS.
Yeah, the thrilling part is to see them getting better each day. He's bringing a major league routine to the ballpark every day, and getting better in left field. And the bat was pretty foolproof in the minor leagues, and coming on, he's already made some adjustments with his swing and his approach at the plate. So. Not only the results and performance on the field, when he hits the ball, it's hit as hard as anybody's in the game, and his exit velocities are elite, and the ball sounds different coming off his bat than a lot of other players. So we're thrilled about where he's at as a player and as a big leaguer, and we're just watching in wonderment that, I think that this guy is just scratching the surface of what he could be at the end of the day.
Danny, over the last 15 games for James Wood, he's walking at a really high rate. He's cut down on the strikeouts immensely, 50 plus at bats. He has been hitting 360 with a 1080, almost 1100 OPS over these 15 games. He's white hot. He's putting it together already 2 4-hit games in less than 40 big league dates.
And that hustle double last night that Close played, I think it was the second one. It
was the 4th one. That was his last hit.
Yeah, I meant the second double because there's so many hits last night. It's hard to pick. But I think he took like 6 strides between first and second because he'd taken the turn, picked up full speed, and now he's going, and those just eating up ground. It's like watching Giannis take one dribble from half court and dunk it. You know what I mean? We're just like, human beings don't do this.
If he hits a ball to the outfield and the outfielder has to run to get it at all, like, it might be a double. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he's that fast.
And it doesn't look in real time like he's that fast, but the ground just gets eaten up. Just those long strides when he's going at full speed. It's amazing.
I think what I've been so impressed by so far is the patience that he had in the minor leagues to not chase. He's brought with him to the big leagues. The ability to work counts and the comfort to hit with 2 strikes, even as a guy with the big long arms and the levers, where you're going to swing and miss some. There's going to be some Ks. Like, he does not change his approach at all. I really, really like that he works counts. He sees pitches. He's probably the best hitter on the team right now. Certainly the most feared hitter on the team. Oftentimes, Davey's doing him no favors, hitting him 5th and 6th in a bad lineup, and none of it seems to matter. His chase rate is over 90th percentile. His walk percentage is over 80th percentile in baseball. His hard hit percentage is almost 100th percentile. Same with average exit velocity. His barrel percentage, 70-something percentile. I mean, it's just been a really impressive start. And in a year where none of the prospects who have been called up have done this, they've all flopped, they've all failed. Many have been sent back to the minors. Even the really good ones, Jackson Merrill or Jackson Churio, as an example, those guys struggled for a couple months before they finally figured it out. And James Wood has immediately been able to have some offensive success.
He's just incredible. I mean, to me, now obviously I've never been in the major leagues, but every new level I played at or every new team I was on, I tried to muscle up and like wrap one around the foul pole. He didn't do that. He just sits back, uses the whole field, stays within himself, uses his approach.
Pregame coming your way in just about 10 minutes. Grant and Danny coming back, though, first. We'll put our show in our final furlong next on The Fan. Almost time for Nats pregame. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. We're out early today, just a few minutes left live on the Fan from our Half Street studios. Thank you so much for making the show part of your day. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler. Pregame about 4 minutes from right now. The one football item to keep you abreast on today as you hop in your car, leave the office. All of our football coverage and Commanders coverage presented by Paul Henry's Windows from camp. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Trace McSorley is in, Danny. They have signed the former Patriot and Cardinals quarterback. Injuries to Sam Hartman, who will not play this weekend, and to Marcus Mariota, who's banged up, may play this weekend, but is not going to play in the joint practice tomorrow. So Trace McSorley worked with Cliff Kingsbury in Arizona.
That's the king.
2022. Not only is he going to be here, but he's probably going to play against the Dolphins on Saturday night.
Yeah, it'd be rare to find someone you could sign on a Wednesday, joint practice tomorrow down there in Miami, to then be able to play not meaningful minutes. I mean, it's a preseason game, but still occupy some minutes in one of the preseason football games on that short of a notice. But McSorley's got a background in the offense, knows it, could walk in and do it blind. So I think you're going to see plenty of him.
And that's a big deal, too, just to get an evaluation of the other players.
Yeah.
If there's someone who doesn't know your offense, you got to dumb the playbook down to 3 or 4 plays, 3 or 4 looks from a passing standpoint or something. It just gets ugly quick. Whereas he can actually operate your offense like the guys are doing in practice. Maybe you get to further evaluate those back of the roster types. Let's get you ready for Nats baseball. We start with your weather report presented by Pepco. Today's game day weather is presented by Pepco. Storm season's here, and they know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed. Pepco.com/storm prep. Our fill-in show meteorologist is Darius Dameron.
It's going to be a lovely night in Baltimore at Camden Yards. 84 degrees. It'll be about 78 degrees by the time the game ends. Not a chance of rain in sight. Have fun out there at Baltimore and Camden Yards.
No pressure, Darius, but if you can successfully navigate your prognostications the entire rest of the week with Clary out, we might have to have a weather off when he gets back on Monday.
We might just do a bit, or we might just have Darius replace him and not tell him. Just sort of like, and now for the weather, and Ryan's already, and here's Darius.
Clary.
Just confuse him.
Poor guy. He would be heartbroken. I don't know if we have it in us. The Nats starting lineup and pitching matchups presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind starting pitcher, DJ Hurst, DJ Hurst, DJ Hurst. Leading off, playing shortstop. See. Check. Abrams batting second, your DH Wanya. Pass batting third, the James Wood. Batting fourth, you get 3 doubles in a night. You get yourself a cleanup spot. Andres Chaparro, welcome to the show. Luis Garcia hitting 5th, playing second base. Keber Ruiz doing the catching, hitting 6th. Alex Call in right field. Ildemaro Vargas at third base. And batting 9th, your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young.
DJ Herr is looking for his 3rd win of the season as a 4.4 ERA. 63 punchies for DJ Herz on the season. A high-volume strikeout artist. He's done that in just 49 innings. Got a great changeup from the left side, power fastball as well. And I'll ring the attaboy Davy bell. Not hitting your best hitters at the bottom of your lineup.
Here we go.
Let's go, Davy. James Wood in the top 3rd of the order. Luis Garcia hitting 290s, not batting 8th. Let's do this thing.
That's the good batting order bell?
Yeah, that's the one. 4, Darius Dameron. And our guy filling in today, Anthony, who crushed it all day long. Grant and Danny saying so long. Enjoy your evening. And more immediately, enjoy Nats baseball right here on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.